futures pretty choppy here to start things off so far this morning. Back to the downside right now for the NASDAQ. We're getting some housing start data just coming across for last month. Coming in a little bit higher than expected for the month of November for U.S. housing starts. Overall, though, the futures kind of struggling to get back towards the break-even mark, coming off of a fourth straight day to the downside to kick off a brand new week yesterday. 3 in a row to end last week, and then Monday, not much change. It was the NASDAQ and tech specifically that led things to the downside. A few individual names we're watching so far this morning. More negativity for Tesla. Not one, not two, but 3 additional downgrades and price target cuts pointing towards Elon's Twitter distraction and weaker demand going into the new year. A few earnings names to get to this morning as well. That clean energy name Fuel Cell moving around here. General Mills reported. Remember, we get Nike after the close. We get FedEx after the close tonight. A ton to get to so far this morning. It is Tuesday, December 20th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. That's the way things look right now. 0.5% for the NASDAQ, leading once again, as we saw all day yesterday, back to the downside. 0.25% for the S&P, about flat. The Dow was the last one to go red this morning, but yeah, 0.02 now. Back to the downside. Positivity at the bottom here. 3% for Ethereum, 1.3 for Bitcoin. I did note some individual crypto-related stocks back in positive territory. Interesting day setting up here as we head towards, remember, the economic data we're going to get this week as far as inflation-related stuff. Good morning, guys. Going to be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. We'll get some numbers, all pre-market. So until then, it's a bit of a wait and see. We had the Bank of Japan coming out with a surprise move overnight as well, relaxing their policy or control policy on their yield curve, which surprised a few.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock, and I think it took the bond markets by surprise there, and you're going to see some negativity based upon that. Oh yeah, we got the sponsor down there, so I know we're in a couple of positions already. I got this ICCM and AUVI, but ICCM, crazy post-market action on a drug approval. I think it's iSecure Medical, I should get it right here. But essentially, this one was up, let's just say a little bit significantly in the aftermarket. Anything that goes from 90 cents to $11 gets your attention, but then it gapped back down into this $2-3 range. So I have it at 3 in front of like a 250 level. I mean, I don't think it does a cause M or anything like that, but the market overall, you've got Microsoft potentially breaking its 50 period by the open on the daily, Meta breaking its 50 period on the open by the daily, Netflix gapping beneath its just overnight as well. Typically, you see some trends when that happens. So, yeah, we're still a bear here today. And a lot of activity. We get Nike after the bell. We'll have to wait around for that. But, yeah, there's plenty to watch here, and it's a bear till it's not.
Yeah, what's up, guys? It's 8:33 right now. Thank you for joining us once again. As, yeah, the market's starting to go... It's still down 0.5 point. It's starting to make a little bit of an uptick right here as U.S. housing starts come through. Nice little move right now. But yeah, we're already long Lucid here. It's only done 600,000 shares, but it is the #1 name on our watch list. We'll be looking at that today after a $1.5 billion purchase there by their top shareholders. Hopefully that can put a little bit of a floor in the name. We'll see if that's the case. Lucid's been reeling for a little bit, as you can see on the daily chart. Wow, complete destruction down here to $7. So we'll play off that with possibly good news. Look, excited once again, man. Yesterday was a good day. We'll see if we can do it again today with lots of the same names, but some different ones as well. Roblox, I want to look at that. That's going to be a big level there at 28 as well. So, hey, lots of good names. Carvana could be moving again. Some of these Xpeng, Neos, things like that. There's going to be lots to trade. Apple's down below 132 right now. So, oh, man, wow. As we go into Christmas, I guess no Santa Claus rally quite yet.
Of Santa Claus at this point either. I just saw, it was JP Morgan with a negative note on Apple this morning. We'll talk about that. I just saw a note from Piper Sandler, guys, again today on Moderna with a price target hike after what happened last week. So lots to talk about. Let's get right through a few things here. Here's the main note this morning. Yeah, this move from the Bank of Japan actually surprising global markets right across the board. So they have a control policy that basically states that a quarter of a basis point either direction for their yield curve is all they allow, and then they step in to correct it. They're going to go to 50 basis points instead. So that had bond markets moving a little bit. Here's this note that just popped up in front of me. Piper Sandler hiking Moderna's price target after what happened last week with that cancer vaccine. I just saw a note from Wells Fargo, I think it was. Disney spinning off ESPN ABC is a quote-unquote reasonably probable event for late 2023. So just watching Disney here as well.
Well, they've been talking about that for a while now. It feels like spinning off ESPN, but we'll see if it ends up happening. Moderna's of interest today. Well, I mean, it's of interest almost every single day when it's making these moves, but it had that breakout. We all know it was pretty crazy for a few sessions in a row, breaking through 190. You're now right back beneath it. If you remember, it was for a couple of days just making those ridiculous tops up there. Probably missed out on that 208 a couple of days ago, but now you are beneath the breakout support, about 190 to 191, and as long as it hangs out below that, I mean, you can sort of see, anytime you gap up this far, there's always that risk of getting some kind of evaporation back beneath it. So beneath that 191 support that we're in, I just look for Moderna. Look, if it breaks 191, and that's the kind of trade that I sort of give up on because you could be back at 200, no problem. But even just back into previous resistance at 186 for me on Moderna is going to make some sense. I don't think I've had a long in Moderna since it had that pop, to be honest with you, with mixed results, obviously. Sometimes you had to wait for the tops on the way up, but I sort of feel on the way back down here, I'll be looking at that 191 for a short. If it breaks that, I think it's headed to 200, and 186 is a reasonable sort of interim target. And if it goes any further than that, you know, like 178, 180. But this is going to be on my radar. Has been for the last little week here as the only the only large cap drug name that I've usually had my eyes on.
All right, you started talking a little bit about Disney right there. I mean, Disney yesterday gets hit pretty good. We talked about that dropping from 90 yesterday down to 85, so a pretty nice move early and didn't really stop going. The only thing that stopped this name from going down was the market closing. So, I mean, spin-off or not, I mean, ABC is a good property, obviously, so is ESPN. I mean, I like Disney. I think you're getting it right now at a great value. And I was just thinking, like, if you're going to start to build a portfolio, like Apple at these levels, Disney at these levels, seems to make a little bit of sense. There it is right there, breaking back below this 90. So I think if you're going to start something, it's not horrible to do it right about now. You can get a little bit of a bump up. Remember we got that Bob Iger, and I was like, you know what? Like Bob Iger made this stock go from 93 to 107, or I thought it was 110, but anyways, yeah, close enough, 109. You know, and there's the drop right back again. So I don't know. I feel like they are going to right the ship at some point here for Disney, but yeah, for right now, it's pretty nasty. Up 2%, probably a fade there. But I like the name down here at $85, $86. I think it's a good one to trade if we get down to 85. But for now, I like to add it to a portfolio. I think it's a good opportunity to buy this name. You know, it's not a huge win. I mean, I think it's still. PE is still 20-something on this name. Let me just call this up quickly here, just to double check. I'm using this trade ideas. It's just so easy. DIS, there it is right there. Ooh, what am I talking about? 52 right now on the PE. So still pretty ridiculous right here on that. So we got to watch out to see where that's going. That's still bad. Only a market cap of $156 billion. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not like a huge valuation on the company, but 52 is a little too spicy for me right there. I still think you fade all this. Until we get above 90, though, I don't think on a day trade we really want to go long yet. So we'll fade this name on all the pops. But like I said, there's 90 right there. To start a position, you know, it might not be horrible here for Disney. I'm not buying anymore. I'm not buying any more stock. But part of that reason is because I have no cash.
All right, first segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account of up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV, get yourself 10% off. Shout out to them. Netflix here, guys, had a bit of a tank just before we came on there at 8:30, now down 2.2%. Wall Street Journal saying their ad-supported tier was their least popular plan in the month of November, which was supposed to be the big hit, remember, that was going to save Netflix.
Well,
of course it's their least popular plan. I mean, I'm not.
But I mean,
I was actually happy with the 9%. I thought they said that, what was it, 9%? I thought that was pretty good.
yeah.
It's 9% of people that might have not signed up otherwise. I don't know. I feel like, look, there's no way I'm doing an ad-supported tier, obviously, but I don't think it's a horrible idea for those of you that want to cut back a little bit on your monthly spend. I don't think that that's, you know, it's a horrible thing. We do it anyways. We watch cable all the, well, we don't, but we used to watch cable all the time with commercials flying through there. You know, I don't know exactly what the ad-supported tier is going to bring. I don't know how many ads they run. I can't, you know, say if this is going to be a success or not, but I mean, they were just well valued up there at 330. Now you're down to 280. I talked about, remember I was talking about getting some out at 288. So I've done that already. It didn't look too good when we were all the way up here. And I think that that's going to be a good sell spot, like 320, 330, if we can ever get back up there. But for now, Netflix reeling to the downside. And again, it's just, there's going to be people, some traders that are caught up here thinking maybe 300 was a base. No, it's obviously not. You crack that lower. And then now look, you're just barcoding here. And then the drop on bad news. So I would say 295 is probably a long until we get back there. Let's just see what this report is. We've already dipped down to 278, now all the way back to 282. I like Netflix here, but I still think it's a short around this 288 area. So if you can get back into yesterday, then I think it's a short. Why? I mean, if this news is that bad, then, you know, a nice little rally back to the close yesterday should, you know, give us an entry point to go short at least. We just took 10 cents also on Lucid right there. I'm looking for a little bit higher. So there's the 750 buy. And we have the watch list out, but again, like if you guys are interested, we also have the sticky note that is out right now. There's Lucid. We also have a sticky note that's out. Oops, that just got a lot smaller there. We have a sticky note that's out right here that I put on the board. Lucid, that's yesterday's. Lucid 750. I guess I have to refresh this, but we have 750 as a good level here for LCID. I don't know. I don't mind Netflix ad-supported tier. I don't think it's a bad thing for the stock.
It's a good thing for the stock, in my opinion. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't change anything about what I'm looking at today, though. 50 period broke on the daily. That's one of the things I was sort of saying in the opening crawl there. And when that happens, and you can see a shelf like this that's getting taken out, I'm going to be shorting pops back into this. I'm kind of sitting there at 85. If there's any move back into the upside, we get some relief off back, I guess it was like late November lows, I want to say, and then this thing started taking off, actually breaking out at 85, 86. You get anywhere near that, and I'm just going to short it back into this floor break. And I'm going to favor shorts on any kind of a pop there in Netflix. If it doesn't make it, what can always happen here is, you know, it tries to break, I guess, the late pre-market high, which is like 82. And if it never gets through that at the open, then maybe I take a look at it. But I'm just sitting here waiting for 85s. At 50 period on the daily, it worked really well when Neo broke it yesterday. And then I see a few names that are giving you that opportunity. You're gapping beneath it on heavy, well, it wasn't that heavy volume, I suppose, but you're gapping beneath it because this absolutely flushed like $10 when that when some news dropped there. So I'm looking for a bit of a retracement at the open. It's just a fade for me on Netflix. Disney, by the way, Disney broke that. It was a 52-week low as well. So as long as it hangs beneath that, I think that's got to be shorted.
Just noticed QuantumScape, guys, up on decent volume here so far this morning. 8% for QS. Just came back to pre-market highs there. On this note, they've shipped their first 24-layer prototype lithium battery cell to automotive OEMs for testing. So a bit of news for QuantumScape today. This is FCell. Yeah, wider net loss, revenue miss for Q4. The forecast was a bit of an issue as well. So there's QS 8% upside, but FCell under pressure here to start things off.
Yeah, this one might be your dog of the day. FCell's 52, so the low here, just 275, 280. On the daily chart, and I think that's going to come into play. When you run the math, for it to get 10% to the downside, that's going to work out to like 295 or 296, just quickly there. So that'll be like that SSR reach level, where sometimes you get a bit of a bounce. You're essentially there right now, but it's at the open. I think SSR is going to end up triggering. This feels like it's going to be headed pretty much all the way down to that low. That 280, I think, gets challenged today. I do want to be on the south side of FCell. Ideally, you'd be looking at like a 3, like when 310 was breaking. That was probably the pre-market area to be trading. But I want this sucker to open up. I do want to double check. I always do this, and I'm just going to kind of do it live here. Oh, I already had FSL up. Nice. Hilarious. I actually had FSL up. 11% short interest. So that's kind of the concern why I want to wait at the open, because a lot of times when you have a decent short interest and you get something which is as beaten up as this, there's always that opportunity that it cannot get through the low at the open, and then you get a jailbreak to the upside. And then you want to be patient about where you faded. Like 310 would be a first level, 3/4. Be patient for some of these pops to the upside. 11% isn't huge, but I think we were saying this yesterday. When daily charts look as bad as they are, then shorts have been doing more covering than normal, right? Because they've been sitting in the money and taking profits. So 11% is pretty decent. That's why I'll have some patience going into the open.
Yeah, obviously off earnings there, you gotta, I mean, it's gonna be, I'm still on Lucid here, but I was looking at fuel cell as well. Yeah, that 275. I wonder if we do get one of those pops again. It's only $3 to the downside right now, and it's only a $3 stock. So just thinking that we could get a little bit of a pop here, like we were thinking. It's down 8%. It's not great, but you know, it could pop back up there, bouncing off some of those bottoms of 270, 280. So if you like the $3 long, I think you do what Neil said. You wait for it to open up, and then you sort of make the judgment call at that point. 580,000 shares. These names just keep on getting destroyed. I mean, I really like that QS. I got out of this position live. Remember, it was $40 when there was some kind of a hit on them, whatever. It was like a short seller report. Yeah. Came out on these guys back at $40, and I was in the name and got out because I like the battery play. So I mean, if they're going to start sending lithium batteries and things like that and whatnot out there, I thought it was solid state. But either way, combination there. You know, you got to fuel and power these vehicles and other applications as well. So I look out for QuantumScape here. Just a quick check on these guys to see what their short interest is. It should be pretty wild. Yeah, 24% on the short side of things with such a small market cap, $2 billion. I mean, this name could really run here. Let's see if it does have it inside today. But yeah, back down to 6. I think I like this. You know, delivering more opportunity. Let's just see. Maybe if you guys know if there's social media on this, Wall Street Bets, things like that could be. But it's only 300,000 shares. So right now the volume's not too high on this one. But hey, back to $6. I think, you know, that's probably a decent long here as they deliver some product. So I like that one.
All right. Another one that's just popping up here this morning was 3M. There's not a lot of volume behind this, but 3M also reported this morning. They took a $2.3 billion charge for this Forever Chemicals phase out and lawsuit that they settled the middle of last year. I was mentioning this early on this morning. Neil and I were discussing this a little bit. Is it even a positive anymore that Cathie Wood is buying up stocks? But she was in there yesterday, guys, buying up Tesla on the way down. 27,494 shares of Tesla on Monday.
Well, see, it's a good thing as it's happening, obviously, but I mean, does it mean anything in the longer term? Well, everyone understands what her thesis is, which is looking for longer term value. And so her bet's going to be that Tesla is a good value here and then hold it for 5 years, which I'm not entirely certain that that's wrong, but it does explain the crazy, because look, Tesla did a crazy move up, and let's go to the 3 minute. You probably see it a little bit better on the 3 minute chart. But it did a crazy move off the bottom at about noon. It just started going ham and then gave half of it back, but it went $8 or so to the upside. Very crazy move. And essentially it's starting to give that one back. So you know, that kind of just tells me you had a whale buying, right? I don't know how many shares she bought, but that probably triggered a little bit of program buying as it started to break out a little bit. And it's essentially back into normal here. And normal for the last little bit has been selling off in Tesla. So I'm going to go back to my higher time frame. You do for now have a wick bottom through 148. I think that's kind of a key level, but that 145 is likely to come into play today. I wanted to, like, the level I was looking for was 155 upside on Tesla for a bit of a fade off of the 155 level, just because that's where you had an open top at 155, a lower high at 54. I thought that's what I could be shorting in front of, and Tesla looked like it was breaking higher at one point. It was going to get there. I don't know if it's going to be able to do that for the open, but that's still the level I want to fade in front of, that 154 to 155 on Tesla. Just feels like it. At this point, it feels like we're going to see 145 before we see that short opportunity at 155 for me.
Yeah, so the thing is, Kathy, I guess yesterday must have called me or something, because this is where we got out, and we had no understanding of why this started to pop right back up there at 146. But we had that short at 150. We got out at 147. It was a straight rip to the upside there to 154, and then a fade back out. So I think you're going to look at this 146 again to see if it holds there today. I mean, it's a pretty simple trade. You know, we've been really trading this a lot recently, ever since it hit that 150 mark. It's been a pretty good around there. You know, sub 200, it's been a good trade. It's now well priced for possibly a rip. We talked about some of those bottoms of 140, 150, going all the way back to 2020. So for me, Tesla still remains on the radar every day to trade now. It's a fantastic name to trade, especially if you're doing scalping like we do here. I mean, it gives you so many opportunities throughout the day. I mean, this is like a $9 straight move to the downside before popping up $8 or $9 again on a clean down, clean reversal, and then kind of nothing in the afternoon there. So let's see if there's any fireworks early. Yesterday we tried to test some of the longs before understanding that it was wrong. There's the break of 150. We had that on our sticky note yesterday as well, and that paid off quite well. And then the upside move there, and then back and forth on a short, and then some outs there in the afternoon. So, you know, it's fading back in. I think if you take this 146 again, it's a short, but I really want to see about a long down here near 147. So I think it's worth taking, but the market, again, on a nice little bounce back there, we'll see if the market can hold these levels. I mean, we're above the 50 period. I like the Tesla long, even though we're down 1%. I still like the long. I think at one day, it's going to just keep on going upside, but we need to get sort of that upgrade. We need to get Elon figuring out what he's going to do with Twitter, so on and so forth. But yeah, Cathie Wood, Elon Musk, I mean, we're never going to get enough of these names. It seems like we just keep on talking about them here this year and last. So let's see if we can maybe get away from these two in 2023.
Impressive. I was reading yesterday, ARC's Innovation Fund specifically with record inflows in 2022, even though it's had just an absolute crazy year to the downside. Let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. We'll talk about this. There it is. Tesla, count them, three additional negative notes on Tesla this morning. Nothing else on here. Stitch Fix, SFIX. Nothing else really on here that's terribly exciting so far this morning. I want to mention these two as well. SoFi, Piper Sandler cutting their price target, but over here, I had it before. Anthony Noto was in there again yesterday buying, I think it was 225,000 shares on Monday for the CEO for SoFi. And then this as well. Palantir, Morgan Stanley cutting their price target as well from 2.8 from 10.
Yeah, there was just actually, just not to change the topic, but there was just some news on Wells Fargo a few minutes ago there. They had to pay $3.7 billion for mismanagement of loans. They misapplied loan payments. So yeah, I'm sure that was an accident. But anyways, I think they were down a couple of dollars just making a move into $40 there. SoFi, I mean, every single time I go for this stock, it just sort of feels like it's a day early for some kind of a move. But it's been holding down here at 420. I mean, the CEO buying at that point, like if you're beaten up and you think there's good value in it, that's exactly what executives should be doing when they think they have a good idea. But the support here is pretty clean off that 420 level, and now it's trying to put in some higher lows. I was hoping that this week, I think last week what I was sort of talking about when we ended the week was if 450 could provide support, then all of a sudden you've got a runway to get back to $5. Well, the first thing that promptly happened on Monday was in 450 did not supply support. It's right back above it. I think if it can hold it today, then what you'd essentially have is a wick bottom through that 450 level and then trying to get back into $5. So it's kind of one of those lines in the sand where it was resistance for about 2 hours, previous support for half a week, resistance for 2 hours, and if it ends up being support today, then I think there's a decent opportunity for some longs. The problem is, it's not a heck of a lot of volume on SoFi. Like, no one's really interested in the name right now. So I need to see volume pick up here, close above 450. I think there should be a trade on this one this week, but there's a few other names I like a little more today. Like AUVI has done a few million shares today. ICCM's done 10 million shares today. I think there's a few names that I like a little bit better.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. You mentioned Palantir there. I didn't even realize they got another downgrade. But you're below 7 here on PLTR. So unfortunately, you know, we've been trying to buy some of these dips at 7. And then yesterday was the break there for PLTR. You can see the previous low is right around here. There's that sort of that 7 base that we were sort of hoping would hold. Right now, you're down ticking to 650 again. And looks like it wants to break lower. I mean, but how low do some of these names even want to go? I mean, you played this game with... We just talked about SoFi, Clover. I mean, anything that was like basically, even though this was direct listed, anything that was brought to this market a while ago. And this is where I mean, it came out here at 10. It was like 9.25, I believe. It was a great opportunity to have this stock, and we rode it up here. We did get some out, but we're still shareholders as it comes all the way back down to the downside right now. I like data. I like some of the contracts that they're doing. I think Palantir is the way, or at least Snowflake, Palantir, some of this data accumulation and working with that data, providing it, giving solutions. I like the stock. I mean, I like what they're doing. I don't know if I like the stock, I should say, as we break below that $7 mark right there. So it's pretty nasty. I don't think you want to really own this name until we get back above 7. If you're bottom picking again, like you could throw some money at this, but you got another downgrade today. So it doesn't look like it's going to be a pretty good day for Palantir. If anything, we always use the 50s and the O's. So I think you want to try to go long at 6 and try to go short at 50, and then close your eyes and hopefully it works out for you. But I don't know, for me on Palantir, it's going to have to be a wait and see. I'm at 80 here, right here for Lucid. So if Lucid wants to pop upside a little bit there, we will have an out near 80. We're already 15 cents in the money on this name. And again, we did tweet it out. I was wondering if it got stuck there in the Twitterverse, but it didn't. Right here. There it is, Lucid. So there's the $1.5 billion raise. Put a floor in this name at 750. We talked about that right here on the sticky notes. So hopefully you can see that. And yeah, there's the trade right here. So I put it on right there out, and that's where we are right now. So hopefully you guys, if you're interested in some Lucid trading, I like it. It's 857 right now, and it's on our watch list as well.
All right, let's get a check of how things over in Europe are shaping up so far this morning. Bit of a mixed board to show you in alignment, anyways, with what's happening in North America so far. Pretty flat here right across the entire thing. Germany under pressure, France under pressure as well, the Swiss market downside, everything else kind of there or thereabouts. Very red social sentiment board to show you to kick off the morning here, the market itself. The biggest one on here, there's COSM. Yeah, downside again today after... I mean, it didn't really do much yesterday. It was in a huge range, but just kind of chopping around, going sideways. Mullen here, red as well. There's that ICCM. Worth noting, that is an ADR. This is an Israeli-listed company, if I'm not correct. So the one on NASDAQ, obviously an ADR. Tesla here, Apple here, Amazon here, all, guys, in the red today.
I see how you just glossed over. CEI was there for a positive. Just remember, CEI has that reverse split coming effective tomorrow. If COSM makes a move to the upside, I'll probably just short it again. It was just a short a couple of times. At the open, it was a little bit wild. It tried to go back from 10 to 9. It couldn't seem to break $8 there. But in the afternoon, once it was down in the $8 range, it flushed. It is now beneath the pre-split price, which was 33 cents, which works out to $8.25. That's why I like the shorts in and around 8 to 8.5. If it gets up there again, I think it's going to be a bit of a fade. As far as CEI goes, CEI is doing the definition of nothing today. It's essentially trading at 10 cents, which, by the way, is still 40. Is that 40%? Actually, no, better than that. It's actually 50 to 60% higher than when they announced. It was 6 cents when they announced that they were going to be moving up their split, reverse split. So it's still trading a little bit higher, but you can see it was just absolutely, it was a weak stock in yesterday's trade. And there it is at that 6 cents. It got the bump in the aftermarket. I think if it can break out from 10, there's a bit of a trade. But if I was longing CEI today, now that it's beneath that 10, I'm really looking back to like 8s, 7s, with 6 as a hard out. After they do the reverse split, whether it's tomorrow at some point or it's going to be on Thursday, I will be looking for shorts. I think everyone thinks it's going to do a COSM, and if everyone's expecting it, then I think that's a little bit less likely that it happens.
I'm just looking at Carvana. I mean, I think that this is another name here. It's only 83,000 shares, so it's not a lot of shares pumping through CVNA right now. But again, we had that top yesterday of 460. I still think that's a great short. There was, of course, not rumors, but there was some talk on some other channels and stuff like that, that, you know, Carvana's a huge long. It's going to bump up. It's like the next squeeze play. Now, whenever you hear stuff like that, it's probably wrong. Just people getting stuck or taking lottos on options. So, you know, I don't know. I like Carvana to trade. I think it's going to be a good one here again today. Looking at that 460 to short. So we're just in there to pay for shorts right now. It's only like a cent a share, a little bit less than half a cent a share, I think it was. But there it is, Carvana up to 460. I really like this short. We've talked about why we like it over and over again. You know, it was what, 40? Let's see if that's changed. It was 40 something. Yeah, there it is. 46, I was going to say 48. 46% short flow right now. Market cap only 400 million. So there is an opportunity for this name to pop, obviously, to the upside. But I want to fade those pops. And until we break through 460, I think it's a short. If it does take 460, you can probably hold it to this like 470 area. But I want to get short here starting around 450. So Carvana, just another name for me to look at short here. And that's going to be one on my radar. Down 1%. Could get down a heck of a lot more here. Not really following the market, remember. This name has just been absolutely destroyed. It's $36 back in September, down to $4 right now. So, wow. I just feel so bad for some people that are caught in these names. I mean, we're all holding the bag on some, but this one's pretty bad. Carvana to the downside. I might start the short right now.
DraftKings as well. I just saw it pop up to the downside here. Not a lot of volume behind this. It was actually higher in the pre-market. It was up more than 2%. Now back to basically where we started the day. Remember yesterday there was that note, 60,000+ accounts were accessed without their knowledge. It looks like data was compromised as well within those accounts. So DraftKings worth a note here. It is positive so far this morning. If you missed it yesterday, guys, Arun is off until Friday. So he'll be back Friday morning to join us with his look on the futures. He is in New York City, so we wish Arun a great trip to NYC. That's the link to the watch list. As always, make sure you grab that every single morning before you come and join us at 8:30. We send it out for free right to your inbox every single day. Just seeing a note on Oracle. TikTok owner now aiming to expand into the U.S. That might affect Meta, possibly. Yeah, a little bit of a downtick there, but I mean, Meta kind of flat anyways. Let's get into what we have to get through here as far as the watch list is concerned so far this morning. Amazon top of the list. I mean, they came up with this EU agreement today to avoid any further penalties as far as data and privacy concerns from the EU. It's a minor story at best. There were a couple of negative cautionary notes on Amazon once again today, guys, but interesting note, I'm going to look at this ByteDance note regarding from Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth watching Oracle. Oracle, by the way, Oracle was relatively strong yesterday. That kind of bears mentioning, or monitoring, I suppose, would be the better way to look at it. None of my trades are showing up for Amazon, but like the afternoon, it broke it broke 86, and that was probably one of the more violent candles down, and then it held 86. That's the level I'm looking for here at that 86 level. When I pull back, and I'll do this because it's a lot easier. I already have it up, but when I was looking at the pandemic bottoms on Amazon, it was down around $81 in March of 2020. So I think you get down there, and that's where I think the next level of support might be. So beneath 85, there's runway to 81. If it breaks 86, I don't want to be short until it gets up to tops at like 88.5 to 89 even. And that's the way I want to play Amazon today. So I think there's a place for an early short in this because there's still room to get down to that 81 level from 2020. But overall, I think we'll be looking for a little bit of a pop here. It's right at that 85 level at the open. I tend not to want to trade exactly at those levels. Let it run away from that price a little bit and then try to take an entry off of that. But I do actually want to have a look at Oracle at some point today because after seeing that note, I remember seeing it one of the few stocks that was to the upside in yesterday's trade. So it should be interesting if it's holding up.
Yeah, they reported. I think they didn't have a good report, I think,
but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, like you were mentioning, it's back there. At least it's near the top. Okay, so yesterday, Amazon, I mean, hit the alarms, hit the bangs. hit the oh my gods. It was your trade of the day for multiple reasons yesterday. I mean, we started the short early. It wasn't even on any level breaks or anything like that. I mean, it did break 87.50. We were waiting for 88.50, $89 yesterday, but I was like, forget about this, man. The market started going down. I knew we wanted this name short, so there's the short at 87.50. There's the last cover at 85.50. That's $2. Then we let it, go back up to the upside, and just about 20 minutes later, we started the short again at 86, and then there's some covers here, 84.85, 84.80 on the bottom. So short early, short again. So guess what the playbook is today? I wrote it down here short at the same levels. I just wrote down 88, like that's like sort of the ultimate area. Excuse me, that we were going to put on some big boy shares if it can get up to there, but I really think 87 is another spot to worry about. So if the market keeps going down, I mean, eventually I think you want to, I don't know if I want to hit this short 84.50. That is going to be its 52-week low. Every single print we make down lower, is a new low. So I would say 84.50 if you take it, probably is a great short as well. I always prefer to fade pops. We didn't do that yesterday though, and it was cash all day. So, if the market continues to fall down, the NASDAQ was down 1.5 yesterday. Right now we're down half. Can easily get down a little bit more there. So I would say like 84.50. See you later. On that level. So if that comes through in the early goings here of the market, I'm short Amazon early today, as long as the market goes. I still like the long today though, in this market. I just think yesterday was a little bit overdone. I don't know about a long meaning like we're up 1 or 2%, but I think we can do better than where we are right now on the NASDAQ. So I feel like we're gonna head a little bit higher today. Just from these levels, could be wrong, obviously, as we get into our Carvana short. We're starting to short that name right now. You might see that popping at the bottom. We missed at 39. We only get 37s. So right there, 84.60 or so for a short on Amazon. If you're going to play the way I do, just make it 84.50 flat.
Let's talk about, this is the TikTok note I was going to mention here, guys, from the information. So Oracle, CRM, Zoom, all worth a note here. TikTok owner aiming to expand their efforts and moving into the U.S. market officially and getting approval for that. So there was a downtick there for Meta, but nothing major. Let's talk about Lucid here, rebounding after a $1.5 billion capital raise. They sold 85.7 million shares to the Saudi fund that owns now 60.4% of the overall company of Lucid.
Yeah, so why is the raise going to be positive for them? Because for a lot of the EV names, and particularly basically all of them that aren't Tesla, the newer startups, it's just about how much runway you have and how much cash you have on hand to be able to work things out in the future. Because you're not really selling anything yet, you're not really producing anything yet, and you're trying to get to that point, and you're burning through cash while you do that. So that's why you're going to be up 4.5% ish. Obviously, these have all been in a downward pattern. So what I wanted to look at today, at least for myself, is, okay, well, where were the sellers on the way down, on the way back to the upside? Like, where were the sellers starting to come in here? In the last couple of days, you were lower high popping into 740 and then into 745 and into 740. You fell off a cliff at 740 and then you popped into 735 yesterday. So this is where I've been sort of channeling the dip buy. I actually like it in the 35 to 50 range in here, where there was, at least you're running away from it in terms of when you get beneath it, but every time you'd pop up, there'd be some price acceptance to at least get it to some of these levels, and then you'd make some tops. So I like the long in front of that 35, and then I'd be starting it beneath 50. It's had some trouble breaking the pre-market highs. The room is to $8.10, however, so there is some room to Lucid here. I don't think we're going to talk other EV names, so I'm just going to do this right now. NEO was one of the trades that I did like yesterday because of that 50-period moving average breakdown on the daily chart. That sits at $11.30. I have an order up there as a bit of a reminder to myself. We ended up taking an 1150 breakdown when it just took out the even level. But on the way back up, I'm going to be looking at any quarters. It's already starting to fall off. So I said I wanted to be playing trend down when the 50 period broke. So I'm really just looking shorts on NIO. I'll probably just cancel this order because now that you're breaking away from 11, I'll probably be looking to shorts off 11 and then to 11.25. But this is a name once it breaks that 50 period, I'm usually looking for a couple of days worth of shorting opportunities on any kind of a pop. Just play the momentum. There's so many names that just broke the 50 period on the daily in the last week or so.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. Another 3, count them, additional negative notes as far as the company is concerned this morning. Evercore, Daiwa Capital, among those talking negatively, revising their both Q4 and Q1 delivery targets to the downside right across the board. There's price target cuts. There's this as well, Twitter distraction that continues for Elon. So no sign of any kind of positivity yet, anyways, for Tesla.
Yeah, well, that's the evening I didn't go over there, but we already kind of talked about Tesla. It's just continuing to flush. I mean, give me a break. You know, sort of sitting there looking for some of those tops that we had in the afternoon, and it has gone already $4 in the pre-market. I'll tell you this much: there's almost, when I look at this double bottom here at 46 and then 45s beneath it, that's just not a trade I usually like making when you've traveled this far to the downside in the pre-market, because essentially you've had selling, steady selling. It's done a couple of million shares in the pre-market, and you've had selling all the way down $5 into a double bottom. That feels like a bit of a trap at the open in terms of shorting any kind of a breakdown. So I'm going to stay away from shorting the absolute low on Tesla. Look, the trend is your friend, and the trend has been to the downside. But if we bounce 146, I think we're forming a bit of a channel down here, 51 to 46, and I'd rather take a shot where I know I'm wrong, and that's shorting in front of that 51 level. I love 55. I just, at this point, you're now like $10, well, $9 away from it. So whether or not we're going to be able to see that to short it on Tesla, I'm getting a little bit more skeptical. If there is a pop off these lows, my gut tells me I'll be into NIO before I'm into Tesla. You never know. Tesla, when it moves, can move pretty quickly. But I think if there's a bounce off the lows, it's likely NIO I'll be testing already at 11 by the time I'm thinking about that Tesla 151 or that Tesla 155. The fact that it's already at that it's already at 146. Yeah.
It's already down
It's
there?
already down there. I don't like it when a stock's just gone like $9-10 in the pre-market at the low. Shorting the bottom, it feels like a trap. It's frustrating because
it's not a trap, but I know what you're saying.
When I sat down,
how do you do it?
When I sat down, it felt like we were going to get the tops on Tesla, and it was just going to be relatively easy because it was trading, relatively strong in the pre-market, and reality set in for Tesla as usual.
Yeah, I think, I wonder if Netflix might be better, sure, like if you wanted something that was going to be kind of instant fire rather than Tesla, because Tesla's at those very bottoms. Like Netflix still has 278 to look at right there. Netflix down on that tier supported system. That was not as great. I guess that they said 9% of subscriptions or whatever in the month were the new ad supported tier, which I guess they thought would be a little bit higher than that. So Netflix getting hit to the downside as well. What I meant by I don't think it was a trap is it's been straight fire to the downside every minute, right? So it probably wants to continue to go, but like I was saying, it is hard to sell the bottoms, but you have the level right here, and I'm not forget this noise. You don't need to be scared of Tesla's trading. It's $140. These are not names we don't need to be oh, I'm Arun. I'm not trading a name that's above $100. It's not.
Yet he held Adobe all day long.
He'll trade. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever, Arun is funny guy. But anyways, 146 is going to break. It's just pick your poison. You can see the damage that we're doing already. We're already in the money on Lucid, 9 cents. We now have our Carvana fill at 37, and that's down here to 32. So, I'm picking my poison with some other names, but Tesla definitely has to be on radar again today, every day. Like I said, this is probably the single best day trading name right now. So I think you got to look at it, but it's a tough one to trade. So, news coming out, Cathie Wood, this and that, Elon Musk putting out polls, everything. So, just keep your ear to the ground on this name, and we'll be trading it for sure today.
Let's go on to Apple here. An interesting look in the pre-market this morning. This is JP Morgan cutting not only the Q4 iPhone delivery forecast, but also the Q1 2023. They actually go to the upside. It doesn't say it on here, but they actually go to the upside for Q1 2023 from 60 million to 63 million. in Q1, but 74 down to 70 for the Christmas season from JPM.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been getting warnings of those types of cuts for weeks now. Actually, not weeks, months now, I want to say. The first one we got was probably actually a few months ago, maybe even last quarter. Look, if we get to 125, I think that's going to be a very, very popular price for a bounce on Apple. And this daily chart's got a lot of wicks on it, but you can kind of see here the 135 to 134 level, which was previous support and is now broken. I think that's going to be your roof on anything that we see to the upside here today. 130 is going to stand out. Apple's not one I'm looking to trade unless it's at one of those bigger levels. I don't know if I like the 130. I definitely like 135 for a fade, and I'll be on the bid at 125. Heck, I actually think 125 is a place that you want to pick that one up on the long term. We'll see if that happens before the end of the year. It kind of feels like at this point it's going to. But let's get through that one, because I think we skipped it at Boeing, and I do want to talk about that.
All right, Apple. Yeah, look, I've already put the word out to go buy some right now, so I'll be buying some more Apple. If not today, then tomorrow. It's down at these levels that we've been here before. We've seen these levels, and are we going to break them? Probably. We're probably going to start to go lower, but like I said, to start a new position or to average into Apple at the very bottom of the range, I don't think is a bad move at all. So for me, I am going long. Wow, look at this! Thank you so much, Randy.
Randy
Boom.
in the house.
Says, done this one. I literally just filled it up. I thank you.
I know. I literally did too.
So you're going to stay with a bull, being a bear today. You were right yesterday. So good on that one. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to put this over here. I picked up a little bit of fruit salad there today, but
you already done the fruit salad.
Well, but it was only like half. It wasn't. There's too much pineapple in the fruit salad.
You can't have too much pineapple. How can
there was too much.
Too much pineapple.
The problem with, but you can have too much pineapple because of the. How sour it is. It just gets to be sour. But you're right. They're probably in a fruit salad. I mean, the pineapple's where it's at. Anyways, but I like the melon for sure. I like grapes. Grapes would be one of my favorites for fruit salad. Kiwi also.
Kiwi's my favorite.
Kiwi is very, very good in a fruit salad. Okay, right here, 130. I like Apple down here. Let's look for a trade. I mean, yesterday we were just short. Like, I love Apple long term. It's just, for yesterday we were short there at 133, short again at basically the same level, cash money. So yesterday was definitely a banger for me. We dropped down some of the cash, and we'll see if we can do it again today. I like short, but I actually, like I was saying though, I wonder if the market, remember it was 0.52, and I was like, I don't know if we're going to go up or down from here. We're still at the same spot. Let's wait to see what the imbalances bring for this. But 131, I still think it should hold, but I'm not fighting the market. It's like, don't fight the tape, don't fight the Fed, and don't let your opinion overtake what could possibly happen as a day trade, right? So I'm biased long the name, so I already know that, so I have to sort of be careful. Although we were double short yesterday, look at this short that we had yesterday. Comes right into VWAP, right into the 200 period, and then boom goes the dynamite right there for the end of the day with a nice little win for everybody and for myself to top off the day there yesterday. So I think you're at that 132.50 area. If we can get up there, that's probably where you start the short. But I don't want to be in the short until I see a level like this. So I'm going to wait on Apple.
There we go. Let's go on. A few other notes. We're flying through this morning, so a few other notes to consider. Here's the Boeing off the watch list this morning. U.S. lawmakers saying late yesterday that they will provide this extension as far as the safety deadline of the end of the year for the 737 MAX. So Boeing up on that note this morning. This we discussed already a little bit, but on the board. So let's touch on it again here. Wall Street Journal noting that the ad tier or ad supported tier last month only accounted for about 9% of new signups, which was much below what they were expecting, and obviously not great for advertisers as well, guys.
I want to start with Boeing because I didn't want to ignore this one. And the daily charts, since it's broken out 180, it hasn't really been the cleanest of all charts on the daily for Boeing there. We'll get to Netflix in a quick second, but just on the chart of Boeing, since it broke 180, it hasn't been the cleanest of charts, but it's still holding above that level. It's at the 15 period where this line represents 184. So you can sort of see resistance, breakout, broken support, resistance again, and then another support level there, broken support and then turns into resistance, and now it's been support for the last couple of days. Certainly all of yesterday found a bottom there. We end up closing there on Friday. So if it can bounce off 184, that's where I like the longs in Boeing. Once it gets beneath that price, it has a tendency to run a couple of dollars away from it at least. So that's kind of a line in the sand for me. There's no heroing in front of that one, on the other side of that 184 level. As a matter of fact, I want to have something at the open in front. So I'm just going to get a bit out there now. Netflix, we talked about the 50 period breaking. I like the ad supported tier. That's great. But once that 50 period on the daily is broken, I'm kind of looking for shorts beneath it. That's a slight trend break that's starting to happen now, just today, if you want to look at it. It's been one of the better big cap names out there, so there's a lot of room to run into the downside. I think 275 does stand out for the next support level. So if there is a pop, I want to be only shorting this thing into that 85, 86. That's a 50 period. The 282 does also set up as well. I'd much rather be in short off of resistance than maybe just sort of hammering like like one of the pre-market lows or the 275 level itself. Like I want to be in this at the open. If I get stopped at 82 on a quick pop and fade, or if it doesn't even fade at all through 82, I definitely want to be short in front of 285. Really only looking one direction at the open here on Netflix.
All right. I like Netflix. We talked about that. I just don't know about that ad-supported tier. Try not to make my opinion, ultimately matter. But it's down there. It's down 167,000 shares. It's not a huge trade today, but we'll see. It's a move down in 2.5%. Again, Netflix was such a high flyer that right now you're at that 200 period, looking to break, or 50 period, looking to break down below that here on the daily. So that's pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty move up, and it could be an equally nasty move down. But every time we've dipped down, we've sort of been bought up. So, there is a level here where you could go back up to the upside. It's just a matter of content, right? Content is king, and it's getting expensive. And Netflix, is going to have to start charging something in the ad tier. Let's see if it starts to work. I don't think that's horrible. Have they even really advertised it or anything like that? I don't know. Like, maybe they should send out something to me or to somebody, to some of the current subscribers and say, like, hey, do you want to switch? Because if they get people to switch, then it's $9 more in their pocket every single month or whatever it is. Is it $9? I don't know how much it is, actually. I thought it was $8.99 or something like that for the ad-supported tier here in Canada. So I don't know. I like it. I think you want to watch out for this 278 to break, especially if the market heads to the downside. We probably do break lower. Then we'll be below the 50 period for the first time since October, which is not a good sign. And then we'll wait to see, honestly, like 240 to 250 might be a good spot here for Netflix. So I am looking lower, especially if this market starts to take out some levels. This is probably one of the best. I'm already short Carvana. It's probably one of the best shorts out there. What?
Have we talked about Meta yet? No?
Brendan brought a news, but we talked about Oracle and ByteDance and TikTok, but we didn't. I have Meta on here.
We didn't talk about Meta.
Yeah, it's one of the 4 names I have on my list, but go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about Meta. I'm going to get to AUV. We actually have time. Usually by the time we get through like that little rundown, it's like 9:27 or something, but I find we have a little bit more time here. So Meta is among the list of stocks. 50 period breakdown. You can see 112 is going to stand out, but I don't want to wait for a 112 level to be breaking. If it's beneath, and the 50 period's at about 114.5 on the daily, which is essentially exactly where we closed. You're now breaking this 114. So I do like the short in this range with a 115 and change stop, like playing this range in here, working down to 112 is the way that I want to be playing Meta. And just to cover the 2 names that I'm in, we did mention ICCM for the ridiculous move that it put in the aftermarket and then just now consolidating. And the reason, I'm long 3, and one thing I didn't do with COSM was give it enough room or think that it could move far enough. I did take 1 leg out in front of 3/4 here, but if it doesn't break this 250 bottom, I just want to stay in this. It has to break 250. I think there's upside to 4 or 5. Heck, in the 3-minute chart I'll show you here, maybe even $6, because that's where it really dipped back to in the aftermarket. So it hasn't been doing a heck of a lot. I'm just really looking for it to hold the pre-market lows and then make a bit of a breakout, just so that Israeli name that's in play. And then AUVI is the other one that I'm in. This is on the watch list as well. Applied UV. They made a couple of acquisitions, up 30%. But what I like about the levels it's at right now is it's putting in a couple of sort of higher highs the last couple of days going into this, with a 130 as previous resistance. So I want to be long in front of the 130 level, played into the high of the day there. So that's a couple of small caps we're into.
Yeah, so we want to talk a little bit about Meta here quickly. Oops, not Carvana, Meta. I was just looking at Carvana to see how it looks. It looks the same. We're going to get 30 seconds until the imbalances come out here. So that'll affect one of these stocks for sure. I mean, I'm in Lucid and Carvana. Both should have a little bit of an imbalance, so we'll see where those move here. But I was looking at 115 for Meta. I put that on the board for us here today. There's 115, pretty clean yesterday on the 20-minute. You know, we just came in. We couldn't break it at the end of the day. We did fade out. Now you're down to 113. I mean, I was thinking like a 113 long, but like I said, the market is right now at the bottom of where we've been at. So I don't know if we really want to look at longs here today, but that 113, I mean, it's just dripping, dripping, dripping. So I was like, okay, maybe we do like the long in Meta today. But now that I look at this, man, I don't know. Like 110 maybe better, 108. Ugh, that sucks. Like, I just bought some actually down here. It was sub 90. Like I got some great fills and I didn't get anything out. So that was really ridiculous. But I'm trying to hold everything forever. So that's a bad strategy, it seems like. 110 right now, definitely a good bottom there. But you're starting to break. It's because we had these bottom wicks that go all the way back to December 7th there. It was only a couple weeks where we had that 112, 113. So. And maybe we'll change our mind there on Meta. I do like a 115 break if it really gets going. We'll check the imbalances when we get back from Brendan.
There's a note on NIO here, guys, from Bloomberg. This is, again, Bloomberg reporting. NIO apparently saying today it was blackmailed for hacked user sales data. Again, that's coming from Bloomberg on NIO. Not much of a reaction on that, but down anyways for NIO.
Someone in the chat was like, Neil, talk about Intel short. I don't have, the crazy thing about it is like, I know I'm shorted every day, but I don't have anything new from the last couple of days to really say about the Intel short. Like, I've been shorting it off the 27 level, either on failed breaks at 27 or in front of 27. I'm offering in front of 27 today. It's nothing too crazy or new about it. If it makes a take of I guess it was Friday, I was about to say Monday's low, but Friday's low was about 26.45, so 26.5. Let's sort of call that. If it does make a break of that level, I think there's going to be a short beneath it at some point. I just want to give it some room to give me the, because every single day, I think the last couple of days, you've been getting that chance at 27, and I don't want to write it off. It was bought up consecutive days off the lows right in the afternoon to get it back up, lower high 26.80, and then another one at 27 even. So there have been buyers down here at 26.50, and if they pop in again, I just want to short it off the 27 level. Really nothing changing for me on that stock. I think it has to lose significantly and then just tell me that the short isn't working, because every single day, even when a short loses, like it lost at 28.70 here, and then we're shorting the same price in the afternoon and it's moving $1. And then you're shorting it at the open and winning, and shorting at the open and winning, and shorting at the open and winning. So until one of these doesn't work, it's a short till it's not.
Yep, okay, hit the like button for sure, guys, out there today. It's 9:27, we're getting ready to rock and to roll right now. There goes Carvana, we just got a 31 fill, obviously as it breaks back down below, so we only got at a 10%. We talked about this name, that we really like this name to the short side. Let's see if Carvana can bleed a little bit. We did say we'd look at the imbalances. So here it is, Neil with the new sell there, it was probably always there. QuantumScape 650, okay, starting to make a move back to the upside. Right there goes QS. We talked about why they're delivering one of their batteries for testing or something today. Brendan talked about that story early on the show.
CCL reports tomorrow.
CCL, yeah. CCL continues to be, I don't know, man. We talked about this yesterday. I say every day that I want to get short, but I keep waiting for bad prices. If CCL is crashing your charts, it means you don't want to, don't trade it.
You know what,
it's
I'm
like
not going to trade it.
Bad luck.
Because it did it yesterday. I pulled it up and it crashed my chart.
And then Alibaba, I mean, I don't really see anything else. I mean, I'm looking for names for you guys. I don't really see anything else. Alibaba's a sell side as well.
Was EDU there?
If it wasn't that big for what that stock is. But there goes Carvana now to 28. So I mean, let's go. Like, we'll start to ring some registers here, as this is already a nice move, man. If we could take 10 cents off $4, I mean, that's pretty good. Let's just see if it can go lower. We don't have our bigger position. We're waiting for a little bit of a pop upside right here as the market opens with only a minute left. I'm going to put another. Actually, I'm bidding 26s. So I'm in here somewhere right now. Hopefully, we can get a big bid there. Meta apparently is starting to pop pop up a little bit?
No.
I have, there we go. We just got Carvana. Someone said it in the chat.
A little bit.
Yeah, what's up to Michelle? What's up, Michelle? Thanks for that call. I like a 113 bid, but I already have the 114 break. And then we didn't talk about Roblox, but we have to get going on this one really soon. Fahad, you need to ring the bell or something. Here we go. Roblox coming through. I like a 28 top on Roblox. So it's been sort of bouncing off there right here. There's 28. We're $1 away. I like that Roblox top there, 28. So a couple good long ideas I have on board. Meta, Roblox. And then, honestly, we'll see what Tesla does at 146.
Well, QS is actually going right now. So QuantumScape there with just, I think we're going to get Fahad on the bell, so I'm going to drop the countdown. But QuantumScape getting to this 675, previous resistance, support level. If it holds through there, I think it's got room to the 50 period. But in 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, let's do this. All right, let's do this right now. Yes, very subdued Fahad right there on the bell. So, all right, let's just continue to watch it and rock and roll here as we go, man. Here we go. Market now open, and we're watching Carvana go to the downside a little bit here, just hovering around 26. Lucid, everything's here. We're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm watching Boeing actually go to the upside. I did get Moderna there just now into the short, but Boeing's starting to come back in. I do favor the dip buy on Boeing. AUVI took out 130, so we're going to be out of that. But ICCM looks like it's making a bit of a run. Oh, Boeing, don't go already. I don't want this one breaking tops on me, and I'm not going to get in. ICCM, I have to zoom in. Just broke 310. I want this thing getting to 350 before I take another out here. This thing can move a heck of a lot more than just 20, 30 cents.
All right, we're going to try Meta down here at 113. Oops, sorry, I'm still on Carvana there. Let's go back over to Meta. There it is right here. We'll just try this. I mean, I do want to buy a little bit more down here. We're not really invested too heavily into this name, but oh man, there it goes. It is going to take this level out, so we're just going to get ready to probably get clocked. Look at the NASDAQ starting to go to the downside right now, so we are long Meta. It's holding up though, so maybe we got a decent little spot here for Meta. Is it holding up or is it not? I'm just going to punch into more there. I got some more Meta. Bad price. We got 50s there, 56s there into Meta. But here we go. We just punch into the long. If it's not going down on that move, then I like Meta for a long here. Let's see if it can work. There it is, instantly already in the money, 30 cents.
Yeah, and like I said, we got in the Moderna, but just a flush all the way to 1050. It looks like I need a lot of crazy wicks on Neo here. It looks like it flushed into 1050 and is now coming back up. So I like the short in front of 11. ICCM starting to go now. So when it gets to that 350 level, you know, I'm going to take. There we go. It gets to it went to 340. It looked 340 even, but bounced off 340. That's close enough. On a pop like that, I want to make sure I'm ringing the register a little bit there. So that one really starting to head to the upside. Moderna just stopped out. Yeah, oh my good, that's a good stop. Moderna just went up to 193. Looks like Moderna might be heading on one of its little bit of an up days. And if it gets through this channel, I want to be looking for the 200 to 210 short area on mRNA, just because I have to check in on it. CEI is only interesting if it can break that 10 or gets down to that 8 cent area where I'm looking for a bit of a bid. But there's an absolute wall at 10 cents. And by the way, Tesla broke 145.
Yeah, no surprise there.
I guess none at all.
Yeah, 145. Yeah. Wow, okay, we'll have to look at that. We did get some good outs on Meta for sure, so that was a good one there. Getting out of some Meta on the upside as it started to rip there. So we did take some outs on Meta. Watch out for that level. Still coming in. Could easily break that 113, of course. That is our out spot if it does do that there at 113 for Meta. So we're going to watch out to see if that breaks or holds or not. But Lucid right now, 14 cents in the money. That's going to be a good one for us as that's starting to go back upside right now for Lucid. So there it goes. Good trade here as the market's really starting to try to go back up to the upside. Let's see if we can get Lucid back up to day's high. The number one name on this sticky note. What's up, Brando?
Another little one starting to go here. VRNA, Verona Pharma, up big time, more than this right now, on a positive result from a COPD drug trial. So 27% right now. It has come off, I guess, since that. But 16.5, big time level here, guys, for VRNA.
I was looking at that one, and I felt like if it held 16, it would be pretty good. But Boeing, I like the dip on Boeing, but it doesn't seem like it wants to go too far down into this 184. I might take a shot at 185 as the market's going to be bouncing here. I think on any strength, this is a name that I'm going to want to be playing to set alongside. ICCM is now through 350 pretty convincingly. Just took out 360. Really have to make sure I'm zooming into this thing. That's ridiculous. As you can see, it's starting to run. If it gets to $4, I think there could be some sellers up there because it's psychological. If it barcodes at 3, Usually at $4, it finds some resistance. Netflix just popped in on that market strength. So want to flip over there. It just got into that 286 level, waited patiently to grab that. So 85 half into the short. And NEO also popped up into that 11 range. So we like NEO back into set 11. If it breaks 11, I do like that 1130 as well. So NIO, Netflix on the market strength is getting a couple of shorts on some pops.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good opportunities here for sure. You know, Meta's right back down to that 113. We're watching out for Carvana. We did take a piece out of Lucid as that started to rip up to the upside. We're trying to like stay pretty specific on what we're looking at here. Again today, Nike to the downside, XPeng starting to go upside as well. So there are good couple trades to be had there. Carvana back down to 28 right now. We did get a little bit of a pop. We could have reloaded. We were waiting for a little bit more on Carvana. As that name's going to the upside now, or sorry, the downside just did come to the upside. Meta, let's just buy some more here. I mean, is it going to hold this 50 level or not? We just bought some more Meta right here. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, and I just rang some of the register on NIO there as it got back down. So it goes to the pre-market tops there, waited for that 11. You get the short pop. That's the thing. If you're looking to short pops, like you might not get them all, but like a few names are usually going to come up to your price level. Takes them at 85. That's the first 10 cents. We'll take another out in front of 75. And if it gets back down toward those lows, recognize that's a wick bottom at the open and then trying to run up. A lot of times it's a bullish pattern, and I want to be paying myself out. And as I say that, you know what, if I see a bid at 80, then I want to see if I can get some out in front of 80 levels as well. ICCM, next level up, it's at 375. So as it gets up there, you're going to ring register in front of 4. It did get to 399. You know what? I always tell myself if you miss a fill by like 1 cent, just cross the spread. It got to $4 and turn around. So I definitely want some out at that 375. Still a strong uptrend that I want to be involved in. At this point, it's going to have to capitulate down to get me out of this trade. We thought this could make a run. It is not going to go where it went in the after. Well, I shouldn't say this because COSM did this when I said it wouldn't happen. I don't think it's going to go up to $10 or $11 where it was in the aftermarket. But certainly if it got to 5 or 6, that wouldn't be too crazy.
What, COSM?
No, this new ICCM
Oh, the new
stuff.
one. All right, I'm sort of still dealing with the same trades here that we've been dealing with. I just, you know, waiting for Meta. I keep trying to buy some of these dips here, and now I'm at 30. There it is. Okay, so we just got one of those now again. I'm just trying to see if it wants to hold this 113. So I'm trying to buy dips in Meta, and then trying to be able to hold it for the long haul here in case we do march to the upside. Some of these Chinese names are starting to go as well, so maybe that is sort of you know, a leading indicator here. Look at, I mean, I know you're on NIO, but that's right up there to 11 now on a nice move back up, right? Right back up to 11 here on NIO, and there it goes, taking 11, 1103, 1104. Yeah, exactly. So the breakout is on now on NIO. Let's go check over there on Alibaba as well. Breakout not really so on this name, but you're still up to 86, 87. It looks like it's trying to go now on Alibaba. Other than that, NVIDIA seems to be relatively weak now as well. God, and then, of course, look where Apple is. We just talked about that name coming into 130, and that's what it just did. It just, just bounced clean off 130 there, so missed opportunity for Apple.
Yeah, like we said, I like that 11 out. Whoops, I went too far there on the chart. So we got some out at 1080, and then that 94 short, I think it was 94 and a half short, to be honest with you. A 94 half short on NIO, taken out at 11. If it ends up being a wick top, I can jump back in, but it is 11:30. It's that 50 period on the daily that I do like. I did want to come quickly over to Netflix because that was the other short I got into off that 86. I took some out, 284.30, about $1.25. The question is, can it come back down into 282? Very strong stock at this point. Well, relatively strong here at the open, but beneath pre-market highs. Brendo.
Just watch Tesla here. There's a note being circulated, guys. Elon actively searching for a Twitter CEO currently. There's this as well. Airbnb straight to the upside. Not seeing anything on this yet, but nice day so far, 4.5%. Just taking out $90 for Airbnb.
News on Airbnb?
Taking out straight out at 90. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's always news on something these days. AMD as well starting to go up to the upside. AMD taking out, I mean, look at Carvana. Carvana has been a really good trade for us as we're down near the lows on that short trade for Carvana. But why can't Facebook, aka Meta, start to get some little AMD action in it? Nice move up to 65, right at that top again. Looks like it wants to take out 65, to be honest with you. So, you know, watch out for this name as it's starting to go here. AMD today, up a little bit. Remember I told you that the market probably, we were at 0.52 and I was like, I feel like it's going to go a little higher than where we are right now. So it's nice to see Amazon into the green. It's nice to see AMD into the Greensville here. We just need to get Meta going a little bit. I don't know if that's going to happen, but Microsoft at 240 as well. That's starting to think about getting green as well. As we probably were green at 240.50 at one point. And then that was a fade there as well. So I actually don't mind this take on Softy to the downside here off of 240. But again, I'm not going to go short Microsoft and go long Facebook. That doesn't make any sense. So watch out here. Here goes 240. Good take here possibly for Microsoft long as well. I might just flip everything into the long here. Maybe we need to do that.
To me, that's that 50 period. Like, it's too close to it on the daily chart. I like it running away from that price. And then I'd rather be late to a move off a major moving average than a little bit too early. But this Airbnb it's crazy. The fact that it got to $90 here, I mean, 90 is a pretty big resistance level. If there's no news that I can see, then it's not to say I didn't want to trade it blindly, but the only reason I'm not already in a 90 short is, quite frankly, I'm surprised that there wasn't anything to that. If I can get a shot shorting 90, I'd rather miss the trade checking around to see if I'm missing something and there's something I don't know than jump into it too early there. But that shot at 90 was probably good. I'll go to ICCM here for quick. Oh, yeah, nice.
There's a flush.
Netflix down to 281.74, so that's like 3.5 in the money. But ICCM just came back. Started to come back as well. I keep having to zoom in on that chart. It's annoying because I can't look at yesterday on the chart because it went to $11. But if this is above $3, I'm still in this trade. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to buy a dip on this if it can hold that $3 level. Just want to adjust one of the bids I have at 280. I just think as long as we're holding some of these support levels, there's a chance at that $5. But it is Netflix that's running pretty actively to the downside. If it gets to 280, I'll be pretty thrilled.
All right, we just absolutely destroyed Microsoft here down to 239. But the problem is Meta is destroying us here on that move down. Microsoft, huge long off of 239, man. And we just grabbed that right there at the 50 period. It just came right in. I mean, you might have heard me. I was like, whoa. On that one, because that one got a little juicy there real quick. But there we go. Okay. Now we're back. Meta. Meta takes down 112 a little bit. But we were like, that's okay. We held it a little bit lower than that. You guys know we don't get out at the even dollar. Sometimes we do, though, when it's a very, very key level. I don't think like 113 is overly key. So there it is, starting to get, there it is. Let's go, Meta. Nice little move. Wow. Okay, Softy. Come to the party, baby. Nice move upside for Microsoft as that's starting to go as well. So yes, sir. We on one here today already. Good trade there for Microsoft. Good trade so far for Meta. Let's see if it can hold. Carvana not doing a whole heck of a lot other than going downside right now, as we just got a 414 bid also on Carvana. So yeah, man, good trading here today as this market, like I said, kind of just flat. Let's see where we can go. That was a pretty good save on Microsoft.
Someone just asked in the chat there where I said dip buy in ICCM. If it was too fast, apologies, but I like it in front of $3. I just got another dip buy though. I just got into Lucid here in front of that 2.25. I got 38s to start, but I wanted to zoom out a little bit so you can kind of look at these highs from yesterday. Yeah, if it can level off here, this is where I wanted to buy the dip in Lucid. It's already come back in, but there's a wick top on NIO at 11, so I was waiting for 11.35, thinking, okay, if it breaks 11, I'll get 11.35. Now you got a wick top through that level. I'll short 11s again if I can get it. Netflix is absolutely cruising. I think I'm just going to hold out for 280 on this name. But Lucid now starting to come in pretty heavily. I saw that strength in AMD, and my first thought was, oh yeah, baby, I'm going to get the pop in Intel, and I'm going to be short 27 any second now. Intel didn't even break the pre-market high. So the answer to that question is, no, Intel is not running with AMD. It didn't even budge. It went 10 cents to the upside. Once again, I'm probably having to short Intel at some lower levels if I want to get into this party. Berendo.
Another biotech moving here. BXRX just popping back up on some volume. Not seeing much in the way of volume other than what just happened. This is still pretty light. But back towards 270, 280, which was that pre-market high off of positive note for BXRX.
Shopify, okay, BXRX. Microsoft took down 239, so we got out of that one there when that happened. maybe we'll test it a little bit longer there, but I've just sort of been watching Meta hold out a little bit better than Softy. Yesterday we kept chasing Softy every time, so we basically wind up we are going to get hit on that as we took our last fill there. But now you're going to start to see it start to bounce back upside a little bit. Just wondering about that. We've got a couple bottom wicks there at 75. Let's just try it again at 239. If it does come back in there, then we'll try to hold it out for that 238.75 break. Again, I'm just setting the order up right now. We never want to lose, but there it is. We're back into this name at 239. Oh, shoot. As soon as we get it, and then it goes right to the downside. I want to hold out for it, but again, it's too early to hold. These levels are just starting to build right now. So, you could, this could be the start of a 3% down day, So it is very risky to hold some of these, really until ultimate bottoms. So we'll just continue to sort of do our little scalping back and forth now until we start to see some levels holding. So I'm just going to play off some of these bottom wicks there and see. But, if it doesn't hold this 238.80 area, then we have to get out. So right now it definitely looks like it's a downside move here on the NASDAQ, just trying to hold 11,100. We're below it now, but it's trying. There it goes. So you're going to start to get taken out. Watch out for some of these pre-market. Yeah, here we go. These pre-market bottoms. It looks like the short is the right call here, obviously today, as here goes the market. There goes Microsoft just taking it out. So all these names are just a short today, not a long. So we tried it, not right. Apple's probably breaking 130 now, actually.
Yeah, look, Tesla's back at 145. I put a trailing stop on Netflix. The fact that it's not flushing down into 280 on that last move in the futures has me a little bit concerned because it is breaking up after the open. I do want to jump over to ICCM because someone asked me for the levels on that. The good thing about ICCM and these cheaper stocks is the levels are not complicated. $4 is already a top. It breaks 4. I think it should at least see 450 or $5. It's got a nice little, I got to zoom in again. It's got a nice little bull flag and consolidation higher. I think it's going to take out this top promptly. I did just jump back into NEO. It wick topped at 11. I stopped out at 11 when I shorted 94s. I had taken 10 cents, but I now want to short it off that level, starting here at 90. I'll add to it closer to $11, and then we'll see what happens. But that ICCM, I love that one to the long side. See how far it can go. At this point, I just want to let it run. I am in Lucid to the long side. Excuse me there. As it just bounced off the quarters, that was the area I was looking for support. There's your quarters. Yeah, there's your starting point right there at 738. So bouncing off that quarter, this is where I want to add to it. And if it can't hold 725, then I really don't want to be too stubborn with this. That's the level I wanted to see it hold. So I'll add one time here. And if it can't hold at 25, I'll just get out of Dodge with this name. I mean, long Lucid, short NEO. Not necessarily a bad thing because one is the Chinese ADR. But I doubt both of these things are going to end up working out.
Yeah, probably not.
Usually.
Well, you know what?
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes they trade a little bit differently. Lucid's on the way down. Carvana is now at $4 flat, so I think we can get out of some of that. The longs in these tech names definitely have not been working for us right now, but there goes Carvana. Great. For me, man, pretty good trade here on CVNA. So hopefully we can get a little bit of some bids out happening there. But we're not down that much on Meta or Softy yet, I say, but it's like we've caught some of these longs. It's just, I feel like the long is, I don't know, now you're down that 1% on the NASDAQ. Is this a buy spot here? Let's try it a little bit. I'm going to try to get back into Meta here. Oh, now it's starting to go a little bit. That Carvana was a good one. Hopefully we can continue to watch that, and I want to watch Lucid now as well. There we go. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, let me punch in a little bit here to Meta. So there we are. We're now long at 83, sorry.
Or they could just both lose.
Yeah.
No, I'm sitting here because I just got more NEO short while Lucid's still going down. So it's like, I'm saying both of them can't win. By the way, I've now put a trail. ICCM is going absolutely bat-ish crazy here. So if it gets scored $5, what I want to do is slap a trail on it because I don't want this thing reclaiming 450 on me here. And it's a good long. I just feel like at some point this thing is gonna. There we go. I'll take the trail up because the way I always look at these things, it is going to come down. It is going to flush. Like $1, $1.50. There's going to be halts here. So I'm just happy that 3 long is going to work out this big. At some point, it's going to head to the downside. It did get to 475, which is close enough to 5 that I'm going to put a trail on that pretty much 10 times out of 10. So I like this one to the long side, but I'm probably going to have to wait. I didn't get that dip at 3. We'll have to wait for a bit of a pullback if I'm going to play a second move. But I was just complaining about NIO because as soon as I said I'm back into it and I'd wait for 11s to get more, I got more like 30 seconds later. Like it didn't take any time for it to travel VWAP up to those highs. So long, Lucid, short NEO, and I mean this one's essentially flat because I'm short at 99s and it's at 02s. But NEO is going to the downside. I just got. Oh, did I just get wicked out of Netflix there? So market caught a bit of a bounce. So I just trailed out of Netflix. As that popped up, it got so close to 280, but then retraced. I didn't want this thing getting back through VWAP on me and then holding an upward trend. So we're going to be happy to ring the register. We waited for 286 short on Netflix. I don't get the full $5, but I'm able to go counter trend and at least get a W on it.
Yeah, good. All right, we're trying to get the W again on Meta right now as it's trying to go through 113. We just bought some 112.83s. We just got out a couple times here at right here at 112.90. It doesn't, like, it's not wanting to break. I'm going to get at another piece at 94.95 here. It doesn't want to break high side here. All these wicks keep on stopping. So I want to be here for when it breaks. That's all. Like, the market is now off the bottoms. I still think we got a good chance to go here on Meta. But, you know, it's definitely a hard long. So it's not, you know, when it's not working and you have to work this hard for it is what I'm saying. It's generally you're just fighting the tape here. Like it's trying to go and then it just stops. Like it just tried to get through 90 there, pulls back on any little move down here on the NASDAQ. Meta is just getting faded. So I don't, you know, the long's not going to be right here. We're going to try it to 112.50. That's it. One more shot here on a Meta long. Let's go over to Brendan.
We saw some of these making similar moves yesterday. The online education companies out of China, TAL, first of all, just testing that high from late in the day yesterday. Big move up already. There's GOTU is another one as well, starting to get going. Just took back $3 back to the upside. Still negative for that one, though.
Yes, someone just asked in the chat, it was Kevin Souza, where's my stop on NEO short? Just above the high of the day. I mean, typically when I'm short in that kind of a pop, it's not going to, like I might give it a few cents off the high of the day, but not too much further. It was EDU that I was, like, I'm trying to think of an adjective here. Shocked, bewildered, mortified at when I looked at the daily chart. I cannot believe after a reverse split how strong the stock is. I'm like, at some point this is going to be a short. No time like the present. No, it's just I wouldn't short a random level, but it does have this on the 15-minute on EDU. Look at how many days in a row it's resisted 37.50. I think I'm probably taking a shot if it breaks this level, but its volume is so incredibly low that I think I want it to break level. It's a 10-cent spread and 500,000 shares. So either I find one of these that's doing more volume, or I have to be very cautious entering EDU.
All right, so we're trying to, well, not trying, we did buy this bottom here in, like I said, in Meta. Just trying, I do think it's a, okay, here he goes. I was gonna say, I do think it's a short, but it is starting to go back up to the upside right now. And let's see, there goes the market starting to break. Microsoft broke higher as well. So we're just gonna wait for Meta to get going here, back up to the upside. Hopefully that can come through.
Lucid wick bottoms.
Oh no, I got stopped out on Lucid. I didn't even mean to.
But it's a wick bottom.
No,
it's a wick bottom.
Yeah, well, big time wick bottom there as Lucid just pops right
dirty.
back up to the top. Let's go Meta. Come on, Meta. Through 113 now. That'd be a good one. I'm at 130. Yeah, it just keeps on stopping. Let's get a piece out at 98 if we can there. Nice little long for Meta. We're long at 74 now. So believe me, like I'm trying to work this trade, which is why I'm on this. So Meta right now. Stopped at 113 again. AMD just ripping. All these stocks ripping. And I'm freaking on Meta. AMD $65 right now. Wrong name today, guys.
Yeah, I'll kick myself because I just made bottom wick on Lucid. It basically broke that 25 level and immediately reestablished. That's a long if I can catch it off 30 again. The last time I started it at 38, I'd rather be playing this at that 30 level. But when I see that kind of a wick bottom where you get out, you almost want to always jump back into it. Airbnb, just to come back to that, I'm forgetting about the 90 short, at least for now. It can get back up there. Sure, the breakout was at 87. It just bounced off 87. You know, I'm going to play the other end of this range, which is the bottom part, and just say, let's go long off the bottom. I don't want to forget Boeing. Oh, my goodness, Boeing. This was the name, at least off the open, this is the one I wanted to the long side. I can probably cancel those dip buys. Just like Airbnb, bouncing off the pre-market breakout level. So it takes 187, holds it, so higher low while the market is holding the absolute bottom. I'll see if I can get this one off that the higher low, 186.75 or so. Looks like a good stop area. So I want a 187 long.
All right. Yeah, Meta's going to the downside. That's going to be a short for sure. We're going to have to flip over and short that one. But Apple is right here at 130, so that's going to be a little bit of a level here for Apple coming in. So we're going to watch out for Apple 130 right now coming in. There's Meta, just took down 112.50. Now I just got to wait for pops on Meta to fade it. It's definitely not a long there today. Tesla brand new 52-week lows at 145.80. Amazon brand new 52-week low right where it's at right now. Now, of course, Meta wants to pop up. That's okay. We've got Apple as a long here as well. Come on, Apple. Let's go. Hopefully that can get going. Microsoft might be a better long than Meta as well. But here goes Apple. We're only long right here. It just did go into what did it get up to there? 30s? Let's see if it can get back to 30. I like a break of VWAP. I mean, that should be a good spot to get something out, especially if the market goes. 130.50 there or so for Apple. First spot looking to get out of that one.
So I did get back into Lucid there after that. After getting wicked out, I grabbed 33s. But Netflix, good out at Netflix 83. It's right back up, retesting that 286. So I'm going to come right back to the well. I think usually when it does this, I want to get a better price. The actual pre-market highs up around 287. So as it glides in there, I'd rather get something closer to that 286. I am looking to go short it one more time here, but just acknowledge it has been a bit of an upward trend on Netflix. If it gets to 87, I definitely want to be out of it. The reload just now was in Lucid. If I get wicked out at the top, I generally try to jump back into the trade on the same range, thing where you ran stops and now you're going higher. So that's what I did on Lucid down here at 33. As it gets to VWAP, the first 10 cents, I'll try to take some out. When it goes there, just cross the spread, get out. So I just took 9 cents there on Lucid. I think it has a chance to get back up to some of these highs. And then if it gets there, 810 was the ultimate target if it goes any higher. ICCM, no, it didn't get there. So ICCM just came back into VWAP, bouncing 380s. You know what? It's got to be a little bit closer to the breakout price. I just want to always give this more room. Like if I normally think buy the dip at VWAP, I'm actually thinking buy this at the breakout price when it took it out at the open, which is 3.25. And if I miss out on this to the long side, we've already hit it once. I don't need to be chasing it entirely too far there. Next trade, I think, is about to be that Netflix coming in hot to 287.
I mean, there it is again, man. 50 cents in the money now on Apple there. Look at this just continue to run. Let's go Apple right now. Monster move to the upside here for Apple. There it goes, man. 131 right now. We definitely have that bottom there at I don't know, we do right now, at 130. Look at it go. Wow. Really, really rocking here. Good job. As the market is now upside, we didn't hold Meta long enough, apparently, guys. We got stopped out 80 cents ago. As this name continues to run up. And like I said, we wanted to be here for the long, but we miss it, and that sucks. So definitely missed that long there in Meta, but we have the Apple long, and we have that one pretty darn good right now as well. So we actually wind up making a lot more money on Apple than we probably would have on Meta anyways, but still a nice little move upside. Let's get some more out in the 80s and just watch this name continue to fly now. There goes Apple. Nice move. We just got 130.20s, man, so that's a big, huge move for me to the upside there after getting a couple cuts there on Meta and Softy. Both are huge right now, but you know, we did get out at the bottom, so that kind of sucks, but that happens to us. We'll see if we can just continue to battle back. Look at Apple. Wow, now $1 in the money.
Airbnb's back to 89, I should say. It's actually not at 90 just yet. I think it's going to get close there, but I just got out of Netflix as it took out that high. First time was a charm. The second time was not very good. Almost immediately taking out that pre-market high, but you've got to do this, right? Like, you've got to have relatively tight stops relative to what you're trying to win if you want to be positive. I just finally, after all of that strength in the market, I only just got short into Intel now.
Wow.
Still a bit of a dog, that stock. But watch out for NVIDIA. Brent, we're going to go to Brennan first.
Apple taking the whole market on its back right now, back to positive territory almost for the S&P. These ones just popping up as well. Here's the AMC, big move back higher, now 2% to the upside. Snapchat just went red to green as well on a big volume spike back higher also, guys.
Yeah, AMC's $5. There's only one level we liked on AMC. Oh, it entered twice. Only one level we liked on AMC yesterday. It was $5. I didn't care which direction it was. When it was bouncing off it, I took it long. When it was rejecting it, I was taking it short. If it can clear here, I'm going to try and go for that long trade off of AMC. If it holds below and it's a wick top, I don't mind reversing it. But if it can clear like 1s and 2s, I do want this one to the long side. As I said, I did get into the Intel short. That's actually still working in the money, believe it or not, because that stock is incredibly weak. And Airbnb 90 is still going to be in play, but $5 on AMC has been a huge level.
All right, I'm going to just right now go short. I mean, we nailed that trade there on Apple. But right now we are going to go back. I don't know, man. We went short Meta. Like, I can't believe we're going to wind up losing on this Meta trade because it really was the long that we had. And now I'm like thinking to myself, I thought Meta was a short. Like, I'm just going to really just throw some money away on this. But there goes, okay, you know what? Let's get a piece out of Apple here. I'm at 35. Yes, sir. There it is. We'll slap a big fail on Meta, but that's Apple's screen, and that's going to be a really good trade for me there. Here goes Meta, giving some money back again on Meta as it's right back into this level again. I feel like Meta wants to go down, but you know, the market's nicely done to the upside right now. Don't know if we are going to get this fade. We're going to get out right now if it takes this level out. Like I said, we have dollar winners, but we're not going to hold something $1 against us. So we have $1.20 now. There goes Meta out. That sucks. We have $1.20 in the money now for Apple. And I just think that this Meta is a little bit off. Like, we were just, it sucks because we've been looking short on this name, but yeah, or looking long, sorry, and then we get killed on the short. Not killed, but as the market goes back to the upside right now. I'm going to try one more short, just a little bit less shares so I can hold this a little bit more right here for Meta. So we're back into the short now. We are running Apple, man. That's a huge stock for me. We just got out 35. All right, you want to say anything before?
Just quickly, I did get out of Lucid there. It just had a bit of a wick top on 750s there, so I did take it out. It's a downward trend, at least for now. I probably need to consolidate somewhere before I jump back into any kind of a long on Lucid. And I'm actually, like, my levels are up here on Meta, so as it gets a little bit higher, that's where I'm looking to grab the short, but it's finally getting into this range. I didn't catch it at the open because, quite frankly, it didn't really give a test of that 14 area, which was, of course, the 50 period on the daily just beneath it. Brendo, it's 10 o'clock. Wow.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversal, and many, many more. They're having their biggest sale of the year. Get 40% off right now with Chart Prime. Check them out, link on screen there. Busy morning. Let's jump right into a bit of a mixed board to show you here. The S&P back green, so that's good. 0.06 only. 0.19 for the Dow, back to the upside. The Russell, once again, 2 days in a row here to the downside. Among the leaders, in fact, the weakest, 1, 2, and 3,000, all red still. Look at the NASDAQ trying here on the back of that move in Apple, back to the upside, trying to go green as well. If you're with us pre-market, we discussed a number of things, including Lucid, Tesla, and Amazon, among others. Amazon, interesting look so far today. Really did give you an interesting move off of the open. Lucid as well, I'll show you right now. In fact, trying to bounce off that level from yesterday that came into play, 740, 3.5% back to the upside for Lucid. Wanted to show you this real quick. Eurozone consumer confidence just coming out, guys. Negative 22.2 versus negative 22 expected.
Yes, sir. And that AMC, by the
Slightly
way,
worse.
We had to pay for locates on AMC, which I guess I shouldn't have been surprised at. For some reason, I thought it was free the other day. But it does not break out from that 5 level. It gets to 1s, 2s, rejects it. So I don't really care which direction. If it's going to put a wick top in, I'm going to go for the short. And if it wants to take out the high from there, then I would reverse the trade. But for now, it's a wick top, so I'm going to jump into the short on AMC, give it to the high, look for the reversal pattern, and then see if we can grab that. I don't want to ignore that ICCM. I mean, for me, it's obviously going to be the best one for me this morning, and it's still holding VWAP. I'm a little bit surprised that it's doing so. I thought on this dip it would go a little bit deeper, but the longer it holds around this $4 level, I guess the better chance it can go from here back into 5. I'm waiting for it to break VWAP to look for like a 325. Just be careful about moves to the downside here. It's very cheap, so it can halt on what might not seem like a very big move, and I don't want to get into a long if it's halting down. That should go without saying, but I'm saying it anyways.
Yeah. Shoot, man. Like, just ye of little faith, I am. You know, we had Meta. We just kept shorting it. You know, we had Meta right there. Like, you know, all of these were all longs. And I was like, I feel like Meta's going to go. It's coming right back up to this 115 area. So this is probably a go spot as well. We're $1.30 in the money on Apple. It's just I should be long both these names. And we should also be long Microsoft, and we're not. So, you know, today hasn't necessarily been too hard of a day. It's just like I said, like, remember when I was on Meta, I'm like, I'm on the wrong stock. I'm on the wrong stock. Yeah. All right, let's fade Meta now then. I don't know if this is going to work again. Right now into 115. I like the 115 break long, so let's just see if this one gives it to us one more time here on the short side, and then we'll just get out if it breaks 115, and then I'll be like kicking myself because like, why am I not just long from the bottom here? But it's a good move upside for Meta, so let's just take advantage of that. We did get another piece out of Apple. We have a very small piece left, so right now my eyes are on Meta here as we've just taken another spot short on Meta. It's only right here at 56, so it's not going to be big, but maybe we can make a little bit back if this comes back into 114 or so. So let's see if we can get some Meta money back here on the downside. We just take out 10% there for 10 cents. That's kind of like what I do. And then we'll wait to see if 114 comes back in.
Yeah, exactly. So I just got AMC, but I did want to go back over to Lucid here because it's actually holding above VWAP. So it's starting to do what I was hoping would happen, which is give a bit of a consolidation and then make another run at the high of the day. Now, obviously, I'll go back so you can zoom out a little bit. There you go. I consolidated here in the pre-market right around that 750. So I'm looking for the same thing. Make a bit of a bid and then try to charge to the upside. Otherwise, you're not really breaking the downward channel. I think that's going to be the next one I get into. Someone asked about Netflix. Well, since Netflix stopped me out, it hasn't done it. When the market was trying to run through the high, by the way, 11.2 on the NASDAQ is the top there, 38.5 on the ES, and you're trying to take out both those levels. So if we got through it, I didn't want to be shorting it on a wick high if the market took it out, but the market for now is trying to resist those. As long as we're beneath, I'd still short this level, but A, we're above the pre-market high, and B, the market is about to make that charge to the top, and I already have Meta short in front of that pre-market top of that 115 area, which I can't hold it past that. That's the reason I'm not just jumping back into Netflix on a wick top, because I don't want to get stopped on two names right here at the high.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I wish I used a little bit less shares as well there with Meta because it is just ripping now. And the funny, you know, the craziest, we're going to get out at 115 when it breaks. I should probably just flip long. You know, again, like I could probably make a lot of money if I just followed what I write down myself. Like you think that would make a little bit of sense? Meta, love the long 113, 1 to 115 right there. So if that's not exactly what just happened in Meta, then I don't know what did happen. So, I mean, we can look at that together. I'm just not really following my own little rules there. 113 long on Meta. It's right there. You know, you see where we dipped down to on Meta? We dipped down to 112, and I'm getting out at 112.50, and there's the 113 rip long through now. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous, to be honest with you, that I don't have this trade long side in that Meta. I'm actually going to be down on it. So that's pretty stupid for me to even have traded that this way today. It's a good thing we have Apple, which is really making a little bit of that money back as that continues to go to the upside. Apple right now at the 200 period. Let's take another piece out for Apple. But wow, really disappointed in myself for not following my own rules. So, I mean, it's literally why I put out the sticky note for trading ideas, and then I just sort of run myself over with that last one. So, yeah, not a good one there on Meta. At least we had it right. Just got to follow our rules a little bit better.
Oh, I forgot about CEI flush, by the way, but it did get, oh, for the love of. CEI ended up going to 8 cents, and I'm sitting there trading everything else. I did reverse into AMC. It's now at 503, so I have a 503.5 long. I guess it'll round up to 504 in the position board. But that's that 8 cent level on CEI. Could not take out 10, obviously, and then bounces off 8 even. I do believe probably the more exciting day is going to be tomorrow, but that was the area of support I was looking for. So I'm going to jump on that bid, see if I can get it. Now into the long side of that AMC. In terms of targets, I think this will be pretty obvious. Gets to 515, gets to 530 to 535, and then probably that 540 level. That's what I like to see to the upside on AMC. If it can continue the rally, market just took out those highs, at least for now. But if they wick top, well, you better believe if we have a wick top in the market, and I get wicked out on Meta here, I don't know what that wick's all about, then I'm probably going to jump right back in. It's a significant level. If I get wicked out, I jump back in. It worked in Lucid. I don't see why it wouldn't. Same thing here on Meta. Brendo.
Some underlying strength again today. We saw this yesterday as well. Some of the clean energy names, solar names specifically, showing strength. Here's JKS, just went $50 up to 52.5 in straight line, essentially. Not a lot of volume, but solar is pretty strong.
Yeah.
I meant to look at Enphase, and we were talking about, oh shoot, I forgot FCell. Oh, FCell's not doing anything.
No.
FCell, double bottom 290. That's really not doing anything. I'll get away from that one. I thought something was happening on that stock. I guess not. But guess what? When the market gets to the high, could not take out the top. This is what I mean about relative weakness in Intel. Could not take out pre-market highs of the previous close. So wait for it to turn. It just feels like if I'm going to short anything at the top, it should just always be this stupid thing, and then not even worry about anything else. Just jumping back over to AMC. I was able to add to it here. That's why you see a couple of entry points. I didn't really get everything when it took out 3, so I had to pay some 4s. That's why it's a bit of a blended price, but it's starting to work to the upside. I did want to check out, just go back over to that ICCM for a brief second here. Is it still... It's annoying to have to zoom in on this every single time. It's still at VWAP, but it feels like it's about to make a push to the downside. I'm looking for that bounce to be somewhere in the 3 to 325 area. Grab along off 3 where we had it earlier, and then see if it plays back into VWAP. But at this point, it's kind of capitulating a little bit. And if it breaks VWAP down, I'm expecting at least a 10% retracement if it can hold VWAP here.
All right. I mean, you remember Scott H. What's up, buddy? You were like before that, Shawn's obsessed with Meta. Yeah, I am obsessed with Meta stock today. That's for sure. I mean, like I said, it was the number 1. Well, it's the number 2 name on here. We had Lucid as the number 1. That was pretty good until that bottom happened. But right now we are still waiting out. There it is. Okay, so nice little downside move now for Meta. So look at Carvana. Like we have a very small piece left, but look where we only have 20% left. It came all the way down to $4. And we cashed out of CVNA. So that was a good trade there, needless to say, there for CVNA. Not good for Microsoft because, again, we get out like as if we get out $2 ago to the downside there. And then the same trade, of course, is going to be true for Meta. We did do a good job, though, of getting out of our Apple. So, we do have that 200 period right there. So it was a long down there at 130 flat and then back up. It's too bad because we tried to get some more shares. I actually didn't even notice because, again, thanks again for pointing that out, Scott. I was too obsessed with Meta that we could have been long this name. Like I should have been long there for that dollar move. Then we would have had the reload for that. So again, definitely Apple, a great trade today. Who is Green Bay playing in the playoffs, Playmaker?
They got to get there first.
Hopefully Dallas. So that's who we want to play in the playoffs there. But other than that, not too much else going on.
But if it started today, who are they playing?
If it started today,
I actually don't know.
Nobody. They're not in the playoffs for right now.
I thought they. Okay, I thought they were.
No, they have 8 losses, so it's not good there.
Oh, we were talking.
But we already beat Dallas as if they stole something. So hopefully we get them again. I don't think that Playmaker wants any Green Bay smoke. All right.
I hope Cherif heard that.
Right now, I told Cherif that yesterday. What's up, Brendo?
More downside here for WFC. The CFPB, which applied this fine to them this morning, saying that the possibility of additional limitations on Wells Fargo beyond existing asset cap are possible. So a ton of volume coming in back to the downside here for WFC.
That's a good flat bottom breakdown on Wells Fargo. Ever since Cherif started saying that, it's like I can't get away from that line, flat bottom. But 42 here, which oddly enough is my favorite number. That's not the reason why I'm looking at it, but that volume to the downside, it did make a big push back in. That looks a heck of a lot like the Netflix chart, but the difference is, of course, this one breaking down. I can't really look at that daily chart. The thing is, above 42, you've got runway to 43, but as long as it holds this lower end of the range, I don't see why I couldn't get back into 41. The market just rejected that top, so I think I want to look for things that are kind of making their own little curls, which, yes, that is going to be Meta, but if I get wicked out of something, I'm generally speaking, and the wick isn't a 122, it got to about 115 and change, and then came right back down. So I do want to take another shot at it, probably give it to the 115 hassle. A few less shares allowing me to hold it and give it a little bit more room. But Wells Fargo should have been something I was trading a heck of a lot earlier. I'll give it to that 42 level on that short. I do want to add some intel, and I do want to go back over to that Airbnb That was the other name that we kind of missed out on, and it's right back up to that, close enough to that 90 level. If 90 gets taken, this is a pretty large level for it to go. I mean, you've got resistance 91, 92. I favor this break. If the market's taking out highs, I'm going to favor that 90 break on Airbnb. The short probably, I think the short, you had to have it the first time. Now it's putting in a higher low. If it holds 89 and then breaks 90, that's a pretty standard like technical trade. Take out the high of the day, give it to that previous consolidation area. It's just what it's set up for. The first short at 90 is the one you had to have.
You know what, man? I just need to trade the futures and just hang up the equities spot there. We talked about the futures possibly getting back to green. I even looked at Randy and was like, you sure about this, Bear? And then what I'm doing is shorting a name like Meta all the way to the upside. So absolutely unbelievable. I talked about, let's see if we hold this 11,000. Obviously, we've done that. It's a nice little move back up to the upside there. I'm looking at Amazon. Again, of course, I see Meta just taken off here. Basically my whole day is Meta. Like I'm red today.
Same.
Pretty much all there as it just continues to make a move to the upside. It's a darn good thing that we have Apple, as that is just super strong here and continuing to go to the upside off that 130. And I just checked these names back here, like Metalong. The only name that we don't have on here yet is going to be Roblox, and that came right to 28. So Roblox is actually pretty close here to 28. So, you know, I do like this break long. Obviously, it took a minute to get up here, but it's a really strong break. I still like this trade. Hopefully it'll come in for us, and we'll be able to hit well, it looks like it's going to come in right now, and we'll be able to hit that to the long side on a break. Yeah, so let's just see, Kevin, and everybody there. It's part of Sticky Note Nation. Let's just see if this can be the trade that we want it to be today. That is Roblox on a nice little break back up to the upside. Disney's working up 387. Remember, I said that too, man. I said Disney, you know, probably a decent. Let's go. The chart's taking a minute to load. Probably a decent spot to start to build a position for Disney. But again, you know, just because it's more at the bottom, I think Disney's still in a big bunch of trouble, man. We've talked about some of the performance there of some of those last releases. Not great. Roblox fading off 28 now. So at least that 28 seems to be a good level. Let's see if it takes it out.
Yeah, 28's been a great level for like a couple of days now in a row. I haven't taken that one off my iPad after playing it on Friday. AMC, I got another leg out at 510. Didn't mean to ignore this stock, but when the market's going up, I tend to, if you're in the money on a stock in a long, I'm going to be talking usually about the short positions because that's what you're managing a little bit more actively. But 525, I think that's sort of obvious there. 510, 515, 525. I'll get some more offers out on that one. Intel and Meta both challenging into that upside. Oddly enough, Tesla is looking pretty weak, relatively weak, back into VWAP here. So with the market breaking out, this is pulling back. It looks like Tesla. I thought it would get to that 151. That's the level I like short. Of course, Meta keeps challenging the level I like short, which is right around this 115. So I'm back at it. But Tesla, nowhere near where I want to be trading this thing. That Airbnb is super close. It just made another dash to 90 and is now starting to pull back. As long as it holds 89, I'm going to favor this breakout trade. But if it takes this out, I got to start looking for a VWAP dip here on Airbnb. I'm still looking for that break at the top. That'd be 90.10, by the way. It did very briefly break the 90.10 level.
Okay, so I'm here. That's still Roblox. We're still waiting for Roblox to do something. I'm into Microsoft right now. I'm going to give this back to like 239.80 or so for Microsoft. So hopefully we can have a good trade on this one as it's coming back into 240. We did have this long at 238.50. Crazy that where we had this name, you could see it, or sorry, 239. The bottom was 238.50 that we should have held out for. We got out on a 75 break, and then, like I said, man, we just should have understood that the bottom was right there in the pre-market. Like sometimes you got to sort of like slow down, and you know we definitely weren't doing that this morning. We were sort of in let's go attack this market mode, and that does not work out. So all right, right now we're $2 in the money on Apple. We're flat. I mean, we're not flat. We're down right now on Microsoft, but we're looking to load it up a little bit more here at 240. So if we do get a dip down, you're going to see more. Here we go. There it is. So there's as spoken right now down to wow, this name is crazy. Down to 240 there, just as quick as it went up. It just comes right back down. So Microsoft there. This is why I like the name though, because you know it has this crazy opportunity just to keep on going, right? So let's wait to see if Microsoft does have that in it right now. We're trying to give this to 239.40 as I just look at it on my other screen here. We're long at 12s now. It's a nice little upside move. We'll see if we get some out at 20 or so. And then honestly, like we've already been up here to 241.50. I don't know if we're going to get back there, but we're going to try to hold it out for this like 239.80. Try to take like 30 or 40 cent hit here to try to make 50 plus. So hopefully that can come in, but it needs to get going now to the upside. Softy. Let's just follow your friend Apple and rip up to the, there you go, just got a 20 there, and rip it up here to back to 241.
You usually say brethren.
Yeah, normally.
I know. Normally say brethren. It's thank you. I'm gonna give a big shout out to Brendan because without Wells Fargo, this was sort of a more obvious trade, like that 42 breakdown. It came right back into 42. That flat bottom break. It's back below VWAP. Just took some 70s. Gonna get some out. I should probably take something out in this as it breaks at 60. Going to get some out in front of 50, 40s, 30s, and every 10 cents as this now rolls to the downside. I'm just glad we're able to find something that was still sort of setting up for an obvious short that wasn't really running over. Meta's still in pocket. I keep saying in pocket recently. Someone called me out for that. I don't really know why I'm saying it. But I got wicked out. I was in too early for the 115 when I shorted at 114. And then the consolidation made more sense. But this is still like a bull flag kind of setup thing that you're seeing here. And if it takes out the high, you could really run. Market's still green and heading above that level. Heading above that 38.50 on the ES and the NASDAQ. Still below 11.2, so if that goes higher, then I think Meta's not going to work, but I have to be able to give this to 115.50, and if I'm risking 50 cents, I'm not really taking anything out until it goes 50 cents in the money. So Meta now starting to give a little bit back to that downside. Needs to go a heck of a lot more than that before I'll be doing any celebrating on it. That ICCM did make a move higher. You know, if it broke VWAP, I was looking for a push back down. So I guess that time I was wrong on the stock. I did think it was heading back down into 3 where I could pick it up. It's now held VWAP, but just rejected 420. So it might not be over for the chance at a dip buy after all.
Microsoft stopped at 240.50 right there. So we actually wound up, there we go, get some there. I was just going to say, so I'm going to get some more out as we go back to the upside there. There we go. Now we're at 50. So here we go. We just talked about like sort of the ratios that we needed to make this work. And we're already at that. Now we're at 2-to-1 ratio. Our out was going to be 239.80. We talked about that. So let's get some out as we get into the 40s and 50s here off of an O long right now. So good trade there off that bottom for Microsoft. You see, like when we settle down and everything like that and start to find some of our levels, you know, things do become clear for me. So hopefully it continues like that the rest of the day. We have $2 now. Like what a banger here in Apple, man. I mean, I just obviously wish that we would have had a little bit more on this name, but you know, there it is. We had a good position. So, you know, Apple's going to be the #1 stock here today, but, you know, it's a huge move. It's $2 in the money. Let's see if Microsoft can follow that now, go back up to that 241, and then hopefully, I still have a little bit on board. We only have half now, a little bit less than half, as we've taken it out at this 250, but we're here to let it run. Microsoft and Apple both working. Meta's, you know, the red stock for me today, but we're going to try to make that back coming up soon. Let's just hope for a little rip upside here in the market. Yeah, here we go. All right, Brendan now at the big desk. I'm going to say happening now.
Small cap REIT.
Yeah, we'll talk about a little bit of small cap action this morning. A huge mover, obviously, after the close yesterday. For anyone who missed it, this came out just after the market shut down yesterday. IceCure Medical's ProSense safe and effective in a study for treating kidney tumors, up to about almost, anyways, 90% efficacy on that. So I'll show you that in a sec. This is the other one, AUVI. If you go to the daily chart, $2 up here was really the level that I wanted to see tested. It doesn't come close, obviously. The market opens and it just falls 25 entire cents down to almost $1. This is ICCM. This was the move after market yesterday. If you missed it, just crazy. I started the long way over here in the pre-market this morning. That ended up being a decent idea. 275, 280 ends up being support. We get all the way up to 450, almost 5 there at the top. But breaking downside right now. It doesn't look like anything over here when you compare it to this. But crazy stock. ICCM, guys.
Look, that stock is wild at ICCM, and obviously, I might have missed a chance at a reload there. But as the market comes back to the upside, I took a bunch out of that WFC, pretty much every 10 cents, 50s, 40s, 30s. It does not get down to 41 even. You're now starting to break back higher. The only long I got on now is going to be AMC, but here comes Meta. You try to be at least a little bit disciplined with this. I'm not going to hit enter like 3 times there. I'm not going to let this get past that 115.5 level. Just going to be a clean stop out up there. I'll probably give Intel one more shot, but if it takes out, like it's right at these, and I want to do this because I'm on Meta and I want to see it break, but Intel's pretty much right at that resistance level from the afternoon yesterday. That's about 26, 82, 83 that you're going to see. Once it's through there, I do want to get this trade out. I still like the 27 level, but holding a 72 short all the way to 27 on Intel to me is stupid. So I'll just get out if it takes out that 10-cent hit, and then just jump back to it if it gets to 27. You got to be able to risk manage, but that 115.50 going to come into play here. At least it looks like it's going to on Meta pretty closely here. And I do have my out. I want to jump back after talking about what's against me. I'll go back to AMC. It's only now getting back to the high of the day. I was looking for a reload right off $5. That was probably too picky because it bounces off 503 and is now headed back toward the top. You know what? I'll probably get some more out here. It couldn't seem to get through. Seriously. It couldn't seem to get through 515 there last time, so that was just me getting some shares out there at 13 after putting a 14 and it went down a penny. But I'll just take some out off that high of the day. Still looking for 5.25. I think we can get it the way this is going. It's up 5% now. And the key thing about this, wow, that daily's ugly. Wick bottom through 5, reestablishes 5 even. I think there's at least room to 540 here. I'd be shocked if we didn't get to that price.
All right, refill the coffee, sit back, and it's banger time right there. So that's part of the reason why I left, is because I want to make sure that I could hold on to this. Got to fix this mic. Hold on to this Microsoft. We just talked about getting into 240. I mean, I don't know what the trade of the day is going to be, whether it's going to be Microsoft, Apple. Meta's been a good trade to learn from today. Roblox just broke as well. But look at Softy. We gave ourselves 20 cents worth of risk, right? It's now $1.40 in the money. So, those are going to be good risk to rewards for me whenever we see stuff like that. So I think that's going to be a good learning point just for myself as well, right? Stay focused, man. Stay into a spot that you want. Do your work, do your research, and just stick with your rules. Like, you don't need to get sort of sidetracked as this market is moving around and you're kind of like, oh, what am I going to do here? And look for something to do, right? A lot of the time we sort of get caught up doing that. At least I do. And I don't need to do that. Like, that's why we do the pre-market work. That's why we know the names that we want long. It's why we went over to Microsoft in the first place. It's why we went over to Meta in the first place, is to be able to get these trades. And I mean, it's just in the open, it was a little too wild. We said that we would stop doing this early on. So I gotta try to stick with at least some of my rules here and try to breathe a little bit once the open happens, because we've just made back more than half of what we've lost on all of these trades moving forward now, right? Microsoft's actually going to turn green for me in a couple seconds. So, that's going to be considering all the stuff that we've done down here, boom, there it is right up to the upside, and there goes Microsoft. So yeah, it's a stick with your rules. You can find these trades, man. I mean, they're in all of us here to be able to do that. And then there's the Roblox break as well. It's only up 15 cents, but we did get that 28 break. So again, I put on a little bit too many shares. So we're starting to get some out now as we go up, because it doesn't look like it's super strong. And now the market is trying to fade out a little bit. So let's just start to clean out some of these longs that we have and really take advantage of these bump ups. So there's 241.60 right there. Huge monster trade. No Arun, no problem. We're trying to hold some of these a little bit longer as we wish Arun a wicked job and time in New York. Maybe he'll send us some pictures. He was fishing for some good food places.
I saw, I got to find it because he sent me something and I didn't get a chance to ask him where he was taking this. Can I get this up? Let's see, because he sent me this.
Oh, yeah.
So he didn't tell me exactly, because I don't know the views in New York. I'm sure somebody around here is going to tell me, oh, he's X place. But anyways, he did send this yesterday. I know he's enjoying his time. That's all they're trying to get at there. But Arun will be back. And we love talking about those futures levels. And you know what? Tomorrow, my promise to you is, we may not trade the futures, we can go over the levels. It's not like we can't do it. I think we just get in the habit of relying on Arun to do it for us, and that's just.
Well, we got to keep him employed.
Yeah, give him a reason to come
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
But by the way, Intel just came back to VWAP. I just took a little bit out there as it gets to VWAP. It's just a level that I'm always going to trim something on a stock if I'm in it. That's just how it goes. As the market comes back into the downside, Wells Fargo's on the New York Stock Exchange, Neil. That's just me, like.
Correct.
I know. And now I have to hit enter twice. I did hit enter a couple times. So it actually holds beneath VWAP. I do think I'm going to see 41 on WFC here. I might have taken too many shares out there in the 50 to 40 range, but it never retraced back into 42. So going to get some more out as Wells Fargo comes back into said downside. If you're still watching Tesla, you know, it's weird. I haven't even traded. Do you trade Tesla today? I haven't traded Tesla once. Enter twice.
No, we haven't. How much snow are we
Still a bit of a dog here. Tesla, right back at the lows as the market's trying to take the highs. Unreal. Tesla is so weak. It's so weak.
Yeah, so Tesla's a dumpster fire. It's been like that for a bit. I don't know what the hell's wrong with that. What's up, Scott H? Yeah, we haven't had basically any snow yet. I think we had 2 little snowfalls. There's
Friday.
a little bit of snow coming, yeah. So coming this week. So I don't know how much. Well, we'll look it up there. I'm not sure at all. But okay, yeah, good job there, guys, so far today. If you've been on some of these trades, hopefully you've had the longs today. It's been a good move. We talked about that. Remember when the market was down 0.6? I was like, you know what? I think it's going to be, possibly a green day here today, and that's why we have all these longs written down. Unfortunately, we had the wrong prices and we went short on Meta when it was a screaming long. But there it is to the upside right here. Lucid still going? Yeah, we have that. Oh man, that sucks because we got that wick out rate. I wasn't even paying attention when that happened at 25. Should have held it to 7. I mean, I don't know what I was even thinking. And there goes Lucid right back to high of the day. So this was another name that we really liked at 750, and yet again, I don't have any on when it's cruising. Look at Softy right back to 251. $3 in the money. Apple, $1.50 in the money for MSFT. What's up, Brendo?
Vapotherm. VAPO, 25%, just took out 240 there on a huge volume spike. You can see to the upside, not seeing any headlines. But this one's been on a tear since it took back $1. We're up to 250 now for Vapo.
At least they keep it real. Like, that's just the easiest ticker of all time. Shout out to them for making sure you get it. Because if it's available and you don't take it, then to me, that's just mismanagement. But you just said there on the daily chart, 230, well, sorry, there you go. 230 and then 360 as it keeps on loading. You see where the stock was in the past. But if it gets through that, 3 is obvious. The biggest level I can find is at $3.50, maybe even $3.60 on the daily chart. That goes back over into June. So there's still a lot of room for this to run as it's taking out this 2.25 level. Anytime I see that, then I'm kind of favoring looking for dip buys and further run. But it's only 500,000 shares. That's not a tremendous amount of volume, unfortunately. Airbnb, it took a while, but now it's taken out the top. So I kind of felt like this was going to happen a bit sooner, but it's now trying to take out this top here. I want to give it to this consolidation area. And when we were going over this, I just said, there's room. Next level up, that's 91. This is 92.5. So I think kind of it should be a relatively standard style trade here. But extreme strength in Airbnb. I didn't really catch any reason why it went from this bottom here at 85 all the way up into the top. But a lot of times you look at this and just say, let's play the trend here. And I do want to play the trend to the upside in Airbnb.
Yeah, trend is your friend today. That's no better statement today for sure. Holy man, $3 now in the money on Apple as that's just going. I mean, I think at some point, we're gonna have to figure out where to get out of this. That's 133. I mean, we already called, like I said, man, like when I said no Arun, no problem. Like we should have just traded those stupid futures and we did it, but it's a nice long day. At least we have the longs on board. Like I said, the only thing that we've lost on today is the short, and we were short Meta when we had written long all on this damn thing. But there it is, a nice move up. There goes 242 for Softy, man. I mean, let's go. This is literally. So I think we already have the trade of the day. I mean, this one on Microsoft right here, like when you're going long right there, 240, and the bottom, like you're going to get out 20 cents, and then it goes 10 to 1 for you. in the money $2 as Microsoft just continues to rip higher. So lots of lessons to be learned here, man. Gave up the long too early, but look what we have back now. A good positive stock for us today. Apple, Microsoft. You know, like I said, man, we avoid Meta and all is well, but we didn't. So we got to be, or we could talk about Meta and how we screwed that up too as our possibly trade of the day. But it's a nice move to the upside. There goes Meta. I mean, Apple's now $3, Brendo, and Microsoft is in the money. Roblox is in the money. Everything on the sticky note right now is cash. Lucid also well away. Shit, well away from that 750, but let's just go bang again. Let's spin the money. And tomorrow, guys, what's up to Kevin? What's up to Scott H? What's up to everybody in the chat? Tomorrow, man, Sticky Note Nation actually gets followed. Shout out to all of you out there. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for supporting everything that we're doing. And we're going to go over to Brendan.
Yeah, quick look and update, guys, for crypto land so far today. Interesting story I was just reading through here on BlockFi, officially as of yesterday, filing in a court in the U.S. For the potential to allow customers to be able to withdraw their funds that have been frozen on the platform since November 10th. No ruling on that yet, but obviously BlockFi involved in this FTX mess. BlockFi itself, or the remnants of it, now filing to allow customers potentially to withdraw funds that have been locked. Wanted to show you Ethereum today. We'll switch it up because Ethereum is actually making a bigger move. You can see this is an hourly chart. So going back to yesterday, a nice break back through 1200 and now taking out day highs as we speak. So positive on the day and then some. 3.7, 1228 for ETH, 17,026, 1.8% for Bitcoin. A bit of a choppy day otherwise on this board. Matic down there, 2% to the upside, 1.8 for Doge. Downside, 1.8 for Ripple. Upside, guys.
I don't have my Brendan goat, so I can't really hit that one. So I'll just go with we'll go with the up arrow. But Airbnb this was a Brendan call because I wasn't really watching the stock and it just went absolutely haywire. The break of 90 to the top side, it just got to 90.50, so you kind of know usually always take on a breakout trade of an even dollar level. I'm pretty much trimming some at the 50 and then trimming some at the evens, sometimes at the quarters depending on the price of the stock. And then if we get to 92, all's well that ends well. Meta somehow is still beneath 115.50, so I guess I'm still going to be in that. And the same thing with Intel. It doesn't seem to want to break the top. I'm willing to re-engage Intel if it breaks out and goes to 27 even, but it's still holding this level down here, 26. It's 26.82. If you go back over to some of this resistance. So that's where my stop is on Intel, trying to risk about 10 cents on it, and it doesn't seem to want to go higher, but it's about to go green at any moment now. Same thing sort of happening on AMC but in the other direction, where it's going, but it just can't seem to get past the lower high from yesterday, which is 515. It kind of keeps on reversing at that same particular price. So this is starting to run out of legs, got to 5% up, and is seeming like it wants to kind of consolidate here before another move. So I'll get out another leg, and then I'll have half the trade on to hold out for that 525 level. So AMC and Airbnb long, still Meta and Intel short. WFC is the other position I'm in. And I think relatively weak after they got that judgment and settlement. Still holding beneath VWAP. I'm still looking for 41 to the downside. When the market's screaming, and that's got a failed wick top on it, and then broke, it's a flat bottom breakdown on the 3-minute chart. That's kind of what I like there. And it's still holding beneath VWAP. At least I know this is relatively weak. And if you're going to be short something, you want it to be relatively weak. Intel hasn't broken the top. Meta is still challenging its pre-market highs, but this is actually looking like it wants to reverse on us. Or reverse for us, I should say.
Yeah, I'm going to try Meta one more time here. So I'm up here at 30, waiting to get it short. And there it goes. We're going to give this, again, like the only stock I've lost on here today, Meta, and I go right back to it. Like that's, but we do have that top of one. Here it goes. We do have that top. Damn it! Like just hold that stupid short, hold that long on the other names, and don't even go back to Meta. But right here, we'll give a little bit more back on this play as it's testing now 115. Let's just see if it does hold or not here on Meta. Looks like it's going to try to hold, which is good so far. There 115 trying to hold on Meta. We are short right here at 115.27. So it'll be a 25. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go. It'll be a 25-cent hit. We're still watching. We're still $3 and $2 in the money on the other names. And then the main one is Roblox, not really doing too much. Still can't believe Lucid is all the way back up here to $8. That was, I can believe it. Like I said, it was the 750 long on there. I don't something flushed there. It wasn't even that big a volume, but all of a sudden we were chilling at 35, and then it just made a. Actually, I guess it was 2 candles. So the first candle started at 32. We actually, this is the thing, I don't even understand about that short. There he goes. Finally, Meta goes out to the upside. That was a horrible trade. Yeah, Lucid right there, I don't know, we went long and then we got out. I didn't even remember that I had that order. And when we got out, we should have just punched right back in. We were talking about it, but by that time, it was already at 37.38 by the time I noticed it. So
it did dip back down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got out on that candle, so I didn't.
We made the same low.
For me, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was no, once you made that low, it just ripped. In the very next minute, it went up 10 cents. So for me, it was a little too late to get back into that name because it was already up here at 37, but we definitely should have, as Lucid right now taking out tops. Wow, Meta's gone, but everything else really going to the upside here. So Roblox kind of hovering around 28. Let's find some more names. DraftKings at 12. We liked DraftKings at 11, so 12 is pretty good. And then Lucid maybe is a fade at $8.
I had 8.10 for Lucid as the next level to the upside, but Airbnb. Sorry, just frustration because I typed NY. I always get these wrong the first time through. But we just got to 91, or at least 90, took the next leg out there on Airbnb. Now I want to just hold out for 92. So sometimes you can be look, I set up and I was looking at the 50 period on the dailies, and I liked a lot of shorts, and when resistance breaks, you get out of it. Just make sure you adhere to your stops, and then look for entries that make sense. Now Airbnb, I wasn't looking for the dip buy aggressively enough, I don't think. I think that was probably a mistake. I have to go over to Boeing because hit enter twice. This is another one. I'm still here at 187, and obviously I'm not going to get that one. So I was still looking for the dip buy closer to 187 on Boeing. I liked 180. I like these 184, 185. That's what I was talking about in the pre-market. I didn't really get a shot to get long in front of that level because it bounced off 185.50. So sometimes it happens to you. It doesn't go to your price. You don't get it. This has been a market where at the open, typically speaking, there's enough volatility that if I like a dip buy, you're getting it. But now Boeing, next thing it's going to challenge looks like 190. It's on a breakout from 188. Whoa, what does that work? Where'd it come from? It's on a breakout from 188 to 190, which does set up for a 188 dip buy, but I'll be very, very patient waiting for that. Intel is now broken through, so I can slap the fail on Intel. This has a crazy wick on it too. It just broke 26.82, so I'm now out of it. The next level I want short, you can probably guess it, is going to be that 27 even level. I'm sitting it out till either it rejects this current level and comes back beneath it and the futures slow down, or we wait for 27 to set upside. AMC once again gets to 515 and then starts selling. So that same 515 level I was showing you on the 15-minute from yesterday, and then the bottom on Friday, yeah, it just caught another seller. It needs to chew through that, then I think it's just going to go straight 10 cents to 5.25. That's why I'm either getting shares out here or waiting for 525. But this long also working out for me. The only short left is Wells Fargo. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, that sucks that we had. So we just got out there of Microsoft there on this move back down through 241.70. Let's see if it wants to fade out. Yeah, that was good news there in the pre-market on Wells. So that was a good one on to the downside there. Nike also reporting tonight. We'll have a look at that when we get back. But let's go over to the big desk with Brendan.
Finally, mostly a green board to show you so far this morning. We are positive on the day for the S&P. Here's how things are shaping up as far as the individual groups are concerned. 0.42 up there for the overall market. Nicely positive, in fact, across the board. Few individual names standing out, though. 3.6 there for General Mills off earnings. Not a very exciting trade so far. It basically gapped down and has gone sideways. Tesla, 2.5% downside. Gilead with a negative note today on one of their treatments they're working on. Look at Moderna, though. Another 4.5% higher for Moderna today. Regeneron here also very positive. So healthcare stocks among the leaders. Same story for energy names. Nice day. Green right across the entire board here almost. For energy stocks, industrials also in positive territory. Transportation names a little bit weak, but capital goods all positive. It's banks, however, that are leading as far as individual gainers. Nicely strong for insurance companies, banks, and diversified outside of FTS and MKTX. Adobe up 3%. Software names are leading in the tech group. FSLR, SEDG, all of the clean energy names showing positivity once again. NVIDIA, I should say, notably weak. AMD, notably positive on the day when the rest of the chip makers guys kind of chopping around, going sideways. Back to you.
Like, I actually made the high there on Meta. Oh, we're close enough to it. It's right back beneath it. Look at this thing just barcode. It's not going to look as much like a barcode as it should because these dark pool wicks up to 122. But yeah, it just keeps on going sideways. One note on the insurers. What you want to watch for with the insurance names, at least in the majority of states, is as inflation's going higher and the costs are going up and used cars are going up and replacement parts, all that nonsense are going higher. A lot of these insurance companies don't have the ability to actually raise their premiums without approval from like the state regulators, which is crazy. So as some of that starts to happen, they're going to get some bumps there, and people are anticipating that that's going to be the case. But like it's, you know, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but you can imagine what it's like in a business where all your costs are going higher and you are mandated to be able to, that you have to provide insurance, and then ultimately you're not able to raise prices, your costs are going up and you're paying out. So I think that's going to be a bit of a positive tailwind for some of those names as they get up there. Just going back over to what I am in, AMC, that wall at 515, it's annoying because it doesn't give you re-entries off VWAP or $5, but it is resisting that 515. If it does hold and never see 5 even, this could end up being a breakout at that 515 level. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting very close to just slapping a breakout trade on this 515 area and just sort of going from there. Just checking back on Tesla. I know a lot of you guys are watching this and seeing the market. The market's up 0.5%, but you know it feels stronger than that, having flushed at the open. Tesla is not catching much of a bid, but 145 has now bounced twice. I don't really see any size on this bid. It's obviously a nice round even level. But if this is going to start following the market, Tesla has a lot of room to play catch up. I won't say catch up there, if it can hold that 145. But there's only about, I want to say 100,000 shares on the bid, which for Tesla these days is pretty much nothing.
Oh, yeah. Size on anything right now is kind of like, you know, just kind of gets chewed up on the way the downside. So we did get out of our Microsoft. It's right back to where we were. It did go down to 241.50 there and then reject it again. So that could be a long down here. We'll wait to see. I'm back into the short on Meta. We'll see if that can hold. And then we said we'd talk a little bit about Nike. We saw Lulu get hit on their report, so I can't really imagine, you know, being too successful for Nike, especially when you're at this $100 mark. But Nike has battled back today from those bottoms that we made down here at $101. A nice little move back up to the upside. You could see off Lulu. We did battle back nicely. I mean, Nike did have a nice move back to the upside there on some of that China reopening and, you know, just some of that talk there. We saw Tesla. We saw a few names making some moves off of that. But, I mean, Tesla's just been straight to the downside, which is what this has done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight down days, right at that 50 period. I don't know. Whenever you get down like this, it's kind of set up to miss. So I wonder if they do say something a little positive, possibly about online sales, you know, how holiday shopping has sort of been looking for them. I would look to see what Nike's going to come out with. And then tomorrow could be a big retail day if Nike says anything half positive anyways. So we're going to wait to see about that. Right down there to the 100 period. I think I don't think we're not going to be dipping down at all today. But, you know, if we did, you know, this 102, I think is a decent long if you go back down about $1 here on Nike to the downside right here. So, yeah, that's Nike starting to head to the downside. Apple started to pull back. Our Roblox, we're going to get out of this if it takes down this, which is 85, so it's not that far away right there if it does come out. We did take the long here on Roblox. It's just not really working out. We do have some good outs, man. We're out here all in like pretty much the high, some mid-teens, some high teens, but Roblox, you know, that short doesn't really want to, that long doesn't really seem to want to go. So I'm wondering about maybe a short if this market turns around here for Roblox, up 3%. Fade, a strong name. Maybe Roblox is the one. I mean, because you only have to hold it 20 cents against you. So let's continue to look at that. We'll look at that as the midday goes on there for Roblox.
Yeah, I just want this AT&F just opened back up here. Now, if you remember this from yesterday's trade, of course, you have like the reverse, reject 7, and just, I mean, it basically just plunged. And this is actually this is 9:30 right at the open. It basically rejects 7 and just plunges down to 250. Now that it's breaking out, the only thing I ever think when a stock does this is on the second day when it's bouncing, where is this thing going to be a short? 4 to 420 stands out. $6 is going to stand out. $7 is going to stand out. Really, I did not expect it to be this cheap for locates. It's basically free for us to short the stock, which sometimes can lead to a crowded trade on the way to the upside. It's only done a couple 100,000 shares worth of volume, so you got to be careful with risk on this. Not really doing millions of shares, but there is enough liquidity in here to make a trade if it gets to that 420 level. But that's where I'm looking to fade that ATNF. Just paid for some locates on it. I mean, I keep not wanting to look at Meta, so I'm going to stay away from that one until it's back beneath that 115. I don't think I can take a look. But Airbnb is starting to come back down into that 90 level. This is where it was at the open yesterday. Nice little breakout. Obviously from the bottom, I didn't have it at the lows as it broke out that 90. If it gets back in here, I do like it to about 89.5 for a dip buy. There it is on the lower time frame. I go to the 15-minute because when you say 89.5, it just looks a little bit more cleaner on the 15-minute, whereas you have a big chop zone in here and on Airbnb at that same level. It's still above 90 in the money, but I'm looking to what could be the next dip, which I think is going to be to 89.5. Going back over to Intel, which I like. I got stopped out, but it still has not run away from this channel. And as long as it doesn't run to 27, it's still going to be valid. If it creeps back below that 26.80, holds lower, I would just jump back into the short. Clearly not as strong as the overall market. Like if I go over to AMD, I'm assuming I'm going to see a little bit more strength, up 2% to Intel's being flat. That's why it's the one I would short if the market comes down there. People say look at SOXL, but if I'm trading to the short side on the chips, I want the chip that's relatively weak, and that's going to be AMD, or not AMD, it's going to be Intel. I'm also making an assumption about Micron here. I'll check it first. Yeah, I was about to say Micron's probably just as weak as Intel. They report later this week, they're down. And that's why I always try to play something with a bit of a bias in that name within the sector. And just double checking Micron, is it a better short than Intel? I don't want to say it's better, but 52 looks pretty good here on Micron. If the market reverses, trade the name that couldn't get green in the first place.
Yep, I like that one, especially Micron coming out with earnings soon as well. We can go over to AMD real quickly because this name's at its highs again as well. AMD up 2%. Wow, what a good day to have been thinking long today, because you've definitely won out on that one as Meta rips to 116. Like, it's really going to haunt me that we have literally written down a 115 long as Meta takes out 116 right now for a huge move to the upside, and to be like my most negative stock pretty much this month today on Meta alone is just crazy. But that's okay. We've made some money back on other names, but definitely not as much as we would have liked to there today. Roblox, of course, now the market starts to dip back up a little bit, but it did take out that 90, so we're out of that. Now this wants to fall back in a little bit more here on that one. So yeah, we are definitely chasing a few names here today. Again, that Google, that's one, let's go back to Amazon. Amazon's a name that we know we like short. We've liked Amazon short for a bit, and there it is, making some of those highs at 86.60. So again, look at sort of when the market pulls back, you could see names, that are weak are going to start to pull back a little bit, and the names that are strong, like a Meta, are going to continue to sort of march higher, which we've seen here today. So let's just continue to look at Amazon again for possible weakness. We did talk about Roblox for possibly being weak as well right now to the downside, and there goes, see again, I don't have it, but there goes Roblox as well, as that's starting to turn red there. So we're out of Roblox for a positive trade there. And then honestly, it's just about Apple now. Apple's going to try to take this out 132.37. Maybe we do fade out a little bit. The futures are at the 50 period. So is Apple. So yeah, some downside pressures coming here in this market as we get ready to throw it over to the midday show. It's going to be Luca and Cherif again. So you're in for something special right there. Tesla, like Neil said, still kind of stuck at that same level of 145. So down 3%, bouncing off some levels again here. Like, this looks to me like a long again off of 144. So, some bases happen there. But again, it's just so weak that I feel like, we really shouldn't be playing some of this downside weakness here in Tesla in case the market does pop back. But again, down 3%. Would much rather see Tesla up at 147 before we think about shorting it. But we may not have that opportunity. Tesla right now just hovering around 145. Let's see if it gets back to that 147 area.
I see a lot of names being thrown out there. I'm not going to look at GameStop just yet. I am in AMC, so I'm interested in it. But I was just adjusting adjusting orders on WFC because it's starting to roll over again, and I think I want to have a trail on this. The banks, as Brendan mentioned to you guys in Sector Watch, the banks have been relatively strong. This one just happens to be going to the downside. That ICCM, which I have not traded since we're long it in the pre-market, and the 15-minute is a waste of time on that stock, Neil. We're long it in the pre-market, and it did make the run. I had to trail out at 450, but it's now beneath VWAP, so this is the dip that I was sort of waiting for to happen earlier. If it comes back into 3, that's where long originally. I want to see it hold about 275 here. So I'm favoring a 3 long on a dip, holding 275, and then a retracement back into VWAP. That's what I want to do. I said if Intel, the market tried to break out there of some highs. I said if Intel ducked below that 80 again, I would just jump back into the short, giving it to the high of the day. So I just jumped into that now at 78. Going to play that one to the south side as it looks like it wants to come back in. Airbnb, it's come back to 90, which is my original entry price. It made the move, got some out in front of 50, got some out in front of 91, but I'm looking for this dip to be down into 89.5. So I'm being very patient with Airbnb on the way back in. Up 5%. Relatively strong. I do want to favor the long here. I just don't want to jump back into it blindly at 90. I want to see if I can get a little bit better deeper into VWAP. If it ends up holding 90 even and the market takes out fresh highs, well, then I'm going to have to buy higher than I want to. But I'll be patient at 11 o'clock. Not the time to rush into trades. Wait for your prices. Wait for the levels that you want, because oftentimes this is a time of day when you can get them if you're patient enough.
Yeah, we'll go some bangs out there. You're welcome, Will Evans there. You're welcome for that meta trade. I hope you're able to make some, or sorry, for that Roblox trade. Hope you're able to make some money on that one as well. Lucid holding 760. We'll look at that. And then, yeah, we'll look at that stock Vader. We'll look at some AMC possibly coiling up as well as Roku, 52-week lows. Amazon, 86 bucks, 52-week low of 84.50 hit as well. Not too much on 52-week highs, though, other than some of those nut stocks there. All right, let's go over for crypto now with Brendan. It's 10:54.
A little bit of weakness coming into play, guys, for the U.S. dollar today. Back to the downside as we get more talk about recession possibly coming beginning of next year. Here is a daily chart of the DXY. We're still dealing with this June level. Trying to get back above that June and August support levels. So downside 0.8 for the DXY today. Just let go of 104 again, 103.9. 0.3 to the upside for the euro, Canadian dollar, same story, 73.5 once again. Huge move because of what happened overnight from the Bank of Japan relaxing their stance on control as far as their yield curve is concerned. So yeah, 4% to the upside. That's off the highs as well. Back to 76 cents for the yen, 0.3 there for the Swiss franc, back in positive territory. There was some negative data coming out of Australia overnight, so both the New Zealand dollar and Australian dollar downside so far on the day.
Yes, sir. Money talks, and I should have been all over firm. We say this time and time again, but if you have a read on a stock one day, you should probably take a look at it the next day, just on the off chance that it gives you literally the same setup that you were taking before, at least the same prices. So when the market was going higher, there's not much of an excuse for me not shorting 975 on a firm, because that's exactly where we're shorting it on the lower high. And there's a wick top, it's coming back in. If anything, that's a wick bottom, kind of breaking higher. So it could still, it could hold VWAP here and head back toward that high. So I wouldn't chase the short down at 950. It would have to be still looking at that 70 to 75 area. But you got to go over the things that you miss out on, because you're not really going to learn if you don't go over your mistakes and your successes. So that's a bit of a miss for me not trading it. You're finally pulling back into $5 on AMC here. If it can bounce off VWAP here and hold the level, it could reclaim. But whoever was selling at 515, that was an absolute brick wall. That if it does bounce here, that sets it up for a potential breakout at that 515. But it has to hold this $5 area. And I promised I was going to look at it, because sometimes they both move together. I don't know why. I don't think there's actually a catalyst for GameStop that I'm aware of in the last couple of days, but it did make a bounce higher. Got to $21 before rejecting it. This was a clean $20 break, similar to the $5 break, I suppose, so going 20 to 21, but it hard rejected that 21 even. If anything, I'd be looking for a fade at the next even dollar level on GameStop, and if it broke 21, I'd probably be looking for a sell at 22 if it got up there. I think we have to pay for shorts. I'm going to get my my locates paid and located for on GameStop. I don't think there's a catalyst, so I'll take my swings at every even dollar.
All right, Meta just stopped at 60 as we're short at 80. So we'll take a little bit of profit there on Meta if we can get it. Apple, I'm still debating this 132.50 area, but again, it's been pretty strong. Like if the market can hold up today, but like remember I was sort of ho-humming on what we thought the market would be doing. Like now you're up 0.3. I mean, again, I sort of did think we'd go positive. And remember I said I don't think we're going to go up 1% or 2% or anything like that today, but we are trying to, fade out a little bit here on this move. I feel like anyways, it's a nice move on the day up to the top side. So, maybe we did get a little bit too exuberant up there on some of those moves. So we'll see. Hopefully it does fade back out for us a little bit, at least here for the Meta trade. Apple, I kind of want to hold on for it. We'll see. Again, a little bit more upside would be nice for Apple to get out of this, but I just don't know if the upside trade is here for Apple right now. So, the market still needs to take down that 50 period. If it does that, which it looks like it's trying to do right now, we'll hold out for Apple. It's been a nice move up, but if it does take down this 50 period of 132.50, then we'll get out of Apple. But yeah, we should have reloaded that Meta near 116. We didn't do that. We have 115.83 right now, trying to get something out if it does hit 60. But you could see the market's pulling down now. Here comes Apple right now, and Meta's kind of just not moving. So there's the short there. We got stopped out at 116, and then there's the take. So we're just making back a little bit what we lost. We lost 20 cents there, so we got to put 20 cents in our pocket now. Hopefully we do get a move down for Meta, as we've sort of lost it on the way back up here for META.
Oh, so that ATNF opened back up here. I'm just pulling back on the on the 3-minute chart so you can see yesterday's trade. I did grab the short off of this area here around 5 even. I'm just going to favor shorts 5s and 6s out in front of it. If it fails 5 here, I'm going to try to add and then give the short 2-set high of the day. Did I even get more there? Nope, I did not pick up more shares at 490. This stock is trading sometimes with a 10-cent spread despite being a $4 stock. So I just try to get some at 480. There's a wick top through $5, which essentially is what I'm usually looking for on a short, on a pop like this. Could it go to 4? Absolutely. Could it go to 3 even? Maybe I'm not going to be able to get more shares of this, but I don't want to chase it too far to the downside. I've already entered once at 70. I want to make sure I'm getting 80s or 90s up here so that I can play this wick on ATNF. The volume is now over in the millions. It was only like a couple of 100,000 shares when it originally halted. Now liquidity is much better, and that's why I want to be trading this a little bit more actively. We're right at that dip buy spot on Airbnb. I just need to see it bounce a little bit, but I did grab some 01s on AMC to reload that position. If it takes out like 495, I'll probably have to give that one up, but it's ATNF that's got my attention now.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Meta has just held 115.50 here, so I'm on the bid at 51 right now. Oh, should have gone to 52. Oh, is this going to be one of those things where I get hurt there by not taking like literally the penny difference right now? Let's see if we can get a 54 now or something right now for Meta. Here it goes. Come on, 55s, 54s. There it is. Okay, so I mean, not a good idea for me to trade Meta today, but a good trade here as it's coming back into the downside. No more bids now. Until we continue to fall even lower here on Meta. Look, now we're in the money 50 cents, or 40 cents. So not so bad on that one. We did dip out on our Apple, of course. We talked about that breaking 40. So that saved us a little bit of money. So we'll hit the sirens on that one. As you know, some of our conservative plays have been pretty good today. I always say that, when we get out, maybe we should flip the other way. We didn't do that, but that would have been a good trade for us again. Again, man, darn it. We said that yesterday. Look at that move to the downside right there for Apple. Oh man, that sucks because yeah, we should have flipped it around the other way on Apple. But still, good trade. We're out right there. Only one trade today on Apple. I think that's what we're going to try to do, man. Just get a couple trades in and not just keep going back to the well over and over and over again. We didn't even talk about MDGL today. That was a good one yesterday, up 6% today. Ooh,
I meant to, but then it's like there were so many other things happening on some of the small caps, and you get distracted, which, by the way, I didn't even realize it was 11 o'clock. I was sort of talking about that ATNF and just staring at level 2 there. It is past 11 o'clock. This one's starting to pull into VWAP. I wanted breaking VWAP to the downside, but let's get you guys right on over to Cherif. And I know Luca, locked and loaded, ready to go. Luca playing Santa Claus yesterday, so I want to thank him for doing so. And he was doing a little bit of that here today as well. So enjoy the midday show, guys.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the midday show. What a move on the market today, Luca. A whole bunch in store. We have small caps moving, we have big caps moving, we have the futures moving, and we got a lot of trades to recite with you guys. So let's get it started, baby.
Oh yeah, guys. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Just to start off the day very quickly, you know the deal. Share a couple morning trades of mine and get to some action over here. Not gonna lie, you know, anybody that was watching yesterday, I was super frustrated. I was super tilted. You know, and I was having a good day, and I was up. And today, you know, I'm not, you know, down, pretty flat, but down, and not in a bad mood, in a great mood. And sometimes it'd be like that. That's trading for you. So I'm currently short ICCM. This thing, man, was absolutely crazy. And, you know, you guys obviously watched it live. Neil and Shawn sharing their trades, showing you absolute bangers. This thing threw 4. I took the long with some size, and anybody that was watching that saw this thing spaz out. It went 4 to 420, back to 401, back to 397. Didn't trigger the stop. I had a kind of over-under, you know, long if we get back through. You know, these things obviously can go up and go back down very quickly. Luckily, didn't get triggered. And this right here is me panicking out. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to trigger my stops. I'm done for. And I just take it off. And then 2 seconds later, yeah, we're at like 470. So that was what could have been. And I'm like, man, but you know, with these things, I'll take my shots when shots are warranted. And yeah, you know, I'm not going to get cute with them. I'm not going to, you know, get destroyed on a flush there. So I'm okay with that. But yeah, if I waited maybe a couple seconds more, you know, so yeah. And then I think, you know, product of overtrading, trying the long over here, kind of sloppy, just in and outs. But this, all of this, I was actually flat on. So really good risk management. Scalp demon, yeah, absolutely, scalp demon. And you know, this was flat. So this is like, even though this looks sloppy, I'm pretty good at managing risk, playing off the sides, recognizing, you know, the algo, clearing out both sides, trying to find an area to get long for that next leg up. That was my kind of bias over here. And then we kind of went back to VWAP. And this was bad. This kind of looks like this, but this was terrible. I was punching the highs, getting out at the lows, trying. Then I flipped short at the last second, and it just rips higher. And this thing was out, and I was thinking the long. I'm like, okay, the long is going to be good. And then I'm like, maybe the short's going to be good. So yeah, guys, stick to the plan that you originally have, unless you know you are a A1 scalper, and then at that point you kind of discretionary. So that was a bad call on flipping. As you guys can see, I flipped at the last second. It was kind of frustrating to see, but you know, eventually I was like, this might be good. And one really, really good example before I pass it over to Cherif here is this. So anybody in this stock right now, if you were watching, you know, at this point, yeah, this can run. It's up 300%. You know, 10 million float. How many shares did this do? Like 85 million right now. You know, algo is in full effect, clearing out both sides. The tape is spazzing out. You know, it's very, very difficult to process. As soon as this happened, where we flushed down, and this was at 1035 if you want to look at your own charts, 1035, we flush down. We instantly go back up. And this actually, it's not showing it now, I don't think, but this broke 4, and I think it actually wicked to 430. So we broke 4, we went to 430, we instantly went back down, I took the short, algo's done with the stock. And it's a beautiful sight, man. You know, the algo, it's clearing out both sides, it's doing its job, it's just a dirty action that you're participating in, and now it's just, this thing is just going down. So, you know, I had the short, I was waiting for this flush of the 360 break, I was trying to get out at 320, it kind of stalled, so I scaled myself out in this kind of consolidation because I figured it would be consolidating. And yeah, we're probably going to 3. And this is, the only reason I say that is because I was watching the tape, I identified it kind of slowed after this kind of over-under action. Big volume absolutely dead. Big iceberg at 96.
Luca, your yellow triangles, they're...
These are, so basically this, it might be confusing, but the yellow is me covering my long.
Covering your long, so I'm profit taking.
Yeah, well, yeah, breaking, in this case, yeah, breaking even. I wish it was profit taking, but yeah, yeah, breaking even. I mean. Yeah. But essentially, you know, and this was me covering my long as well. I had the safety stop in, so it recognized as red. I'll fix that for you guys when I get a chance, but yeah,
just
so
got
now
a super chat for €2 asking that. That's why I just wanted to cover that real quick. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Great question, and I will fix that for you guys. Now, you know, the reason covering here is because obviously up 300%, anything's possible. I'm not going to pretend that I know what's going to happen next, but that 360 level, it held very nicely, and then VWAP was holding. Now we actually flushed through. So I was actually thinking stop over 360 because if this is going to be good, it shouldn't break. But now that I look at it, maybe that could be an over-under. So I'm going to move my stop back up. I just wanted to have it in case something happened while I kind of transferred over here. But yeah, so stop is going to be, you know, we shouldn't go back above 380. If we do, the trade is probably done. And I do think that, you know, algo is done with the stock. So it's going to be, you know, down, sideways, down. Now, if I'm wrong, no big deal. I get stopped off 381. I still make money on the last portion. Covered a good portion of that. Looking pretty good. Yeah, it's not going to show the position because I just have to get into a new one. But yeah, for sure we'll find some banger trades. I had a couple other ones, but yeah, I'll share them in a bit.
Yeah, guys, was in an Apple long, but you know me, the timeline is short, so you're scalping out here. Got long 17s, 132 17s, scalped into the 40s on the pop there, and then I covered once it broke down into the low 20s, not wanting to lose any portion of that. Obviously, short time frame, little scalp, but that's not really what I want to talk about. The better trade today was the QuantumScape trade that I had. In fact, I got into this one uber early. It won't show up here, but where did I get it? I got in at 33s, and I covered, or not covered, but I got out in the mid 60s. So this one was an awesome one because I stayed in it for about an hour. In fact, I got into this one around 8:30, and then I profit took about 7 minutes to the opening bell. It was around 9:23 or so. Where we got it here? No. 9:27, so three minutes before the opening bell. This was an awesome trade. I actually saw it on my watch list, and then I heard Brendo talk about it. It kind of caught my attention immediately because it was a lone standout. At this point in the morning, it was up like 8% on the day, and it was doing volume. It had done about 300,000 shares, more than a quarter million. That is very unusual for QuantumScape. I didn't even need to look at the R-vol for that. You just see it daily, and you get used to the amount of volume it does. So I picked up on that quite quick, punched in. Truth be told, I didn't take as many shares as I would have wanted to on a trade like this, but I profit took at the right area because look at this epic flush down. Like, what is that high right there? 671, and we made a move all the way down to 588 or so. Probably a lot of bag holding on this. If you guys don't know, QuantumScape is that battery company that's trying to use ceramic tiles to help battery degradation, slow battery degradation, and allow it to charge faster. That seems to be a technical issue when it comes to these batteries. So, they're trying to do something novel, and that usually comes with a bit of risk. So, I remember this one. Geez, where was this one? Just for my own curiosity, let's pull up the daily or maybe even weekly. We might have to go that far back on QuantumScape. I know this one was a lot higher than where it is now. Let's start with the daily. Okay. Yeah, Shawn says 60 or 70. Look at that chart. Okay, guys, we got January 2021 at the height of the madness. Let's call it that. 137.97 top. And now we're talking a $6 stock. How many times have we said that over and over, Luca? How many stocks have we looked at from the 2020, 2021 time and looked at now and looked at the chart and says, this is disgusting?
Yeah, man, it's crazy world that we live in, and yeah, I don't really know what to think, but other than that, and yeah, guys, I want to try to share a couple memes. I'm gonna search for them because I'm scanning these hilarious things, and I'm like, I need to share this on the show when I come in, and I'm gonna see if I can get those for you guys. Found a couple funny ones. I was trading Tesla. Somebody was mentioning Tesla before in the chat. And this thing's at 143 now. The short is good. The short is good. We're actually going 143 over here. And this is a new low. This will be a new low, 143. I kind of want to try the bounce, but I think it's going to break. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to actually take this. This is maybe, let's see if I get the fill here. Okay, yeah. And my stop is below 143. Maybe it's, I'm going to do a little bit further below 143 on this one, just in case it kind of breaks and pops. I'm okay with it. This is sort of like it's like there's no real size at 143. It probably is going to break, but I'm going to take my chance in case we do get a quick like 50 cent, 70 cent pop. I'll take it. Most likely breaks and stops me out. Yeah, okay, there's the break. And we're not really selling through 90s. I mean, we probably will. And yeah, probably stopped out. If I don't, it'll be an actual miracle on this one. But anyways, going back to the morning trades on Tesla, it was kind of funny because I was initially thinking short, yeah, so stopped out, no problem with that. I was initially thinking short, but Tesla today is not necessarily Tesla yesterday. Tesla yesterday, above 150, a lot of volume, key psychological level, a lot of liquidity, crazy. But I'm not going to say easy to trade because obviously Tesla's very difficult to trade. But you know, it's I was sized accordingly, so I kind of short, small size, short a little more. That 145 break was quick, man. Like you had to be, you know, Usain Bolt on that one. It was sort of like short. I kind of short ahead of the level. We broke. We started to flush. I was like, okay, now we're gonna probably break down and go. And my target was, you know, maybe the low 140s. That's what I was thinking. And my plan was, you know, short, short, short. If we bounce, if we hold 145. Then take the size. So I was very light on this position, right? Very, very light. And I was trying to find a way into the size, and I just could not find a way in because this thing was whipping this way, that way, this way, that way. And it was so difficult for me to kind of get into a trade and bring myself to actually take size on the trade. And then we ended up going to the upside, and I was like, this is going to rip my face off. You know, even though I don't have size and I could hold it, it's not going to be damage. I'm like, the right thing to do is to get out of this. And so I got out. It was a paper cut. It was no big deal. And look at that, all the way up, all the way back down, all the way up, all the way back down. And this is before 9:45. Like the first 15 minutes was giving you range of 147.50 to 144. You know, that's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy. And, you know, there was obviously liquidity, but there was a lot of liquidity vacuums back and forth. So very challenging. Couldn't find a way to get into the size. Kind of let it go. I said if we get to 150, then I think the short's going to be a banger. But, you know, if the short's going to be really good, then you don't even get to 150, right? That's how you know. And here we are now down at 143. You know, bounce play, small size, no big deal. That was a paper cut. A little bit of a long here for the push through VWAP. I thought there was a chance to get to maybe 148, but obviously covered because the tape just told me to do that. And yeah, not really sure what to think now. I kind of feel like we're just going to go down and, you know, eventually get to that 140. You know, I mean, it's down 4.6%. Do we see that 140 test? Do we see 138? I have no idea. For myself, it'll be reactionary. I'm definitely going to, you know, watch the even dollar levels on it, 143, 42, 41. Might try a bounce play for a little bit more size closer to the 140. I think, you know, that has better potential. But I almost want to try to figure out what these pre-split prices are, and maybe there's some levels that are kind of sneaky levels, the same way 500 with 166 was. So yeah, no, it's you know, yeah, definitely don't fight the trend. We are going down. You know, if you're taking bounce plays, just get out of them quick if they go against you. I mean, I've been taking bounce plays and losing for the past 2 weeks. You know, sized way down, so it's just kind of a learning lesson and a lot of fun. Not really too worried. But yeah, man, hopefully you guys are all doing well in the chat, making money, staying profitable, enjoying the day. It's Tuesday. You know, market's a little bit slower than CPI day last week.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's action, man. There's action. You know, this December is definitely interesting, and we're going into next year. You know, things are pretty cool, pretty cool.
Getting the Grinch rally, Luca. This is the Grinch rally, my guy.
Well, you got to say the Grinch sell-off, right?
The Grinch sell-off, yeah.
The Grinch sell-off, yeah.
Yeah, that
and,
doesn't make any sense, the Grinch rally.
Just quickly, Swashbuckler, nice name. 140 equals 420. Oh, yeah, I guess so, right? 140 equals 420. So,
it does double that.
Say less.
Course,
you know what?
Yeah.
I think 420.69.
Which one with respect to what? Tilray?
No, Tesla. Like.
Oh, Tesla. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going 140.69.
Anytime I hear 420, that's where my mind
That's what I'm
goes
doing.
right
I
away,
think,
right?
you know, we live in a simulation, so 140.69 is my bounce play. That's what I'm doing. Let's see, 140.69 times. It was a 3, right? 3 for 1 split.
I'm not 100%. Yeah.
420.
Last time around, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, sorry. What am I doing? So 420.69. Sorry, guys. I'm doing this live right now. This is actually pretty funny for myself. Okay, 140.23. That's 420.69. That's the play. Yeah, that's a good play, man. That like lines up. So yeah, my bid. Well, I'm not gonna put it out now, but we're pretty far away. But if we get there, you know, 140.23. That's the bounce play. I'm going with it, and yeah, obviously risking off 140. You know, risk 25 cents. You know, can't complain on that one. But yeah, no, it kind of does feel like 137, 138. You know, Chris saying there's a gap to fill. Yeah, that's you know, there's potential there. There's potential. So yeah, lots of action today, and pretty excited. We'll definitely get to a lot of the other small caps that you guys are mentioning over there. And I'm not sure if you got anything going here.
Yeah, I'm going to channel my inner Arun for a minute and have a look at the futures here. Here's the ES March contract. It looks like this 38.65 has been a level going back a little bit, first as support and then again as resistance. Support area came back on Friday-ish. And then looks like yesterday that's a level what we broke down from on the open and were able to reclaim at any point in the day. In fact, that acted as a very clear area of resistance right there. And it looks like some of that may transfer into today as we have another rejection off that level, and down back we go into 42s here, retesting VWAP. This is the 15-minute chart on the ES March contract, by the way. So play those large caps with that piece of information in mind. I also wanted to get into something else here with respect to Tesla. It's interesting, Luca, because we know that some of the movement here on Tesla is obviously spurred on by the downgrades that are coming in and the price target cuts. But I think that to a large extent, he said he's looking for a Twitter CEO, and people feel like he may be too distracted with Twitter. So he comes out and he says, I'm looking for a CEO, and then the markets, I think, this is my opinion, is pricing in the fact that there may not be a suitable successor for Twitter. So he may have to be there for a while. And I think that that's kind of what we're seeing here. Because, I think that that's maybe the reason for some of these price cuts. I don't know if it's as much demand related as it is distraction related. That's my gut instinct. He's going to be bogged down with this purchase for a while, and I don't think investors like it. So Tesla taking it on the chin today. 142.03 is the low. Obviously, having some sort of negative effect on the market. Let's bring down the big cap charts because I'm not currently trading anything, to be honest. The big cap, Shawn yelling there, bruck yourself. I love it. 160 NVIDIA. He's calling out in case you're following along. I'm looking here. Meta looks to be the strongest of the bunch. Meta and Microsoft look to be the strongest of the bunch, followed, by Apple. Definitely Tesla is the weakest of the bunch, maybe. And then, Google's so indifferent most of the time. I feel like the ranges on Google are so, yawn, whereas the rest of the five really do have some good movement intraday. So.
Yeah, guys, NVIDIA 160 here, Shawn calling it out. I'm taking it short if we break through 160. I'm going to take a stab at it, maybe get 50 cents out of this, 75 cents. I think Shawn said he's already short.
Yeah, I'm short 162.48.
162.40. Well, of course, he's already short at the one of the better prices here. I'm maybe shorting the bottom, but it's okay. There's not a big deal. Yeah, guys, heads up. Tesla's at 142 now, flushing. So I have my order in. I'm sticking to that order. I'm not going to trade it any other way. It kind of does feel like you probably could short into that 140 level just based on the tape here, but it's going to dance around. It's going to do a lot of things. I'm going to give this NVIDIA, this is probably a bad price. I'm okay with it. I just saw that 160 level. I think we just continue to trend to the downside. Like, guys, the market is falling off here. We're going all the way back to the lows. Where are we finding support? I have no idea. Maybe 38.30, maybe 38.25, the low area. That's kind of where it looks like it wants to gun to. So, yeah, man, we flushed down on that NVIDIA in the morning, reversed the whole move, and now back down. I don't want to... My thesis here is I don't like the long back to VWAP right now. I think there's room to the downside, so I'm holding it. But, if it does run back up, break trend to the upside, going to give it a little bit of a wider stop just because it's the nature of the beast. NVIDIA, it's... you can't really give it. It's going to dance around 20 cents. Everybody knows that, right? So if the selling is, if the short is good, it'll stay here and then it'll eventually go. So we'll see. We'll reconvene with that one. And yeah, man, Tesla shorts are printing for anybody that has that. We were talking when Tesla was at what? It was at like 155, 156 before the 150 break. And everyone's like, where's Tesla going? And I think everybody was on the same page. It's like, we all know Tesla's breaking 150. It's just a matter of where is it going to go? Is it going to go down to 147? I know somebody was mentioning 147. Well, yeah, here we are, 142. Now the calls are 137. My call on this one is very simple. Tesla's going to 20 bucks eventually. And, then maybe the bounce play. Yeah, see, Tesla goes to 23. Yeah, exactly.
You're not the only person I've heard say that.
You hear like 23s, 17s. I like that area. That's like a that would be like a crazy move to the downside, obviously. That's like me saying, yeah, Apple to 80. So, I'm obviously going to have to give Prad $1 because Apple is not even close to 80. But yeah, here we are, man. Apple actually broke that 130 today. And, I was trying the short on Apple. This was another trade that I had. I didn't really get anywhere with this trade. It was, I kind of was focusing on, in the morning on a few other things,
wow.
Getting late to the party on Apple. And the 130 break, getting short ahead of that. And, taking, they were selling there. I was like, I'm not taking the short through 130 and getting a bad price. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take size before. So I'm slamming it into the level. Looks good, breaks the level. And I'm like, okay, now we probably go. And hopefully we get to like 128. And it just so happens that it pops back. So I got out, and I basically, I mean, for the size that I had, I lost I actually made money. But this was like kind of like I got lucky, because then look at that rip all the way back to the upside. And if anything, the long was sort of better off of that 130. Like the bounce play long. And I think second time around, Shawn actually had that long. And that's pretty obvious. I didn't have it because, again, looking at a few different things. And I think this was like a tester, kind of very small size that I kind of, got out of. It was just like the wrong call there. But showing you that it wanted to hold that key level of 130, and it surprisingly didn't break the lows. So the lows is 120.90, I think, 120.90, 129.89, and held that area, and the overall market just took off and off to the races. Don't mind these longs. That was just me kind of, not really trying to figure out what I'm doing here, but yeah, no, there was I think that 132 is interesting just because there was an iceberg buyer that kind of pushed it into the 133s. Now that we're back below that 132, I'm wondering if we can actually get a pop to 132 and then see how it reacts around there. So for myself on Apple, if we pop back to 132, do we start consolidating here and then go back down? For myself, I like the kind of scalp short over 132 for the move back down into VWAP. Not really. I'm going to let it play itself out if it comes to fruition. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't just go straight down, because then it's probably going without me.
Brendo saying in the midday chat here that GoGo is moving on news that Delta may roll out Wi-Fi on its airplanes, and GoGo is a broadband company, GOGO. Decent volume here at that 11-12 3-minute candle, about 350,000 shares of volume, obviously declining heavily after that. That's typically the algo spike. So 1520 is the high. Not much of movement on Dallas, Delta stock. Obviously, let's have a look at Delta real quick. Yeah, not much of below VWAP. Not really my kind of thing.
Is there any news on Ford?
On Ford?
Yeah, Ford's taking a nosedive here, 1150 down to 11.
We put F here in the news blotter. You met nothing really coming up. Where are we? 1123. No, the last thing I have is 1020. So nothing that I've.
Yeah, I'm going short this. That feels like the right thing to do.
All right. So
this is like a
Luca
pop
short.
Yeah, guys. Sorry, I'm just quick update. Somebody in the chat was saying, guys, Ford is taking a dive here. This could be something. How many times do we see volume, quick dive, and then it retraces the whole move because it wasn't liked? So I'm aware that this could be a very bad punch, but my plan is to short, and then kind of risk off. It's 1150 is high, but I think there's a chance we get back to the lows. So I'm kind of like short, and then hopefully we flush down. I'm going to cover down back at the lows. That'll be my plan on that one. So as we kind of continue to pop, I'm going to continue to add to this Ford trade. I mean, it's Ford, so it's like, I'm not really expecting something too crazy. NVIDIA's working. It's 24 cents, 25 cents in the money. I'm going to be patient with that one. And yeah, Ford, let's see. Again, you said no news, right?
Nothing yet.
Nothing
Neil asking for as well. Brendan, I think, is checking on that. So as soon as we have it, obviously we'll get that to you guys. Brendan's saying nothing yet. So maybe just someone offloading a position. But yeah, that's a big move for Ford because of the size of the float there to move it like that.
It's it's a big move, man. So yeah. I'll just I'll let the tape do the tell. If it works, it works. Great. If it doesn't, I'll be out of the trade. I won't worry too much.
All right, just to update you guys. I'm short ICCM. I got short 54s. The idea here is to give it. Basically, I just feel like it's stair-stepping down. Possibly, maybe that 320 area for now. That does seem to be a good area of support around there. I've got a profit taker resting at 340. We'll see what this one does. I'm going to give it some room to the high side. I don't want to be in a position where it breaks VWAP very superficially and then flushes back down. That's typical with these type of stocks, with these small cappers, where algos are stop hunting and then the move back down. So I'm going to give this one a little bit of room. The idea here is to do a 2-to-1 risk ratio. I think we could see 3 quite easily. Maybe we'll encounter some resistance, like I said, at 320. We'll see what this one does. I got a decent price. Currently flat on it, though. What was I going to mention? Yes, let's get some of the side stocks in here. Guys, MDGL is moving in. I don't know if Neil mentioned this one in the morning show, but this one, yeah, it's $253 at the high. $249.45 is what it's trading at now, but look at the range this one's giving you. 227 to the bottom, 227 on the dot, by the way, to the bottom, and 253.95 to the top. So a lot of range on this one, and some decent patterns moving around here. No halting. I don't know what the spread is like at the moment. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it, but yeah. Anyway, this one moving. I've got XBEV also on my radar. This one made a nice move right off the bell. It's up 3.3%, was up a little higher. 9.23 to the low and 10.30 to the high, giving you $1 there for a $10 stock. So, you know, not a great move, but it was on my radar from yesterday. So it's nice when these ones continue because you're kind of familiar with the levels. Let's go and see what is going on with our ICCM trade. Yeah, still flat on it, not doing anything at the moment, but I feel like it's stair-stepping down, and this might be a good time to be short this stock. I know a lot of guys on the floor took this one long and short today, and they made ample amount of money. I know Luca's short too right now, right?
Yeah, guys, I only have shorts on board here, and they're not. The Nvidia kind of turned against me. I have a stop in place. It's kind of breaking trend back to the upside. I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out on this one. I just thought it was a really good try, and you know, out of the money, my stop is 160.50. I'm giving it some room. Maybe it kind of pops and then drops again, and then we go lower. But keep in mind, yeah, man, you know, 162 all the way to 160, decent move there, right? So yeah, if I lose on this one, I lose. It's not really a problem. I'm gonna look back here at Ford. Yeah, this was my thoughts. It's if it was gonna go down, maybe it would go down over here. I'm gonna take one more try to keep, because I said I wanted to just add into this. So I'm gonna add over here. I'm gonna keep adding until it's, because there is still a chance that it floats back down, you know, and I do say that, you know, there's always a chance to get your money back. I'm sized accordingly, so I'm not really too worried about that one. And I have the ICCM on board too. That's yeah, that's the thing. I didn't want to put the stop above 360 because I was worried this would happen, just kind of go and then no real follow through, right? So yeah, stop I think is in the correct place on that one. Aiming for 3. If I can get like 320s and 280s and kind of average myself around out around 3. That'll be great there. Yeah, no, Nvidia is just kind of going to the upside. That one's probably going to be done over there, but no problem. Someone in the chat was like, "Who would love to see Luca take helium and talk stocks?" That's a pretty funny request, man. I personally, I'm not going to do that, but yeah, no, that's kind of funny. And yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. Anybody kind of late to the party, enjoying the show, you know, hit the like if you do. Putting on a show over here, man. Lots of fun. Always having a great time. And just waiting for that Tesla
stock, Luca. I don't know how I missed out on ATNF. Where were my eyes? This one flying to the high side. Already 2 halts to the upside, a 684 high and a 230 low. So this one, and decidedly above VWAP. So we've got a lot of levels with which to work here. We got the halt levels, we got some consolidation levels, and yeah, we got a couple of consolidation levels actually. So this one should be interesting in the afternoon, both to the high and short side. I don't know how I missed this. And it's coming in with volume, guys. 11 million shares done. It's a $6 stock, so that's not nothing. What is this company? 180 Life Sciences is a clinical stage biotech company. The company is focused on the development of therapeutics for unmet medical needs and chronic pain, inflammation, fibrosis, and research. Okay, we're seeing a lot of these biotech companies move lately. That's what I'm noticing, especially ever since that mRNA move. What's the float on this? Let's just check here. Company profile real quick. We got a 28 million share float, so that is small. Careful with this one, hence probably why it has halted upside a couple of times. This one might be interesting into the afternoon, Luca. How do you see it?
I actually, yeah, just pulling it up, looking at this one, up 130%, and I kind of want to think short if we can this would be nice. So this is a halter, right? So obviously, as I always say for myself, you know, map the levels. This is too low, but this level interesting, that 5, right? It kind of halted into 5 and then sort of rejected 5, then finally over 5. So for myself, you know, 5 being target if I do short this thing, and you know, would want that over 7. Somebody's like, oh, 7 is going to break. I don't know. Did you mention the float there or?
Yeah, 28.1 million. But someone in the chat is saying it's a 2 million float. Do you want to check Float Checker real quick?
Yeah, we can do this live here. Yeah. So Float Checker, free websites. You know, you take it with a grain of salt, just because obviously anything free, you're never really 100% sure. Yeah. So some is showing 1.8, some is showing 28. I would if you're, because you looked at IB, right? Mm-hmm. On IB, and it says 28.
What is it saying here?
Well, this says both.
Look at that.
Pulling,
so there you go.
So
you're getting
a nice range here. 2 million and 28. Maybe there was some type of reverse split on this thing.
Let's have a look at the daily.
Because it's very close to just a 10, like a 10-to-1 type thing. But yeah, if this
there
thing,
is a reverse split, 1 to 20, and that happened yesterday. So. Okay, I guess that's the catalyst
so there was,
on it.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So reverse split, and that would be, you know, it would be 20 million shares. Now it'd be 2 million shares.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's
not updated on mine.
Oh, it's like a 20 for 1. Yeah, so I guess the float is a little bit smaller now. You know, I look at these things and for me, they all look the same, right? They kind of go up, they consolidate, and then the question is, do we break 7 and then flush and go back down? That's kind of the setup. So for myself, I'm going to check to see on this one, maybe get a trade going. The only thing that's keeping me away is that it's only has 11 million shares done, and the spread is like 5 cents. And you know, you see a 5-cent spread on a $6 stock. There's better, there's better things to trade. So I'm not, you know, running to get the shorts right now. I'll keep it on watch. The higher, the better. That'd be very nice. But yeah, if we fail from here and go down, then yeah, it's no big deal. But you know, everybody sees what they see, right? You know, like obviously trade your own playbook. Somebody's saying crash, question mark.
It was a while since we like saw 100% movers or even anywhere in that region. Today we've already got 2. I mean, I'm happy that this intraday volatility is coming back, especially for these small cappers. You know, there was a bit of a hiatus there that we didn't have much to work with, but we've got it now. $550 area, 560-ish area. There does seem to be a bit of a top there, also supported by VWAP, VWAP being at that 547-ish area. So there could be a little bit of a buying zone here, but I don't know if I want to buy on a really very aggressive decline. We'll see. No, my mic was on, guys. Sorry. Yeah, so the chat saying my mic wasn't on. It was on. It's not on me, guys. I didn't touch the mic button. But, okay, I hope you guys can hear me now. I'm basically talking about ATNF. I'm just saying that the area with which I'm looking to get possibly long here is that 560 area to that 545-ish area where VWAP is. There could be a possible buying zone. We have a nice consolidation area here. This is the 1-minute chart, and then you had the breakout area. So that 560-ish, 550-ish area. We'll see what this one does. I mean, it looks like it's just more prone to go up than it is down now, coming back near high of days. What's high of day of this? So my Bluetooth is disconnected. The high of day on ATNF is 684. Yeah, we're printing in the high 50s now, so we'll see what this one does. I just want to manage my trade real quick here on ICCM. Kind of going against me. I expected a bit of a VWAP retracement. I may add to this position around this area. We'll see if it reclaims VWAP with any vigor here. If it starts going to the high side really aggressively, then I'll have to punch out of this one. I'm about, where am I? I'm about 10 pennies out of the money on ICCM, but still below VWAP. So I think still a better short than a long at the moment. Wow, ATNF doing all these moves. I have no trade on it at the moment, to be honest with you. I'm looking here. It looks to be like a sideways move. What happened to my headset? Did it fall?
I think
it's over there.
Yeah, but I don't know what's going on here.
It's not
yeah.
working.
Anyways, guys, I'm stopped out of that Nvidia trade there. That I didn't have a stop in, man. I didn't have a stop. I was like, wait a second, why? Where is this? And yeah, no. So I just punched out, lost an extra 20 cents on that one. But you know, sometimes it do be like that. All good, all good. And somebody in the chat was like, hey, man, can you read the chat more? Oh, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. You know, if you guys ask questions, feel free to ask the question twice. You know, it's no big deal, right? Get around to the questions as best we can. Multitasking is, you know, if you want to do really well at something, multitask, right? That's, yeah, it's kind of funny. Somebody's saying LANV.
You want to send it up? We can send it up to Brendo at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just wrapping up the session here for European markets. As we saw in the pre-market, if you joined us at 8:30 this morning, bit of a choppy day as far as Europe is concerned. Some of the major indexes, though, did get back to positive territory, including the Stock 600, Germany's DAX as well, up about 0.5% overall, though the market itself downside 0.4 when all is said and done. England 0.15, I should say, to the upside among the strongest. Spain stands out 0.8. in positive territory, but mixed board, to say the least, for European markets today, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Brendo. Yeah, guys, still waiting on that fill on Tesla there, and yeah, I'm just laughing at some of the comments here. Yeah, no, we do read the chat from time to time. Come on, you know, it's Yeah, no, always having a good time. Somebody's saying, Luca, how do you handle losing trade emotionally? Oh man, I complain all the time. I go, this is bullshit. Oh, I can't say.
Yeah,
this
no,
is bull, like rigged, all rigged. I can't understand what's happening here. Blah blah blah. And then then I go, okay, on to the next trade. That's just myself. It's kind of funny. I mean, you guys hear me saying wow all the time. That's kind of how I do it. But yeah, maybe there's a better way to do it, right? Maybe there's a better way to do it. Just I would say personally, don't bottle up your emotions. Just kind of release them and move on, right? Just move on. Just very quickly. So yeah, I'm stopped out of ICCM, and this is the thing, man. This thing, 90 million shares traded. I mentioned this. Algo done with the stock. Blah blah blah. Just kind of my own bias. But I covered. I took the money. That was a great short there, and I'm pretty happy with that one. Let the rest ride. Which now at this point I'm canceling the bids because I'm stopped out of the rest of the position. I think if we get back over 4 and run to 450, this would be a very classic, maybe the algo was put to sleep and then it just gets turned back on. We run to 4, high of day clear out. If this gets to 5 today, that would be crazy, man. That would be crazy. Keep in mind, this thing, after hours yesterday, went from $1 to $12. So this is like, this move actually happened, and we just so happened to open down here. So, we go up there. I'm kind of looking at this, saying to myself, like, yeah, maybe like 6 to 9 is like that kind of squeeze zone, and then, over 10 is like kind of whatever. But I almost want to say that, yeah, if this thing gets going, man, anything's possible. All the shorts that were not day traders and kind of holding are now like, wait a second, why is this thing now back above VWAP? What's going on here? So, yeah, guys, make sure you watch your orders. I'm out of that trade. It's no big deal. The only thing I'm in now is a short on Ford, which is unfortunate because it just kind of feels like it might just stay around here. I'm not going to fix my average because I tend to do that and then I might just lose more. If we go higher, I'll add one more portion for like a pop and a drop back. But where am I here? I'm at 29s here. It's not really, I thought now we would flush, but we're holding, right? We're holding. So yeah, stop will be VWAP. Like if we get back there, it won't be a huge loss, but it'll just be, it just didn't work out the way that I thought it could. So we'll see what that one goes. And Eduardo, Luca, if R is a typical risk per trade, how many Rs would you say you make per day on average? So over here, we have shutdowns, right? So essentially, it's kind of, when you're trading your own account, you can actually, I think you can ask brokers to like apply a certain kind of risk limit for the day, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. You can be like, okay, look, I have whatever it is in the account. I have $10 in the account, but I only want to lose 50 cents. On a given day, right? So it's the same kind of logic over here. Like we have shutdowns, and the shutdown is different for everybody, obviously based on performance. But so if you take that approach, you can say to yourself, okay, look, what kind of trade is this? This is an A+ trade. Okay, I'm willing to risk on it. Oh, this is, so for example, this Ford trade is kind of like, oh yeah, maybe it goes back down. Don't really know the news. I'll scale into it. Like I'm not losing a lot on this, right? So I don't even know what the risk is on this. So I don't know the dollar risk, but I know that it's so small for myself that I'm not too worried. If I win a little bit. If I lose a little bit. It's not like a really good trade. Whereas, the Tesla bounce play, is more of like a better idea that I think that I have. And we've already sold off so much, so I would apply more risk to that one, right? So I would say that if you're willing to risk, and arbitrary numbers, right? Everybody's different. Some people trade, $50. Some people trade 500. Some people 5,000. Some people 50,000. Depends where you are in your career. But I would say if you're willing to risk 1,000 every single day, like that's your kind of goal, then if you can make 1,000, that's great, right? That's great because it's 1-to-1. If you can make 2,000, that's awesome, right? You're going for 2-to-1s. If you can make, 4 or 5 times, that's you got to ask yourself, how is this possible and sustainable? Because that would be incredible, right? So yeah, man, it just really depends. Every trade is different. You want to just make sure that you approach it with professionalism. Have your own playbook. Make sure it sets up for you. Make sure it makes sense. Make sure you have upside on that trade. And yeah, man, that's kind of the only thing I'll say to that one. So again, everybody's different. Don't compare yourself to others, man. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday. Always try to get better. Growth mindset. That's how we grow, man. It's the same in the gym. It's the same trading. It's the same in a lot of other avenues in life, right? So yeah, man. Hopefully that helps you guys. Tesla must dump more, as I see. I know people are short riding this, saying, "Where do I cover?" And I'm just like waiting for the long at that 420.69 pre-split price there, getting a little cheeky. Literally, for 140.23 is my bid. I'll just say that 140.23 is my bid. And I kind of want to buy like 420 shares just for the, it might go there and the bots will be like, wait a second. But yeah, no, it's not 420 shares. I mean, that would be just kind of funny there. I like it, but I don't. I don't want to kind of miss it and gauge my risk there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens on that one. I mean, maybe it doesn't even. I know Trader Gorno was mentioning he's long Tesla here, and I think you were mentioning it around the 142, and it kind of did stop there, right? So it's kind of a little bit back to the upside. I almost want to say that 145 level because we bounced 1, 2, 3 times, then kind of stalled, then finally broke down. So maybe you get that resistance at 145. So yeah, if I was long, maybe I would be like, I mean, VWAP kind of is holding, right? So that's kind of my thoughts there. And before I pass it back to Cherif, somebody's saying Vishal, LANV with red flags, LANV. I pulled this up. Don't tell me this is this one. No, this is nothing, man. Come on, 37 shares traded. I'm not even going to talk about this one. That's
how many shares traded?
37,000 shares traded.
Oh, okay.
No. This one, no.
Oh,
this doesn't even
too
deserve
risky
words.
to enter that. What are the spreads on that? Like 10, 15 pennies? Guys, I'm seeing Tall
like
here making a decent move, up 13.44% on the dates, near day's high. I think the what's the high on Tall here? Give me just a minute to find that. The high of day is 920 on Tall, and it's trading at 915, so we're close to high of days on this one. Kind of a flat top here. That could be brewing, or something more sinister to the downside. 880 is, or 880-ish is where VWAP is if you're interested in a dip trade on this one. I'm not sure how I would play this either. It's kind of consolidating now for the better part of, let's going on 2 hours, sideways consolidation. This is a 3-minute chart, by the way. It's been holding the 20 period quite nicely for the majority of the time. I mean, if you probably dip trade off that, you're in the money. But yeah, I don't really see a great trade on here, to be honest. ATNF kind of doing almost the same thing as TAL. Not exactly the same shape, but that sideways consolidation now going on about 45 minutes. This is a 1-minute chart, by the way, not a 3-minute. It's holding, this one also holding the 20 period, but I see lower lows on this one. Sorry, not lower lows, lower highs. So could be, we're headed to the downside. 554 is where VWAP is on this one. We also have that consolidation sideways period there. So I talked about that earlier as an interesting area for a dip trade, that 550, 560-ish area. Moving back to our ICCM trade. Now this one's reclaimed VWAP to the high side. This doesn't look good for my trade here, to be honest with you. It's got to break below VWAP, but this is a 1-minute chart, so there's a little bit of noise. Let's have a look at the 3-minute. Yeah, we're not really creating higher highs. I'm going to leave my stop where this is, even though I don't like the fact that it's been above VWAP for this long. I think that may start trending back up. My idea here was to go short because we had that kind of big move down and you're below VWAP, and that sideways consolidation, I thought it was going to stair step back down. So I'm not going to change anything about my plan. I've built it in and built it into the risk there. So we'll see what this one does. ATNF kind of looking like it's breaking now below that 20 period moving average where it hadn't before. So maybe this one is a more downward minded, but it is up 135% on the day. So and it's above VWAP. So this one makes me feel like it's not shortable at the moment, at least not for me, Luca.
Yeah, and I want to quickly comment. I know Trader Gorno asked me a question. Luca, you didn't even know if there was news. How can you know risk is limited if it just plummets, gaps down from where it was? Sorry, so yeah, just to quickly cover that one. I was like, oh yeah, risk is limited because it's forward. So it's like very like liquid. So it's not like a Tesla or like a Visa news and then it kind of runs down, runs away from you. This is kind of, I understand that it's like you know, right? It's like very, very thick, lots of liquidity. So that's what I was referencing over there. Obviously, yeah, I could keep going up here and I might actually have to get out of this for a loser, but sized accordingly, I'm not really too worried. CPR was also asking, how many losing days a week should a new trader aim for? That's a great question. So I would say just take good, as you're building your playbook, take good trades. I wouldn't really aim for losing days. You attract what you want in this world, right? So if you're like, oh, I want to lose like 3 days a week, like you'll probably lose 3 days a week, right? So say how many, can I do a lot of things in practice and stay flat, right? If you can stay flat and, try a lot of different things, get the reps in, then I think that's great, man. I think it's very difficult to become consistently profitable, as everybody knows. You just have to keep working at it like anything else in life, and then, you know, good things happen to those who survive. So I would say it really depends, different for everyone, but don't be like, yeah, like I only want to lose this amount, because like you'll go and lose that amount and then it'll just come to fruition. You know, just try to stay positive on that one. So hopefully that one helps you over there. And yeah, man, boy, oh boy, I'm not really too sure. You know what, this Ford, I'm bidding down here to try to, you know, get a break even. If we break VWAP to the upside, I'm just going to be out of that trade and take the loser on that, no big deal. Tesla now back down, so now breaking back down through the lows. I think that 140's, it's inbound, man, it's inbound. This thing easily is gonna, you know, I'm just kind of looking at the chart and where my order is. It looks like it's within range, man. So I think somebody was saying, yeah, Warren Buffett said he would never buy Tesla. I would love Warren Buffett and Cathie Woods to just go head to head and kind of have that debate back and forth. That would be that'd be a really fun sight to watch there. But yeah, no, I mean, I can't say I would never buy Tesla because I'm ready to buy this thing on a bounce play. So yeah, we'll see where that one goes. And yeah, last thing here is 16-year-old day trader. My number 1 rule is don't let those losers run on you. Cut them and move on. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to understand that as a day trader, you're day trading. You're looking for specific setups where you can capture the move, capture 20% of a move, and you know, go from there. Some people are discretionary, some people are systematic, some people are a combination of both. Just yeah, don't hold trades against you. You know, if you're an investor and you're like, I love the company, I did my due diligence, I understand the fundamentals, I think it's worth this amount, and then the market misprices it, yes, you're kind of buying for what you think a fair price is. As a day trader, you're not doing that. You're not sitting here. I mean, sometimes I'm like, it's Microsoft, like I'll just buy this at this price. But that's not day trading. Day trading is systematic. You have to be systematic in your approach. It's gotta make sense, right? So yeah, cut the losers quick. That's kind of what I do. Kind of my approach to the game is, you know, I just kind of punch in. Is it working for me? It's not working. I punch out, right? That's kind of just being discretionary there. And Luca, you need some confidence, bro. Stop talking about losing in a winning game, man. Yeah, exactly, man. It's all about confidence. No, I got a lot of confidence. You know, obviously I take a lot of trades. I got a lot of stamina. It doesn't really, you know, some people say, yeah, don't trade too much for me. I'm just like, try a lot of different things, see where it goes. But yeah, man, Tesla, it does look
short,
extra
Luca. I'm
weak
short
right now.
73s, taking some
Nice.
out in the 50s there. So nice 20 penny winner, scalping out, still holding 43% of the position. You know, I mean, it went against me a little bit, but I'm giving it room. I really like that curling pattern where it kind of goes up and then it starts trending down. Now, I'm out of the money again, but still holding less than half my position left, scalping already for a 30 penny winner there. So I'll continue to hold this one. The market below VWAP. Obviously, we're going to get retracements here on Tesla, no question. You know, these algos, they buy them up and they push them down. It's just the nature of the beast. But we'll just be patient on here. But where I am running out of patience, though, I got to tell you the truth, is this ICCM short. I think that this one may be destined to be a loser. Now, it's holding above VWAP for a while now, and it looks like it's creating newer highs. So I think that 4 test may be coming in and coming in closer than or sooner than I expected. Now we're getting high 80 prints and possible 90 prints there on ICCM. So I'll leave my stop where it is, but something tells me that this one is going to be a loser. And by the way, this is a full position, so this will be a hit. Sucks to be me. Flipping back to Tesla, yeah, still flirting around below 142. Let's see what this one does. I think that, you know, we might get a retracement into 142.5 here, but I can let this one go against me now, holding less than half the position. I think I want to hold it down for the eventual move. Oh, by the way, though, I may have to be careful here because the market just reclaimed VWAP from the downside. So now we're at 38.44. That is close to the close yesterday. So that is that level that I got to put in there. So you guys can't see it, but there's like a dotted line on my chart. So what I'll do is I'll just highlight it there. I think that this might be an interesting area of resistance for the market. Let's see if we can break through it to the high side. But yeah, both trades going against me at the moment. Luca, this guy was telling you not to talk about losing trades. That's all I can talk about right now. No, Tesla coming back in into break even close here. Yeah, I'm assuming that we might get a bit of a rejection off that level on the futures. Hopefully Tesla spins back down, but ICCM not looking good.
I love Thomas in the chat here. Full position is all in. Yeah, guys, you know, full position sometimes, because we'll say that, right? Like, oh, I got my full position.
Yeah,
it really depends for myself. Sometimes I set my default size to weird numbers. Like sometimes I'll be like, okay, today I'm not feeling it. Maybe I'll just do like 100 shares. And then other times I'll be like, okay, today's a really good day. Let me do like default size 1,000. And you know, so it's you know, it's going to be different, right? It's not all in. All in would be crazy, man. All in. This is the thing that people don't tell you about day trading. This is the truth about day trading. You know, you could probably punch into a position, press enter. You know, max size, like we're talking like, you know, let's say like a huge order. You could probably press enter, and like you will get the fill. You will get the shares. But then to get out of those shares, it just always seems like that's the issue, right? So it's like you can always get all in, but can you get it all out and have a win, right? Without these bots kind of, you know, maneuvering around you. That's kind of the that's what it is, right? I mean, that's kind of been my experience. I know somebody was talking. I think it was Trader Gordon who said, "Yeah, look at that wick." So I was looking at this ICCM. That's crazy, man. Like that is like it's like is this real? Is that real? I mean, maybe it was like a volume spike, but this is the thing. If it's low float and there's not lots of liquidity, like normally there is. Normally the robots are pretty good at providing liquidities at all levels. But when things go crazy, man, you know, everybody has their stop. Like let's say somebody says like, oh, okay, I have 1 million shares, stop order 401, and I'm crossing up to 433. Like the thing is once 401 hits, it just goes to 433 and then, you know, eventually gets filled and then back down. So yeah, that could be a real wick there. That's kind of crazy. The 4 level is a level of interest for sure for anybody watching that. You know, I said to myself, if we get back up, it's going to go crazy. I did pay for shorts on this thing, so I'm kind of ready for the, you know, both sides of the action. I don't know if I want to necessarily go long here, but if we get over 4 and then show that we're going to like hold 420 and go higher, then I'm going to consider the long into 450 into the high of day. I don't love it. I don't like love the setup. So yeah, if I miss it, I miss it. But that's kind of my thoughts. You know, just kind of based on the way this thing looks right now. If we get over 410, 420 and hold, then we maybe run to 450, and then yeah, high of day would be a different story. So yeah, it'll be interesting if that one comes to fruition there. Somebody's saying, Luca, what platform you use to practice? I mean, so yeah, with day it's a vague question. So at Day Trade the World, we have, you know, it's obviously live accounts. You have the simulator accounts. You can, I would say, I'm definitely the person that I like to practice like real trading with real money, because the, you know, fills are a little bit different. So it's really good to kind of, you know, get skin in the game, but just trade very, very small. That's what I would say. You know, depending what broker you're with, some of them might offer paper trading accounts. You know, I would always recommend paper trade first, you know, especially if you haven't traded before. But yeah, hopefully that helps you there. And somebody asking, will we have a chance to see you trade crypto? Hopefully somebody in the back is you know, listening to this question. That's above my pay grade, man. I don't know. If it comes through, like, I'll trade it. If things are moving, I'll trade it. I'm a trader at heart. I'll trade anything, man. You know, baseball cards. I'll trade hockey sticks. You know, Kijiji, little bit of action there too. You know, if it's moving, if it's volatile, I'll trade it, man. That's the kind of life of a trader. You need volume. You need volatility. And then, you know, yeah. So, yeah, this thing's actually starting to go. And now that I'm watching this, I'm going to punch in here. This might not be the best price that I'm getting, but I'm okay with it. As long as 4 holds, it's this thing could get real spicy to the upside. So, you know, first, I might average into the winner. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. So, like, long, long, long. If we fade back down, as long as we don't go below 380, then I think I'm good. So I'm gonna keep this on radar. I'm gonna watch it. Hopefully we run for that 450, and then yeah, 5 would be crazy, man. 5 break to the upside. I don't know. Do we go to 6 and 7? Anything's possible. I'm just kind of throwing out these random numbers, but based on day trading right now, it's, you know, the high is 473. If we get back there, it's spicy, man. It's spicy. Like, do we go into an up halt? How many times have we seen that one?
And I just got punched in the nose on by ICCM, stopping me out. Now plummeting, funny enough, but still holding that 4, at least for the moment. I got stopped out there, I think 407 or 406, so that's an L for me. Still in the Tesla short though, but I like where this one's going still. You know, I'm seeing consistently lower highs on this one, so let's see what it does. I mean, I've got my out. If it reclaims that 50 period, I'm out. But for the moment, I think it's still a good trade. I'm flat on it at the moment. Short 73s. No, I'm like 8 pennies out of the money. All right, let's look for some other trades going on here. At TAL, now at high of days. I took that one off to put the Tesla. Oh, it's a New York stock. Okay, there we go. Just flip that real quick. TAL. and then go to New York. Yeah, this one at high of days 923 now. A bit of a slow mover, so you're going to have to pack your patience with this one, but I think we are headed in the right direction. You're seeing, look at the chart pattern. It looks pretty good. You get that bounce off the 50, and then you see higher low, and then higher high, higher high. So play the range if you want. You don't have much range to play with, but if you take the adequate size, I'm sure that it can be quite profitable. It's done 14.5 million shares on the day, so liquidity is there. The volume isn't dropping off too badly. It's not what it was, obviously, during that 9 o'clock period, but the volume's still there to be able to get it in and out safely. Yeah, what's going on with this market? It's too sideways for me right now. Not much going on. Let's look at the big cappers, see if we can, see if anything's brewing here. Looks like a bit of a pop on Meta to that 115.30 to the high side. Looks like Meta's definitely the strongest of the bunch, at least for the moment. Tesla obviously being the weakest of the bunch. I'd have to say that, Microsoft and Apple kind of look indifferent to the entire market, kind of sideways. But yeah, Meta looks poised to go long. If we get a pop on the market here, I think Meta would be the first to move to the high side. Look, what's the high of day on Meta here? Quick. How come I'm not seeing this on this chart? Why is this chart so weird? Okay, well, I can tell you quickly that it is 116.39, I believe, is the high of day of Meta. We're at 115.42. So, yeah, not much going on in the small cap world, sadly, at the moment, as AT&F moves sideways. ICCM, I think, is going to have that sideways consolidation as well. Let's move back to ICCM quickly.
I can talk about that quick because I'm actually long this thing right now. So I added a little bit more in front of 4 there, and sort of, it's kind of holding trend, a little bit of sideways action. I'm thinking that it's going to maybe hold trend, and then it has that chance to pop. So this is my thesis. So I'm kind of like add, like I wanted to add a little bit more if we drop and hold. Now we're sort of, moving to the upside. So maybe it just starts to go here. I'll keep considering, the adding on this one for the same thesis there. So we'll see if we get that move to high a day, man. That's where the interesting action will start to take place. It's a product of where is everybody short. If everybody was short from over here, they're not really panicking now, but I want to see that panic to react to that. That's where a lot of the fun comes into play. Someone before said, trade Pokemon cards. It's crazy, man. When everybody knows trading cards were going nuts. And I had to pull out some of my old school cards because I'm like, am I a millionaire right now? And I don't even know this. Do I got lottery tickets somewhere here?
What do you got? What do you collect?
Oh, I had from back in the day. I have tons and tons of Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Okay, got
and I'm like pulling them out, and it's unfortunate because I used to play so much growing up on the street with my friends. And they're all scratched. So I was like, okay, so I'm definitely not a millionaire off these, but there's a couple good ones there. CPR asking another question: where did you learn the setups that you use? So it's challenging to build a playbook when you're starting from scratch, and this is why being consistently profitable is so difficult, because you don't just jump in the market and do whatever you want. You obviously have to see setups, you have to recognize patterns, you have to, you're not, if you see something the first time, you might make money on it, but you really make money when you see it, the third, the fourth, the fifth time, and it's the similar setup over and over. So it just has to be systematic. The cool thing about trading is you can really do anything as long as it works. It's just got to make sense to you. Just write it down, make sure you reflect on all your trading. It's, for me, mine was like kind of trial and error, trial by fire, like go through a lot of pain, no gain. And there's other traders on the floor that'll tell you like, no, don't do that, man. That sounds like so painful for no reason. Why would you do it that way? And I'm just like, well, that's kind of my way. Maybe it's because I have a hard head, but it is what it is. Man, somebody's saying the lottery tickets, but these lottery tickets of memories with your kids. You know what? I would much rather I'll keep my experience and the joy that I had from back in the day playing with my friends than, make an extra, like, whatever, 30K or 40K now. Like, it doesn't matter. Money comes and goes, but the memories, man, those are forever. Those are forever for sure. And I'm just kind of glancing back. Somebody's saying AMC
it's
as
funny,
well.
like I have all these baseball cards. Okay, so I'm killing it on this Tesla trade here. I averaged in high 142.46. So this one, 60 penny winner almost. I'm going to take some more out there. So we get some more out. That's top wick that I got there on Tesla. So good average in. Yeah, it's easy to average in with somebody else's money. Well, guess what? There's shutdowns here. There, we're going to take another piece out in the low 80s. So where do we get short exactly? 142.42. So yeah, nice little short on the pop there. But the market, you know, Tesla's not really moving with the market right now. In fact, ooh, there we go, back down into the low 80s, high 70s. We take a little bit more out there. Now I'm holding 30% of the position. In fact, I'll be all out.
Nasty
So that one
there.
I'm done. I'm done on that Tesla trade because I don't like the fact that the market is rocketing to the upside and Tesla is still going to the downside. I don't trust that. So you know, it is moving counter market, but that makes me a little nervous. So I'm out of that. Look at the market now. 38.52, 65s is a high, by the way. So not too far away from that, Luca.
Yeah, so we got a nasty flush there on ICCM, but I think it's games, man. So I'm adding to the long at VWAP over here. I like that idea. It stopped right at 70, and that's exactly where it stopped last time. So yeah, maybe we actually get a little bit of a pop going. So my average now is basically 390. We're going to see where this thing wants to go. I mean, we could continue to sell off. Just keep in mind that this thing is SSR. So, you know, the only people that could really sell it off are the longs. So yeah, we're going to see what happens. And you know, the bid is kind of thin, so I'm going to just put a stop in. If I lose on this trade, I'll lose on this trade, but I kind of averaged knowing that, yeah, if we keep going down, I'm just going to get out of it. But I'm looking for that pop back up because last time what happened is it dropped and then it quickly popped back up. So I don't want to be quick to sell this and then we pop back up. And it showed that, you know, 370 was the bottom over here. And then when the bottom fell out, it really tanked. So I think the real stop
nice.
should be 370. For myself, it's kind of discretionary.
I love how you're taking it long, making money. I'm taking it short, making money. There's all
There's
sorts of ways.
There's all sorts of ways, man. There's all sorts of ways that you can make money. There's opportunity on both sides. You just have to, you know, make it make sense to you. I think we're going to go to Brendo now real quick for the
Happening now.
Happening now.
Hey guys, into lunchtime we go. Green board for the most part to show you as we head into the 12 o'clock hour here. 0.18 for the S&P, 0.34 for the Dow. The Russell's still struggling a little bit, but look at the 2000 there. Russell 2000 up 0.5%. NASDAQ Composite has gone green. The 100's been kind of chopping around. It did go green, then back into negative territory. So just one of those days. Back and forth we go. We were discussing a few things this morning. If you joined us pre-market, Lucid, Tesla, Amazon. Among those, yeah, all the way back from pandemic gains for Amazon as of Monday. EU privacy deal gets done. It has been a bit of a choppy day, though. I wanted to show you this one, FedEx. There was a move to the downside there. Another analyst note out this morning suggesting they're going to miss, remember, earnings tonight for FDX, guys.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting. Nike and FedEx tonight. Wow. Talk about stop hunting here. The algos are working overtime on ICCM. I barely got stopped out. I got out at 06s. I think it topped out at 13s. Come on. You know, I gave it all the way from 50s, 350s that is. So to be stopped out by a few pennies and then have it flush all the way back down to VWAP like it's doing at the moment. Yeah, so this one, very frustrating. It's made up, though, by this nice little short that we had on Tesla. I'm still seeing lower highs on Tesla. So the fact that the market is now trending up, and you could say that the trend change has occurred on the market. Look at these higher lows here. This is the 3-minute chart on the ES, where we don't see the same thing on Tesla. So, yeah, I think the short's still in play. If you get something like I got up here, like near the 50 period, 142.50s, maybe short that pop. I don't know what kind of legs this market bounce has, but yeah, 52s we're at right now, 38.52s, and 65s are the high, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so just a quick update. Punched out of the ICCM. This was my worry. I was like, okay, take the long pop. You know, finally drops back, get myself out of there. So yeah, it's a no-go. I lost, I think, 10 cents on that total. No big deal, but here I am. Now I'm short Apple. It's kind of funny because you're like, here we go. The market's going up. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I want to say that 38.55 is kind of a level on the ES, and I'm not super confident in that, but I'm
55?
kind of 38.55.
55. Okay.
And it's sort of like, okay, we ran through 38.50, and yeah, if we break 38.55, then yeah, we're maybe going to go back up, but we could easily just reject from here and go back down. So my pick was Apple. I know I said that 132. I quickly brought it up, and I'm like, ooh, I kind of like this short idea. So I'm short here, and we're going to see where this one goes. If we can get back through that 132, then I like the short into VWAP, and then you know, just cover VWAP for myself. That's going to be the plan. So we'll see if that wants to come to fruition. Yeah, starting to work. 7 cents in the money, not too crazy. Somebody's saying, Luca, it's 38.68. Well, yeah, that would be the high. But it's everybody has a different look, and you know, for me, it's
38.65. That's the high of day today.
Yeah, maybe 38.68 is probably the better. You know, I'm not shorting the market, right? So I'm not really. I just kind of glanced at it quickly, but yeah, you know, exactly. Use your own levels. Make it make sense to you. That's the best you can do, man. That's the best you can do. Microsoft had a good move down. Let's have a look here at Microsoft very quickly. Oh, nice. Microsoft 241. What was the? I remember. I think I took a trade on this. This didn't work. I went long in front of VWAP. I thought we were going to continue, but we failed. That was a paper cut on that one. But yeah, here we are back to 242. And Microsoft, where was that level from the previous day? Because I know I mentioned this, and maybe we're actually close to that.
Jeez, those.
This is okay. I know 247, 240. 244 is where it stopped. And 244, it just cannot get there. I love the short on Microsoft, closer to 244. We're not going to get there most likely. It's pretty far away, but it's possible. It's possible. I think if we get 243.50-ish, I'm going to put a reminder order for myself to take that short there. And yeah, Tesla is just slow, man.
Heading south, man. I still like the short on this one.
It's like going down.
Short the pops on for the time being until you see a very clear trend change. Because this one, if you're getting it, like if you waited for that 142 pop, you already made 50 cents. Already made its way down to 55s if you're able to scalp that out. So it seems as if anytime this one shows any strength to the upside, it's immediately met with a whole lot of selling. Now down 5.5%. Like wow. I mean, wow. I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words. I like the guy. I think he's distracted. I don't know if this is completely justified, but it is what it is, and that's the way the system works. Anyway, looks like a bit of a bottom forming-ish, though, for temporarily, at least at 140, 150. Seems to encounter a lot of buying at that area. I think that we've hit it a bunch of times here, maybe 3 times so far. You know, not the greatest, not the best sort of definition for a bottom, but you know, one that we can be cognizant of. 140, 150 seems to be met with some buying. Now it's popping back up close to that 142.50, that 50 period moving average. But guess what? The market is showing strength here, Luca. Now we're at 55s, or 54s, excuse me. Yeah, so it's, you know, we're seeing a little bit of a trend forming. And what I was concerned about, which is why I covered my Tesla short, is because we were above VWAP on the ES and headed to the high side, and I didn't want to be short a big tech stock when that was forming on the future. So that was my thinking on that one. Obviously, I could have made a bit more. I covered in the 70s. I could have waited to cover in the 50s. Sucks to be me, but that was my thinking on this one. Now let's see what ICCM is doing. It's flirting with VWAP. I mean, it's not doing my. Are you still long ICCM?
No. Somebody was making me laugh. They're like, Luca, you're buying when you should be selling and selling when you should be buying. I'm like, yeah, maybe you're actually right there. But no, it's all good, man. I had a plan. I followed the plan, and it just didn't work for myself. So yeah, no big deal. You're not always going to be right. Just make sure you guys are trading your own book. That makes the most sense, right? mRNA tapping 200 again. Yeah, guys. So I'm short here, mRNA, just in front of 200, and it's up 5.2%. But, you know, 200, whoever called that, I was like, say less. I'm short this name. I'm risking off 201. If we get to 201, I'll be stopped out, risking a point on this. And it's sort of showing that 197 is holding. So if I can get out at like 197.5 or 198, you know, if we get that fade back, it's kind of like risk 1 point to make 2 points. I'll take a stab at it. I mean, if I lose, it's probably going to just fly up from here and go through 201. I mean, you know, the spread is there, right? So just be careful on this one. Make sure, you know, this is something you obviously, you know, watch your orders, watch the spread, you know, understand there's a little bit less volume at this time of day, so you got to give it breathing room. You got to give it breathing room.
What happened? I think we're none too plus
with the food. Neil is none too plus with the food, ladies and gentlemen.
It's, you know.
I also forgot about Moderna 200.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. You
and
know,
200
it's,
Moderna is what he's saying for the first time. Yeah, so that was
how we can lose together. Let's go. No,
yeah,
Trader Gordon's like, no, he's like, yeah, I love losing on Moderna. Now we can lose together. Yeah, and hopefully we, I mean, I don't know if you're long or short. I'm not too sure, but we'll see what happens here, man. I don't trade Moderna. Like, if it's like super in play, I'll trade it. So right now, I'm just kind of like staring at it. I'm like, ooh, this doesn't look like, you know, Tesla or Apple. But yeah, let's go here. Let's go. The short's going to be good. We're going to be good here. 197 is inbound.
I like that attitude.
Let's go down. And sorry to the longs. That's all I'm going to say. You know, the long is wrong do not abort the short. Actually, do whatever you want. I'm not aborting the short until 201. And yeah, we go from there. So, oh yeah, thank you for that 200 call. Yeah, see, I knew it was you, so I was pretty right on that one. Okay, thank you for that.
We getting revenge, baby, on ICCM. Not enough, obviously, to like, you know, spend the money or anything, or to like, where am I short? I'm short 69s. Okay, so really not much revenge yet. Hopefully more. I'm looking for a pop back down. We just broke VWAP to the sell side. Now we're getting some high 50 prints. Let's see if the sellers step up here. So looks like this was a momentary break of VWAP to the high side that stopped us out. So I'm back in. I'm cruising for more pain here. I get the feeling that that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna go against me, but we'll see. Let's see where my first out is going to be. I'm going to take some out in the mid 50s, so let's go ahead and cover some at 355, and we'll take 10% of the position out there should it make its way down. And then, you know what, I'll put some other resting orders there. Let's go ahead and cover some at, like, let's say 49s, and we'll take another 10 piece out there. And then I won't watch it because it's going to give me anxiety. So let's see what the AS is doing. I'm still trending to the high side, Luca. I don't really have much else. Tall group, tall, I told you guys about. That one still at day's highs, but really a slow mover if I'm being honest. 325 high, currently trading at 321. So you're gonna again have to pack your patience on this one. Otherwise,
that is not good.
Oh, by the way, guys, looks like there's a reserve here on 60 on ICCM. Apple. Oh, there it goes. It breaks. We get that fill. Can we get that fill down at 49s? Now we're printing 54s and 52s on ICCM. So headed to the downside. There was definitely a reserve there at 60 that got broken. Hence why it moved quite aggressively. I don't know if the buyers are going to step in and around this area, though. We did have some consolidation in and around that, $0.50 area. Hence why I'm a little nervous that I've got my profit taker below that $0.50 area at 49. But I gotta assume it's gonna make its way down there. So where will my stop be on this one? I think I'll give myself. I got short 69s. Maybe I'll give myself to just the below 90s. I'll give it maybe 20 pennies or so. We'll see what this one does, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I was short Apple, and I'm like, should I short more? And then 420 lots came on the offer, and it filled like that. So this is a gut instinct. I flipped long, and I don't know if it's the right idea, because now I'm 15 cents the other way. So maybe that's a bad trade on my part. Maybe the short still is going to be good. But sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll flip here, because now we're kind of holding, and I actually do like the long better. So I'm gonna add a little bit more here. This is like still holding trend, right? It's like very slow. So I understand it is very slow, and yeah, we could flush back down, but I'm going to try to, I guess, this is kind of playing with fire on this one, flipping long. I understand what I'm getting myself into, so yeah, we'll see what happens there. We shall see what happens, man. Maybe the initial short was the right idea, and flipping long is like, no, don't do that. Why are you doing that? But yeah, it's okay. No problem there. We'll see what happens. Somebody's saying, Bob's saying Netflix, very strong, headed for high of day. Let's have a look here quickly to see where Netflix is. Oh, I think that 288, I said that 288 level is actually good. You know what, I'm going to short this thing too, because I said 288. Yeah, it's kind of close there. I think we could easily get 286 back to kind of VWAP there. And sort of, up move now, like a little bit of downward action. Bad news, gap down this morning, strong, kind of moving its way back up. Sort of rejecting 288 once, twice, then back down, then the third time, right? So now we're back there. I'm going to try the short, test my luck on this one. Not really too sure what's going to happen, but yeah, 288, let's see if we continue to kind of break the high, then I'm not really too sure what's going to happen. It is strong. It is holding trend, right? So I'm kind of going against the trend here. So it's a little bit more smaller size for myself. No problem there. Somebody's saying Apple long, ICCM long. I know Cherif was just talking about ICCM on the flush there, and you had the short there going, right?
I've got my stop like really close to my entry. So if it breaks up, it'll be a small loss covered by the little winner that I had there. Well, it's back to my entry point, but it is below VWAP, hence why I'm shorting it. I'm getting it at a much better area than I got it last time. Like, look where I got short. I got short near the bottom end of that range. If there was a range to be had here, I'm at the top end of it. From a VWAP perspective, obviously not. The top end of the range is going to be that 413 area, but that's where I got stopped out. So, Dan McIsaac asking, why no Tesla short now? while Tesla's going to the high side. I mean, I can't control it. It's clearly broken the 50 period here, and it's kind of moving counter market. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. The market headed down, Tesla moving up. It's marching to the beat of its own drum. It doesn't really care about what the general market is doing. I see an interesting level here, the top of this peak, which is at 143.17-ish, let's say 143.20. If it can break above there, there might be an interesting new trend change because that will amount to a higher high. So do we have a possible trend change on Tesla brewing at the moment, Luca? I don't know. The market, not really a good guide for Tesla at the moment. Let's flip back quickly to ICCM. It looks like it's back to my entry price. I'll give this one to like 81s. If it breaks through 81, I'll take a 10-penny loss on the remaining position there, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, I'm going to keep adding to this app along here. As you guys can see, it's just kind of holding that 133.20 market, kind of moving to the upside. I mean, man, if it wants to hold and go back and test, then this is like a little dip and rip action. But yeah, we'll see what happens next. You know, maybe if not too sure. It's kind of funny, like short, and then I'm like, okay, abort the short, go long. And then it's like, oh, no, that's going against me. But I'm going to stick to this one. It kind of feels like it's not the wrong idea yet, but obviously coinciding with the rest of the market. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, Netflix is working a little bit. Netflix slowly to the downside. Moderna is, yeah, not really, I mean, it made a high there. Not really looking like it really wants to fade, but I'm going to respect my original stop on that one. We'll see where that one goes. And yeah, man, so one long, two shorts on board. Nothing really working yet, but basically pretty flat. Moderna's like 50 cents an hour of the money. So yeah, no, that one's probably, that one's, I kind of feel like once it gets to the 50s, yeah, I mean, this is the thing, Trader Gordo, we said it, right? We're like, let's lose together. What's happening? We're losing. We should have said, let's win together. What are we doing? Oh my God. But yeah, no, it's always a fun time, man. You know, not a problem on my side of things. Hopefully not a problem on your side of things. You know, that's trading, man. That's trading. And yeah, no big deal there. I want to share a tweet that I found today that was kind of funny. Maybe you guys get a kick out of this one. So, you know, this is like inflation related, right? So I'll read this for everyone. Taking a girl out to dinner on a first date was only possible under zero interest rate policy. Too many dollars, chasing too many bad dinners. Now that funny money is gone, be prepared for 3 to 5 years of coffee dates.
That's hilarious.
That kind of made me laugh. I read that this morning. I can't remember who sent me that, but I was dying, man. I'm like, yeah, you know, yeah, inflation is hurting everyone across the board. That one made me laugh there. So yeah, hopefully you guys get a kick out of it. You know, if your day's not going too well, you know, some of these tweets are pretty funny there. So yeah, man.
Yeah, a buddy of mine actually was driving on the road yesterday and took a picture of a license plate here in Ontario that said Dow 40,000. And then he texted me that, and I said, yeah, maybe 2024, but yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that next year. Slated for a recession, but it depends on who you're listening to. So we'll see how the Dow pans out. And to be honest with you, the Dow has really, you know, it's down on the month, I think 5% but definitely outperforming the NASDAQ. I think the NASDAQ down 8-something%. I'm not sure. I got to double check those figures, but I know that the Dow has been outperforming the S&P and the NASDAQ for sure. So the blue chip names definitely holding up better than some of the speculative tech plays that make up the NASDAQ composite. What do we got here? ICCM, yeah, looks like it's retracing into VWAP, back down into my entry area. We'll see if this one can hold VWAP from the downside. That's what I'm looking for. If it's going to pop up and really reclaim it and start doing this nonsense again, because to be honest with you, these are higher lows. Okay, so this could be forming a possible compression pattern here for a pop upwards and then a breakthrough high of day. So I need to be cognizant of that. We haven't created newer lows on this is on the 3-minute chart, by the way. So this action that I'm taking technically is kind of counter to the actual trend. So, you know, you gotta mitigate risk on that, and the way that I'm gonna do that is by having a closer stop. Now that may stop me out prematurely, sure, always possible there. Now, looks like Tesla not quite making it up to that 114, 143, excuse me, mid-teens, 15, 16 area, kind of topped out at that 143, it looks like, and then retraced back south. So Dan McIsaac asking me why no Tesla short. It looks like the short may still be in play. The only thing that really caught my attention was it reclaimed the 50 period, at least momentarily. Now it's below the 50 period and looking to print lower. That's why I wasn't really more inclined to punch short there. And I was also worried about that newer high, 143.15-ish. If it had made a newer high, then it would have been a trend change. So not for me at the moment, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up, MLGO is halted to the upside. It's showing a 210 open. This thing is day 2 SSR, if I'm not mistaken. It's traded not even 1 million shares. So that's something that I would say, for myself, I'm probably not going to trade it. I think this was a runner from last time. The halt was 12:18:51. So basically 5-minute halts, do the math there.
Actually go to 71, whatever, $71.50 on the 13th? Or is my chart just going bonkers? Look at this. See this? I don't get dark pools on here.
I think it did.
I don't get dark pools.
Yeah, I think
on
this
there,
was the IPO, if I'm not mistaken. This is the
no,
one.
there was more. There's price action before that, Luca.
Yeah. No. This was MLGO was the one that went to 70s and went all the way back in the same day. And then man, here we are halting back to the upside. It's not. It's kind of already had its run. Less than 1 million shares traded. Not really my cup of tea right now, I'll say. So I'm not going to trade it. But yeah, just heads up there. Just wanted to say heads up. Somebody in the chat, thanks for calling that one. Moderna, guys. Yeah, I'm out of that trade. I took the L. It didn't even. It's funny. Did it break 201? It was going for the break. I'm like, I'm done with this. It's running the stops. I'll get out a little bit earlier. So save myself, I think 10 cents, 20 cents on that. So I'll take it, man. Save that. Put that towards espresso. Can't complain. And yeah, guys, hit the like button. I see somebody saying with right now 1.5 thousand likes.
Don't try to understand the scalp demon. He just does it.
I just do it, man. I just do it, man. I live in the moment. Just do it. Be bold. Just try to take the trades that you like. If they don't work, punch in, punch out. But it's got to make sense to you, right? It's tough to understand. And it's funny because some of the comments come through sometimes, and people are like, "What is this guy doing?"
I hate.
And I see those, but I laugh because I see those, and I'm like, "Bro, I don't know." Like sometimes I don't know, right? I'm just kind of go with the ebb and flows, what's working, get into this, oh, it's not working. So going back to, hold positions that are working, but if they're not working, get out of them, right? So a lot of the times the morning is great, the afternoon is great, going into the close is great. Midday is like, that's why I say, man, great time to ask questions. Sometimes midday is going to be slow. Sometimes it's going to give really good opportunities. We remember before, I think it was Friday when Tesla was above 150, going to that 150 level. Like, it's like, wow, like it's like 12:30. We're at 150 key level. Like this could be really good, right? But it's obviously better if it happens in the morning. It just tends to gives you more range on that one, right? So yeah, guys, covered the Apple trade. That was basically a loser on that one. The MLGA indicated open. I think it was showing 210. MLGO. Now 223. This thing is showing now 223, 224, 225. I'm like, this is like an auction. 226. Do I hear 227? Technically it is an auction. But 5 minutes. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So basically going to open in the next 30 seconds, showing 225. Okay, now 220. It's changing. It's pretty light on the volume, but the volume doesn't. Not really the tell in an auction open, I would say. But Luca, what separates rookies from pros? Yeah, the thing is I would say it just takes time, man. You just got to keep practicing. Yeah, now this thing's showing 217, so maybe going to open a little bit lower there. Someone's saying Netflix oh man, okay, yeah, nope. No good on this one. We're going to highs here. Okay, this is terrible. Okay, L, taking the L on that one. That's, sometimes this looks bad, man. I was like, for a second, it looked good. And then we just ripped to that. I should have maybe had a stop in, I guess. But, that's not pretty. Taking the L on that one. Meta, not working for me. Might have to just kind of scale back. I'm taking too many L's. It's not really, it's not,
So there's news coming in as a result of that. Luca, I just want to update the viewers. Brendo writing in the chat here that Microsoft interest speculation from Reuters with respect to Netflix. So there is some news coming in that Microsoft may be interested in Netflix. Geez, like they haven't had enough antitrust views from the government with Activision. They want to try to take over Netflix too. I don't know where that goes. But anyway, that's the news item, and I guess that's the catalyst for why it's bouncing. Luca, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. I know I'm probably punching the highs, but with kind of news like that, I'm not sticking around in that short. I just watched Luca to forget I'm losing. Yeah, it's kind of. I'm over here taking L's. I'm like that.
You and me both, man. I just got punched in the face again on ICCM. It's so annoying. I scalped a little bit, but not enough to prevent an L. So this one, the L racking up, and that's my last short on ICCM. Clearly, I don't have a good beat on this stock, so just time to fold them. What I do see here after my multiple errors is that this is range bound. It's not really respecting these moving averages or VWAP or what have you. Basically, the play here looks like is to go at these extremes and then just wait for the reversal. Where are the extremes? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. You can kind of gauge the ranges based on previous price action. So it looks like we had the high here of that 20s and then didn't quite make it up to there last time around, up to the low teens, and then maybe the rejection comes in off 4 this time. We'll see, but I won't play that. That's too many L's for me on that one. Tall finally giving up the goods. Wow, look at that flush. We were talking about this one being a slow mover. Well, not to the downside. It's not. Looks like we're going to get a 9 test right now. We're getting 902 prints here on the bid on Tall, giving up a little bit of the gains. That 9, I think, where was that high of day that I said on Tall? Yeah, 925, now down to 903. Let's see if 9 holds up here. Seeing some good size coming in on the bid, but I don't know if it's enough to hold up a $9 stock from Flushing. Here we got a lot of bidders and sellers from here.
Yeah, man, it's you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Maybe flat bottom break here on Tesla now wants to come down and fill my bid down there. Let me just pull this up. Tesla, my bid's just been chilling there for
I'll just get to the story real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Like, Brendo, if you could come to my screen, Fahad. Basically, the idea here is Netflix will be next on Microsoft's shopping list. That's coming from Reuters, guys. That's not like a small-time news agency. You guys can tell that. The video streaming service is expanding into gaming and software. Titan fights for Activision Blizzard. Oh, yeah. We also heard about Netflix getting into gaming as well. They bought Finish, I believe. I believe it's a software development company, a video game maker out there, in order to diversify their portfolio for their members. So that will be interesting to see whether that plays into the equation here anyway. So that's the news item. A lot of people in the chat saying that won't happen. I can't say that I disagree with you. I think that, you know, if the current administration stays the way it is, I think that they're very sensitive to anti-competitive, wins, let's call it that, and anti-competitive deals. So they'll probably put the kibosh on that. But, you know, who knows? 2 years from now where we'll be. So, yeah, let's wait and see.
Yeah, man, wait and see. That is the market that we're in. Guys, I'm in chill mode right now because I just took so many L's, and I'm like, no. I've seen this setup before where I just lose. But this is the thing, man. You can lose so many times if you're sized accordingly. You take all these little paper cuts over and over and over again, and then, you know, you get a really good trade, and it makes up for all of it and more. So, yeah, I'm not concerned at all, man. Not concerned at all. ICCM is kind of chopping around here. I'd be careful on that one. Tesla is giving that sell-off now into the lows. I would not be taking a short through the low a day on this one personally. I'm just going to let it come to fruition and see if it actually wants to fill that bid down below there. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask away, man. Yeah, Trader Gorno, I was actually laughing because you're like, pathetic, I'll average in 210, stop 211, big brain. I love that, man. Bamboozle these bots. You know, these bots are in full effect, alive and well, probably. Neil saying MLGO should open in less than a minute.
Yep,
so
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, let's have a look here at MLGO. Did this still not open?
What's the top, Luca?
I guess it's a 10-minute halt. So, yeah, this thing's going to open in 30 seconds. It's showing 2:30 open. Okay. So, yeah, it could be interesting, man. 2:30 open. Again, I don't know if I want to trade that. Maybe I do want to trade this.
There's a 10-minute
Maybe I'll
halt,
try
by the
to
way, right?
MLGO.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try a long if we go into another halt. This might be a disaster, but we're going to see what happens here. You know, maybe this thing wants to open, go into another halt, and I'm going to try my luck on the long. Pray for me, man. Pray for me. Somebody said it best, punch and pray.
Yeah,
man, pray for me on this one. We're going to open now in the next couple seconds, and we'll see if this thing actually wants to go up.
Got a retarded
is there volume
dark
or no?
Print on that. That's very frustrating.
Yeah, it's pretty. So when these things open, if they open and just like run into another halt, then it's like it could be good. But if it opens and does what it's doing right now, where it's kind of slow, then it's like, maybe it's not that good, right? Maybe it's not going to be good. So I'm not just going to punch in right here. And yeah, no, this was like I was like, first impression, you know, I'm going to know right away if this is going to be good or bad. But yeah, no, this is okay. I'm going to let it go. I'm done with this thing. It's I would use halt levels if you are trading this thing. Just look at like 193, maybe at comes down, bounces a little bit, but yeah, man, this thing could just flush down into a down halt. I'd be cautious. Yeah, no trade for me on that one. All good. Just gonna let it go there. Yeah, here's Netflix back on my price. So guys, take this lesson. You know, the market most likely will always give you a chance to get your money back. But me, I'm just like, no, I'll take the loss and move on. It's okay. But yeah, here we are now, back down. Kind of funny there. I just wanted to bring that up. ICCM is pushing 4 again. I think it actually broke 4. No, it didn't break 4. Sorry. So yeah, it didn't break 4 to the upside. Kind of interesting there. Do we break 4 and then go again? I would just be cautious. I mean, you know, I'm cautious on this one. I'm really gonna wait. I tried the long. It didn't work. This time I'm not. I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna chill there.
I just need to tell the people something. MLGO. Did you hear what Luca just told you there? He told you look at the halt level. Look where the halt level is, 193. Look where it made its way down to 195. So you put it a couple of pennies above, and then look how high that wick went up. That's 220, and the spread's 1 penny. So you really wouldn't have got cutting up. Here we go. Now it makes its way back down to 193. You could have had another opportunity. I love how I'm talking about this like I'm not supposed to be taking these. I'm supposed to be taking these too, and I'm not taking them. 193, and then we shoot right back up to 210. So this one really. We're actually respecting the halt level. If you were quick on the keys or you had resting orders in around that level, I think you would have got printed. Nice move back up. It's basics, right? Like we've seen it so many times when it makes its way back to the halt level, bounces off it, even if it's momentarily. I mean, it's not necessarily going to stay above there the rest of the day, but you definitely do get that bounce. We're printing new highs now, Luca. I think we're up at 226. This one, yeah, 220. It keeps going higher. So. This one's, yeah, it's not too bad. I think we may have some more room to the upside. $2 stock, but the spread can be like 5 to 6 pennies at times. That's obviously really dangerous for a $2 stock because there is a chance that you may want to size up heavier. And if that's the case, then you have a possible slippage per share of 5, 6 pennies. You know, you do the math, and that's what it could cost you just to get in and get out. So careful on that one. As yeah, it consolidates a little sideways, Luca.
Great question, Stack Mula. Love the name, by the way. Do you guys watch your replays? Yeah, man. I go home every day and I watch the replay 3 times, and I say, where can I get better? How can I do this better? Yeah, no, man. I don't watch the replays. I got stuff to do, man. You know, life pretty busy, but maybe I should. I mean, I watch my trading videos, and that's kind of another thing for you guys. If you don't. Oh, sorry, I just misinterpreted that. If you guys don't, you know, record your screens when you trade, I would recommend it, especially if you're new. You know, record your screen, you know, trade, and then watch it back, right? Because you're going to see things in slow motion and say to yourself, wow, I had so much time to take that, and I didn't take it. You know, and you just get better, right? So it's like anything else. Record the screen, watch it back, do that for 2 weeks. You know, take it upon yourself to try that, and watch how much you improve. And I think I was chatting with a couple of the traders in the back, and they were saying, you know, yeah, record your screen and watch it back on 2 times the speed. You know, that would be interesting, right? Like learn at twice the speed. Yeah, no, definitely interesting take there. I personally just used to kind of watch my recordings back over and over again, and I was like, oh my God, I had so much time to get out. What was I even doing over there? And then in the moment, I'm like, ah. But yeah, no, it's funny. Yeah, Luca in slow-mo. Yeah, guys, maybe when you watch this video back, put it in slow-mo, and then you can actually listen to half the stuff that I'm saying. Trader Gordon saying, I'm Allen Iverson, man, ain't practice. Oh, yeah. What is this, practice? What are you talking about, practice over here? Come on. It's all about, you know, just jumping right in. Hilarious. Yeah, you know, it's teach their own.
Would you tell someone to practice in the sim, improve profitability first, or throw themselves kind of like to the wolves and get their feet wet real quick?
Everybody's different, but I almost want to say I'm going to throw you in the water and you know, sink or swim. But no, it's if you take a systematic approach to trading, you should probably build strategy in a simulation account. I personally would say that if you're kind of, you know, if you're adamant, I'm going to be a discretionary trader, things are going to work out, you know, trade live and put your money where your mouth is. Give it a try, but just trade very small, right? Trade very small. Take a lot of paper cuts. You know, it's not going to be the end of the world if that's the case, you know, assuming you're kind of trading with what you're willing to lose. But yeah, man, I would say if it's strategy development, you know, probably better to just have that systematic approach. You know, you don't have skin in the game, so you're more kind of professional about it. You're systematic, using the numbers. But yeah, no, for me, man, it's all about just kind of diving right in. Just jump right into the deep end and see what happens, you know, like good or bad, whatever. Yeah, we can have a look back at Moderna over here. I wonder where this one is. Oh man, don't tell me. See, that's the problem. I don't even have the right stops. All my chart, it's like short, stopped out, coming back down. Netflix, same thing. Short, stopped out, coming back down. How many of these do I have? Don't tell me Ford is back down. Okay, whatever. This one is not too bad. What else did I trade today? Nvidia. Well, this one, I mean, it went way up, so I'm not too mad about that one. And yeah, Apple's kind of in the same spot over here. It's, I mean, I took the L there, but yeah, you know, it's no big deal there.
Well, Tesla
Netflix
just
sell the
headed
news. Yeah,
south.
maybe.
That 141.50 that we talked about, well, that's no longer a level. Boom, 141.19. Tesla creating newer lows in addition to lower highs. So this one still showing you that it's more inclined to head to the sell side. Now it is down 5 3/4%, creating new lows, 141.15 again to the sell side. And new, yeah, I think do we get 140 today? I think that's a little ambitious, right? Or no?
Well, I'm going long, man. I said
long.
Yeah, 140.23 order is in. I'm okay to say it. You know, 420.69, live and die.
Live and die.
Live and die. We'll see what happens.
Well, good on you. I mean, we've bounced around this area a lot, so I don't think it's an outrageous trade by any means. We're also above the VWAP on the futures, which means that a bounce could be in order at the moment. We'll have to see if that pans out. But yeah, not a bad overall trade. But I think 140 there, at least, if not today, maybe sometime this week. You know, we thought it would be a slow weekend. You know, kind of it is if you're looking at these big caps. Yeah, it's an inside day. We have to the low side, we're at 38.21. To the high side, we're at 65. So, yeah, you know, decent range. It's 40-point range or so. But the small caps are kind of making up for it. These ICCMs and all these other crazy MLGO, MDGL, all of these things are moving today. But I got to be honest with you, it's a red day for me so far, so I'll have to, you know, I'll have to do better. And part of that doing better is not trading ICCM. I'll start looking at Tesla again. Had success with that, especially the range trading here. So we'll look for maybe a bounce in maybe to 142 VWAP or not VWAP, the 50 period here, a little above 142 as it plays a range. But I think every time we make a new high or a new low and a lower high, we're downtrending on this one. So yeah, that's my play on that. Let's have a look at these big cappers before we send it back to Luca real quick. Not much action happening. Obviously, Tesla is the one we were talking about to the downside. All the other ones just kind of hovering in and around there. A notable difference between Tesla and these other five as they continue just to play a $1 to $2 range.
Yeah, man, this thing is, we are going to the downside, and what is the low on this? Somebody was saying, yeah, short Microsoft on the news. I mean, I kind of went down there. I really like it closer to 244. That's the only other order I have out. That one in Tesla, just waiting, pulling back Tesla. What's the low on this? 141.20-ish area. Huh, yeah, I don't know. It's down 6%. Eventually, it's going to give a bounce. I think my bounce level could be good, honestly. I think it could be really good. We're gonna see if that comes to fruition. Somebody's saying, do you guys ever trade Forex in your spare time? I personally do not. I think some of the traders behind me, or if anyone's behind me, maybe some of them do. I never really got into Forex. I mean, Forex is obviously, there's lots of volume in Forex.
Never touched it.
Yeah, it's...
Is the volatility there, though? I know now the dollar's moving and stuff against, but there wasn't for like a while, right?
I'm sure there's successful Forex traders out there. Like, it's especially, you know, as long as it's moving. But I think the thing that attracts people to Forex is the leverage that a lot of these brokers give. So it's like, oh, you throw $100 in the account and they'll give you like millions, and then you just kind of lose the 100 and call it a day. Because it's so liquid, they'll give you so much leverage.
Okay.
Because you could just get in and out at every.
To be honest with you, like.
Well, no, it's just like, so think about it this way, right? Okay. It's like brokers will be reluctant to give you lots of margin on Tesla because Tesla price can swing so much, and there's just no liquidity. Like the moves can be sharp. There's no liquidity at every single level. But in Forex, yeah, man, some brokers give like 100 to 1, 100x leverage. Jeez. And the reason is just because it's super liquid. It's Forex. It's the cash, right? So every price level or every increment, whatever it's called, has like lots of liquidity. So that's why they give all the high leverage there. It's the same thing with crypto because it's blockchain, because, you know, they gave a lot of leverage. Because it's blockchain, it's more efficient. it's not kind of a fragmented market because they're kind of, I think that's the case. That's why, to my understanding, there was like a lot of leverage in the game. But yeah, man, leverage is dangerous, man. Leverage, alcohol, and women, just very, very dangerous. That's a saying. It wasn't my saying. I read it online somewhere.
You, Luca. You're great, bro. You really push the boundaries. I love it.
Yeah.
Hey,
hopefully somebody's
it's
getting
live
a laugh out of
TV,
it.
baby. So this is what we can do. I've taken an ATNF long here. I took a dip off 611, looking to scalp here, to be honest with you. I've got a profit taker sitting at 619. It's range bound. It's above VWAP. So I'm thinking maybe we're towards the lower end of the range here. I'm not going to give it much room. So if it goes against me, I'll be out on this one. Small position, no biggie. But yeah, I think coming back to the main stuff here, Tesla continuing to the high side, but MLGO too. That's the halter that we were looking at about 10 minutes ago. That's now below the halt level decidedly, actually. And yeah, it's right at VWAP, if I'm telling the truth here, 180. So that's an interesting area from where it could bounce, or maybe a sideways consolidation, then a flush even lower. Looks like we may encounter some resistance at that 165-ish area. I want to say 160, 165-ish. There does seem to be some pre-market consolidation in and around that area. So we'll see what these ones do, but not much going on at the moment. Sort of a low volatility period brewing at the right now. Luca, what do you have? Do you have anything?
I'm flat and chilling, man. I'm flat and chilling, enjoying myself.
That's got to be a t-shirt.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. And I was actually looking for another one of the funny memes that I saw, and I think I have it somewhere here. So just bear with me. It's I think I posted it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Yes. Okay. And let me just screenshot this for everybody to see. I don't know if I didn't share this. I don't think I shared this yesterday. And maybe you guys seen this one. Ready for this one? Bang. This was yesterday when Tesla was, I think, at 155. Kramer says buy Tesla. And to that I say rest in peace to the longs.
Yeah,
because here we are, 141. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. Jim Cramer, inverse. I mean, guys, you could inverse me, but why?
But did he actually
Kramer's
say it?
around,
Did he actually say it? Or is this a joke?
I think so. I think
he
said
hilarious.
He
oh
said,
my God, I got
yeah, he goes, Kramer says buy. Yeah, this was yesterday. That was, man, that's like too funny. And this is why, like, yesterday I was kind of like losing, and everyone's like inverse Luca, and I forgot. I was like, guys, there's a Jim Cramer. It's a way better inverse probably. Yeah, man, my inverse is kind of sketch because I get it out very quickly. And then there's another one here, and let me just.
Does he actually buy these items though? I know he's got a charitable trust that's all the rave that he tries to get you to think that he cares about, and if he's buying it for the charitable trust, it must be good. That's the pitch, I guess, but I don't know how much he really cares about it. He's pretty much solid in terms of gains. What was I going to mention real quick here? Kind of slipped in my mind, so I'll send it back to you. But I had something to talk about that I can't remember at the moment.
Yeah, man, S Luca ticker, that'd be pretty funny. This is another one too that comes through, and again, not throwing shade, just it's just memes, right? It's just kind of all for fun. Do you feel as reassured about Binance as I do? And that came through. And
DraftKings, that's hilarious.
I would yeah, man, it's just too funny. At this point, I'm just like, this can't be real, man. Come on, this is two jokes, man. This is two jokes. Someone's saying, Luca, your jacket makes you look like a PDP delivery driver in the UK. Yeah, guys, it's a Ferrari jacket. Somebody said it before, my lucky jacket. Yeah, man, I could use a little bit more luck today. It's not really going my way, but yeah, things are. I mean, if you're in the Tesla short, you're absolutely money. I don't hold my position, so even if I was like short here, obviously I'd be covering over here and then saying, oh wow, maybe bounce play. But yeah, I think 140, 150 notable. Am I going to get the fill? It's up for grabs, but that 140, 150 area kind of feels like this was sort of the low flat bottom break. We break down, kind of channel, now we go back into the range. What's the upside? Maybe we get to 143, but yeah, no, it's basically 1245, kind of slow. Not really too sure. Domino driver, delivery driver. Yeah, guys, orders Domino's. I might be the one who comes by and gives you a pizza. Yeah, but not.
How is that stock doing, by the way? Let's have a look at DPZ.
Yeah, isn't Domino's?
It's not really much of an intraday trade, Luca. But
no,
I mean,
this is like you buy the IPO and you're laughing.
Yeah, my buddy was talking to me about this when we were talking, like right when inflation hit, and I said, shout out to Alfred. I'm like, buddy, he's a long-term investor. He's an awesome investor. I said to him, this isn't really the time to buy a stock. Here's one side of the coin. it's not really time to buy a stock that is gonna have input cost problems, with food inflation being what it is, right? All their input costs are going up here, in addition to the labor cost and the labor shortages. So, that was one side of the coin. Then I said to myself, okay, are we gonna enter a recession? People are gonna be looking for more thrifty or less expensive food items, and this is right down that alley. So I could kind of see both sides of the equation on this one, but I don't really know where to fall. To be honest with you, the stock hasn't been, it's a very expensive stock, obviously. $298 to the downside here in the latest range, and $426 to the high side. So talk about moving. I mean, this is a great swing trade if you've got the capital and the ability to take on that kind of risk. But anyway, I'm in a long, and it's printing very nicely here on ATNF. Let's take another piece out. So we'll take another piece out there. We're long 611s. I've got half the position left on this one. I took out 3 pieces already to the high side. Looks like the highest that I took out was the break of that 630. So nice little 20 penny winner, but it's still within that range. It really hasn't broken out. There are no new levels that we can really identify and say, okay, look, we're marching to the high side. I think to break that stigma, we're going to have to break above that 640 level. We haven't gotten there in quite some time. Okay, so now we're getting mid-30 prints. Is it time to take out a little bit more? Now we bounce back down to the 20. So too slow on the keys for me. Maybe I should have some resting orders. That's exactly what I'll do, actually, here as we get back into the mid-30 print. So I will cover this many shares, and let's put it up at the high 37. So should it make its way up there, we'll get a little piece out. But ATNF kind of making up for the punch in the face that I took on ICCM. That was quite annoying. There we go. Now we're printing in the high 30s. Oh, just come right back down, right? Look at that. The spread on this one makes me uber nervous too. It's sometimes like 8-9 pennies on a $6 stock. That's not what you want to see. Now coming right back down. Look at that. Now it's like 20 pennies. Geez. This one's it's a risky stock, and I still got about half the position left, so I'm gonna have to nurse this one, Luca.
Yeah, man, I'm just kind of looking here. A lot of comments on pizza over there. Tesla broke 141. Yes, it did. And
Tesla still going to the downside?
140.86. I think it shows as the bottom there. Yeah, man, I'm just kind of relaxed, taking a seat back. So I think Brenda had a comment here. Where was it? Brenda said, oh, yeah, Jim Cramer says the Santa rally is inbound. I'm like, uh-oh.
I mean, more days. It's the 20th. You better hurry up with that,
yeah,
right?
Is it going to be a one-day?
I don't know. Where are we on the market? We're up 0.1% on the ES today, March contract. March contract. So we're absolutely flat for all intents and purposes here. I mean, I don't know what rally this guy's talking about, but yeah, maybe more wishful thinking than anything else. I'm starting to see, the spread open up more than my liking here on ATNF. So I'm in the money. I'm thinking about flattening out the rest of the position, but my chart's a little distorted with all these entries. You know what? I'm gonna check that. I see higher lows consistently here, so that's gonna get me to put the brakes on that out. I'm thinking maybe I should have a stop right below $6. My entry's 611. Maybe I'll give this 11 pennies. If it breaks 6, I'll get out. Right, I gotta draw the line somewhere, I guess. So let's do that. Let's go 5.99, and because there's a bit of a spread, we're gonna have to give it to like 5.94 or so. And the remaining position is as such. So there we go. We've got the stop protected. We've also got a profit taker here in the high 30s. Should it make its way up there? We're getting 20 prints, so it's not bad. But what I'm concerned with, sometimes I'll see 29 or 30 on the ask, and I'll see 12 on the bid. Why? How did that just dry up so quickly? We've done 16.8 million shares on the day. So let's go. Let's pick this up. And enough with this consolidation already.
I think A&T, oh, never mind. I thought I was just seeing something. A&T just halted. Where is MLGO? Yeah, so now it's lower. So this is a good example, actually. So, speaking towards where things halt. So they halt. Let's say they open up. Sometimes they flush down to the halt price. Don't discredit that price. That is an interesting price, and you get the bounces, and it's, sometimes short-lived bounce, sometimes it keeps going, just depends the market that you're in. But, yeah, gave you the bounce, call it 95s, gave it back to 20s, decent little 30 cents, whatever that is. But, yeah, here we are now back down. So this is kind of, you're not, playing the bounce and holding it against you, right? It's just kind of like a scalp trade type thing. I really like that setup, but for me, there just has to be more, volume, and it's got to look like it has some type of follow-through. Or else, I don't really like my odds. I just feel like, yeah, maybe I bid, maybe I bid and then it just doesn't fill me. Like, am I going to get the right price? It's just kind of like it's a tough one on my side of things. So yeah, that's why I was like, I'm just going to let it go. But yeah, it could be a good look for next time. You know, something new. Like this is because somebody was asking before, like, how do you learn setups and what, you know, your playbook and this and that and everything, right? So, you know, you're looking at stuff, you're like, oh, wait a second, this always happens. Okay, let me try it. And then boom, you either do it in simulation or you do it live with small size. And then as things work for you, as you make more money, you'll have that confidence to do it again. So it's like basketball, right? Like you go up, you shoot a shot, you miss, you're like, oh, damn, I just missed. You get the ball again, what do you want to do? You don't want to shoot because you just missed. But if you just shoot those free throws, get those shots up, you know, what would Kobe say? Never stop shooting. You know, after you're going to shoot your 1,000th free throw, it's like butter. Just get up there and, you know, and just swish every single time, right? You don't even think about it. So, yeah, that's the thing, man. You got to just kind of make it work for you. That's the only thing I'll say there. Tesla, yeah, maybe now the bottom is in. And, you know, not to call bottoms, but, you know, flush down. Now nice move back to the upside. Not really too sure what to think. I mean, I was hoping that I would get the flush bid, but now the bottom is 140.86, and it doesn't, I mean, yeah, I'm going to have to put this one on ice. I still have the order out there. I'm kind of chilling, waiting for that one to fill, but not really too sure. Luca, did you backtest all your A-plus setups? So the thing with backtesting is it sounds good in theory, but it's pretty, backtesting is good for like very systematic setups. So, you know, and I'm just trying to think of something off the top of my head. You could say like, okay, like every Monday, if the market opens up 1%, how does the market close that day? And then you kind of backtest that strategy, and it shows you, okay, so after 1,000 times, 80% of the time, it closes higher than where it opened. And so you say, okay, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. But the thing is that's a super systematic setup. But the thing is as a day trader, your setups, and I'll give you an example as like a small cap kind of approach to this with ICCM. You know, it has the run up, you're kind of taking the short, and then it flushes down and you cover. So you can't really say, like, if you say like, oh, like if the stock is up 300% and has a certain percentage extension, you know, how many times does it revert back to the mean? Like that doesn't matter, right? Because the one time that it doesn't, you're going to lose everything and more, and it's going to be margin call. And we see these black swan events where things go absolutely crazy. So there's really no way to quantify a lot of the different setups. If it's a very systematic setup, you can quantify it for sure. But if it's like a discretionary setup, like these algos, they know a lot of things, man. They're, you know, self-learning machines. They're on top of their game. It's very competitive. So I almost want to say that backtesting, you know, sounds good in theory. It sounds good to talk about, you know, at the bar. Yeah, I backtest this and that. But I don't think. I mean, you know, you got to be discretionary. You got to use a lot of different things. You know, as traders, you're reacting. So you just want to kind of gauge price action. Is there volume? Is there liquidity? How can I react to these things in real time? You know, the setup for me is like a vague setup. I have an idea of what I'm looking for, and then does it happen? Can I hit it? Am I ready for it? Am I going to be prepared? I would say in the game of trading, you don't want to ever have to get ready. You have to be ready. You have to stay ready, right? So again, it's like, you know, a professional sport. You want to stay ready all the time because you never know when you're going to get subbed in. You never know when the ball is going to come to you, and you got to take that game-winning shot. So, you know, stay ready. You never know when the opportunity comes. And you guys see me when I miss opportunities because they fly by, and I'm just like, oh man, like I was not ready for that.
Speaking of staying ready, some data points for Shawn. I'm sure he probably already knew this if you watched the broadcast yesterday, but the Packers have a 12% chance of making the playoffs with yesterday's win. Without yesterday's win, they would have had a 0.8% chance. So, you know, I'll take that. I'll take that. Bang! Shawn hit that. So, you know, if that's a jump in percentage there. So, it's interesting because it looks like the Cowboys may either play Tampa or Green Bay. Funny enough, we've lost to both of those teams this year. Tampa being the first game of the year where Dak got hurt during that game. Yeah, Dak got hurt during that game, and it was like really ugly and it was super low scoring. And then the heartbreaker in Green Bay. Surprise, surprise, we lost at Lambeau in overtime. So I don't know, man. I don't want to play either of those teams. I don't want to play Tom Brady in the playoffs, even though Tom Brady is playing like Poopy Scoopy at the moment. Clearly distracted with other non-sport related issues occurring in his life. But hey, he's a human being. Let's cut him some slack. So ATNF kind of going below my 611 entry. We're at 609. I've given this to the break of 6. If it breaks 6, I'm outie. I've got my my profit taker in the same location 637. Okay, so we're bouncing a little bit now. So patience pace with this one. The buyer is stepping up in front of that $6. Could we get a range breakout? I mean, around 12 o'clock, right around that noontime, maybe before traders went to lunch or to shut down the algos, we hit a 675 high. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could see a 650 test here. I think ultimately, as the day goes on, what we'll have is a testing of these high of days. And the high of day, I'll want to reiterate, is at 684. So whether we break it and see 7 or we come close to it, whatever, in and around that area, I think we see some action around that 680-ish area. The reason I feel that way is because I have a setup called the VWAP Hold High of Daybreak, and essentially what it is, it's a small capper or some sort of, not really well-known stock that has a big move and then kind of consolidates sideways. And consolidates is a loose term here. I mean, it can have peaks and valleys, but as long as it stays above VWAP and doesn't break the high of day, then going to the later part of the afternoon, let's say 2 o'clock onwards, when the volume starts coming back in, we could see hold VWAP, maybe dip at VWAP, and then test the high of days, Luca. So that's something that I play. Obviously, I'm a little early in that regard for that type of trade at the moment, since it is 5-1. So the volume not coming back in yet. I remember back in 2020 and 2021, I could play this setup like as early as 12:30, because people were going to lunch for like 20 minutes, half an hour, coming back and sitting on the computers because they wanted all the smoke the market had to offer.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be away from the keyboard, and that was like the good days.
Yeah, I'm seeing Shawn in the chat. I'm kind of laughing. He's like, I still can't believe I called Meta long 115. I don't have it. I'm looking at the chart here, man. What a banger long. All the way up, all the way up. Now making highs there. Yeah, man, kind of interesting on that one. If you had that long, it's working for you nice. Now breaking out up 2%. Super interesting there. Where is, Tesla's inching towards 142. I don't know, man. This is like I'm just kind of waiting around. Maybe I'll grab like a drink or a bite to eat and get a little bit more energy here. Somebody asking about CEI reverse split coming in tomorrow. Yeah, man, good luck there. Remember yesterday thinking that this was actually going to go to 18, now it's back down. Now it's at 8 cents. Kind of funny, this is the thing. Like long I tried and then it kind of broke and it just kind of failed and never really did anything. But yeah, now down at 8 cents. I don't know, maybe could be interesting, split tomorrow. I almost want to say the fade is going to be good. Kind of reverse splits, wherever it opens, it's just going to fade right off the open. But this is just me guessing, like it's not how I'm going to trade it. Someone's saying, when you say bots and algos, what do you mean?
You want to give that explanation?
Yeah, sure. So there's a lot of, hopefully you know what algorithms are. It's just kind of, like a robotic. Okay, wait, no, sorry. How do I say this?
It's a software program.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's basically a program to do something that whoever codes the program tells it what to do, right? So, for example, I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, Tesla, long, short, enter, and then I kind of like human getting in and out, right? Routing it to wherever I want to route it. I can route it to different gateways, different venues. So if it's a programmed order, if it's an algorithmic order, it's just doing whatever it's been designed to do, right? So there's different players in the market that do different things, and there's liquidity providing robots, there is liquidity taking robots, there's midpoint algorithms, and essentially it just depends what's at play. So for example, if a hedge fund is like, okay, I need to buy Apple today, and they call their sell side broker and they're like, okay, buy me Apple today, below VWAP, and I'll pay you this much commission, and so they take that order, they run their algorithm. And if, for example, Apple at any point is below VWAP, right, the algorithm then gets turned on and it now hunts for liquidity on the offer. Anytime big size will come on the offer, it runs to it, it'll take it right away because its job is to fill a big order on Apple on the day below VWAP. So anytime it gets below VWAP, this algorithm will get turned on and it'll try to buy as many shares as it can. Every time it goes above VWAP, it is done. The algorithm is now turned off. So that would be, like a liquidity hunting robot below VWAP, and then it's doing its thing. But at the same time, if there's another bank that's running, a selling program saying, oh, if Apple is over VWAP, try to sell to the bids, try to sell as much over VWAP as possible. So obviously there's buyers and sellers that come to the market. Back in the day, it was all humans. Now it's mostly robots. So you have to understand the game that you're playing. Apple is now above VWAP. So, maybe it's just not in play today. Maybe it's just kind of less shares. It's just floating around. But you know, it looks like the buyers are a little bit stronger because it's above VWAP. It's been holding above VWAP on the day, right? So for the most part, as a day trader for myself, I would say if you think that, you know, there's a bounce play and you're playing off that 130 level and it looks good and it quickly flies above VWAP, you know, there's room to go. And then eventually the range gets set in, right? So the range of Apple, I almost want to say like $3 kind of seems right. So, you know, the bottom 130, it runs to 133, and then, you know, who's really buying the highs? It doesn't really, unless somebody is getting squeezed or unless there's a crazy move to the upside, then, yeah, there's no reason to go up. Then it kind of, you know, floats back down. People are taking profits. People are selling, you know, whatever. And then you get to VWAP and it kind of subsides and then, you know, balances itself out. It either goes back to the lows or it just kind of stays there or it goes back up. And then pretty muted for the afternoon, and then bigger moves come in afterwards, right? So, yeah, man, lots of algorithms doing different things. And you just have to try to, you know, put your, you want to learn the art of, you know, can you recognize a certain setup, right? So it's pie in the sky, man. You can't just look at Apple here and be like, oh yeah, VWAP algorithm, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you're not, it's like, it's not, that's not a thing, right? It's very difficult.
I just gotta interject. Meta is flying up, guys. It is now positive on the day, up 2%. Brendo sending in our chat, Meta, U of Auburn becomes the latest to block the use of TikTok on university-issued devices. We've been hearing a lot about that. Recall that the government is passing legislation to ban TikTok on any government device whatsoever. You know, you could say, oh, that's sort of isolated to specific institutions. Well, this is typically how it starts, right? I mean, it starts precipitating and then you get like the knock-on effect of that. So that's basically the catalyst, I believe. Well, it looks like it's the catalyst right now propelling Meta to the high side, but if truth can be told here, the futures are also gearing to the high side as well. We're now printing as high as 58s, I believe, 38, 58 on the ES. Recall high of day 65, so not too far away from high of day on that. It looks like I am printing again on my ATNF trade. Yeah, oh, but barely, come on. Hurry up and move to the high side, baby. There we go. We want that 37 trade. I'm sorry to jump from one thing to one thing quickly, but I just saw an update here on ATNF. Sorry, flipping back to Meta. Looks like we're going to test that 117 level quite quickly here. 116.91 we're currently at. What's the high of day on Meta? Do you have high of day on that? High is 122.
Yeah, it's
okay. We're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk with the energy update.
Yeah, the high did.
Hey guys, I'll give you a look at what's happening in oil land so far today. We've had quite a ton of volatility over the past week or so in natural gas because of weather. It's actually the weather now hurting oil demand or thoughts along those lines. Anyways, we have a big storm coming through the Northeast coming up this weekend. So travel could be limited as far as what is to happen over the next couple of weeks. So everyone talking about lower use, lower demand over the holidays. So pretty quiet. Actually, the first day, if you go to the daily chart, pretty quiet the first or second day here in the past week or so after the big move up off of 71.5 once again to 78. We're just kind of chopping around inside the range here on the higher time frame, but a nice move up here throughout the lunch hour. Anyways, 0.6 now after being negative to start for crude oil today.
Hey guys, all right, so quick request. I'm headed to New York City for New Year's Eve, and I would like some help from you guys with respect to recommendations with things to do out there. I'll be out there for like 3 days. Gonna go for the 31st, 1st, and 2nd, and I'll be back like late the 2nd, so I should have some of the day there. So I'm looking for, first off, I'm looking for a New Year's Eve party. I've got obviously some narrowed down with just having done some cursory internet research, but you know, I can never really know if the spot is good or not. I mean, because I'm not from the city, so I can do my reviews online, but there's only so much you can do in that regard. What's hype? What's going on right now? So if you guys are from New York or from the New York area and you guys know a good place where a buddy of mine can go for New Year's night, please, please message in the chat and keep it clean. Who's this guy telling me to do what on the Trump Towers? Come on now, Alan Jameson, you know better than that. Let's keep it clean in the chat, guys. Let's flip quickly back to Meta. There, we're gonna test that 117. I just wanted to make a correction. Earlier I said the high was 122. That's a dark pool print that we get on our system here, so I just wanted to make that correction. We're currently at day's high, so I believe 116.93 or 116.94 is day's high that we're currently at. So yeah, and we're printing high in the future, so it looks like a bit of a trend change here. I'm not long in Meta. I hope you are. I don't know if Shawn, did you end up getting into that one, or Shawn's not in it either. Yeah, and here we go back to ETNF. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out there for a little bit of a loss, breaking through 6. So that one ends up being no good. That was a VWAP retracement here on ATNF. I wonder if this would be a good area to punch long on the VWAP retrace. That's exactly what I'm going to do, actually, and I'm going to give it to below 580. So if I can get some shares here quickly before it goes away, and then I'll put quickly a stop here to 580. Let's give it to 575 and see what this one does. Do we get a move back through 6, or do we get a big flush down? So I'm going to give that one about 10 pennies of risk, and we'll see what happens on that one. Let's let that one work and have a look at some of these scanners going on here. We haven't really looked at the scanners all that much today. Okay, so already back in the money, nicely in the money here on ATNF with that dip trade. So does reclaim 6 at least for the moment. Let's bring in the scanner here. So ATNF, obviously the highest one on the scanner, followed by AUVIP, but that's like done no shares, 81,000 shares on the day. Followed by, of course, ICCM. You guys know what that one's done to me today. Not going to trade that one again, and it doesn't look really tradable at the moment. Moving down the scanner, what's doing volume here? Next is TAL. We've talked about TAL earlier. That one had a nice flat top there that was developing ever since, though. It sold off a bit and now closer to that $9 area. Yeah, that's a nice little bounce on the $9 area here. It looks like the buyer is definitely stepping in, at least for the moment, for the better part of an hour or so, and buying it off 9. VWAP on that one is 881. Okay, quickly, I just got to go back to my ATNF trade because it looks like I am well in the money on this one. So we're going to take a little piece off here. So nice little trade on ATNF. Let's see if we can hold above 6. We've reclaimed 6 here. I'm long 93s. So yeah, we're definitely going to need a little bit more to the high side. The spread opening up a little bit on ATNF. Scary. All right, let's see what else is going on. Yeah, Meta pulling back a little bit to the downside. You know, giving it, what is that, a two-minute pullback or so. We'll see what this one does. I feel like the futures are, yeah, they're kind of range bound. Look at this topping tail candle here. Kind of makes me concerned taking anything long. This is a range bound. This is a range-bound market, guys. I mean, looks like that 55 Luca mentioned to you guys earlier seems to be a level that's coming into play. Obviously, 65 is a level because that's high of day, but that 55 level showing up multiple times. Where did you get that 55 level from? Yesterday?
Which one?
That 38.55 level on the futures that you mentioned earlier.
Oh yeah, that was just like a kind of like a gut feeling.
Okay, I thought you picked it off like a recurring level from yesterday. 65 is a level that I see going back some days here, guys. Like, let's look at the half an hour chart. Here's what I'm talking about at the 65 level. So looks like we topped out. That's our top today, and then this is the area where we broke down below yesterday and couldn't reclaim for the entire day despite trying. It's also the area where on Friday we kind of dipped low to and then moved back up. I think on Friday we closed out the day at like in the 90s. Yeah, 38.96 it looks like. So that 65 area coming in, like recycling itself multiple times. So we'll see if that one ends up being a level going into the afternoon, Luca.
Somebody asking in the chat, how's your year been, Luca? My year has been great, man. It's been a fun year. Lots of ups, lots of downs. I'm assuming you're asking about trading, but you know, there's more to life than trading. Obviously, we're a trading channel. Life has been good, man. Life is amazing. Trading's you know, full of ups and downs. I'll say this every single time. Do not identify with your P&L because then you're going to have, you know, one crazy emotional experience. You know, I like to identify with my culture, have a great time, so I'll preach that first. And yeah, back to trading. There's been so much opportunity, man. Last year was crazy, 2021. You know, lots of volume, lots of volatility. Going into this year, obviously the Fed started increasing interest rates, and that was the whole, you know, cause for concern. Market sort of taking a nosedive from the highs, going lower. And yeah, man, there's just been so many opportunities, across the board, across different markets. For myself, I'm, kind of call it a finance nerd in some respect. I kind of watch all markets, but mostly trade equities for now, working on my scalp game. But yeah, man, there's just been so much opportunity across the board and so many different things. It's been very exciting. It's been a great time to be a trader. Great time to learn trading over the past, 2 years. 2020 is an outlier year. You get the whole COVID event. It's an outlier year. Things go crazy. If you're set up for it, you can make retirement money. It's insane, right? And then 2021, small caps going crazy, still really good. And then, this year, very exciting, lots of opportunities, very different. As the Fed's pulling liquidity, you got to kind of, adapt or die, right? You adapt or die. You just got to kind of, find a way to make it work. What stops working, stop doing. Find a different way, find a different approach. Maybe there's different types of execution methods. That's kind of where I'm at right now. But yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun for sure. Always a pleasure. I'm just grateful for the opportunity, to be honest. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Everyone says day trading is the dream. Then you day trade, and then it becomes a nightmare, and then eventually it becomes a dream again, and you're living it, and bang, that's what that is.
I think if you have the longevity to stick with it and to become profitable, I think it would be really awesome.
Yeah.
Some of the comments here with respect to my request for places to go to New York are hilarious. Feed the rats on the subway, someone said. What's this person saying? Don't go, one person said. This other person says, horrible experience in New York City for me. Rooftop party, stay away. Someone says, ride the bull, the Wall Street bull. I mean, I'll do all that stuff. That's not New Year's Eve. I'm definitely going to go to the NASDAQ and Wall Street for sure. I'm going to take pictures there. I'd like to go outside NYSE as well and see if, I don't know, if there are tours there that you can take of NYSE, like you can take of the White House, because I'd like to see that balcony that they always ring the bell on and take pictures where they're like CNBC has their setup and stuff like that. That would be cool. I haven't actually done New York properly before. I've been there because my cousin used to go to school there, so I just, in and out, help him move, but didn't really get to do it properly. So pumped for that. Let's see, someone wrote a night at the Roxbury's. Okay, so we'll see. I'll have to look through these all later. Thankfully, I can go back on the chat and have a look, and I know exactly what time to look at, 1 o'clock to 1:10. Yeah, I was going to message him. I wasn't going to message him while he was there. Shawn's saying Arun is there. He's coming back Friday, so I can message him. Definitely going to pick his brain. He's always a classy guy, probably goes to classy places.
Yeah, for sure. No, New York is a great spot. There's so many gems in the world. Traveling. Oh, yeah. You got to travel, man. If possible, you got to travel, see the world. There's so many beautiful things to see. I've been to New York. It was a lot of fun when I went.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have family in New York. It was Brenda. Oh, nice.
I'm covering for him.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I have family in New York. We went there, kind of big party, family events, lots of fun. I was a little bit younger at the time, but yeah, no, it's a great city. Definitely on the bucket list. You gotta go there. Oh my God. Okay, ICCM. Yeah, guys, COSM. So this is happening at the same time. Just to get back to trading really quickly here. COSM. Look at this. This thing all the way up, $6, all the way $6.90. I don't have shorts on this thing. I think you gotta pay for shorts, right? Yeah, you got to pay for shorts. I don't have shorts on this thing. It's SSR. I'm not going to try to punch the short here, but yeah, this thing is crazy, man. All the way from 6 up to 7. That is wild. And ICCM, there's the flush, man. There's the flush. Is there news on this? No. This is just rug pull at its finest right here. That's crazy. Look at that. So I said I initially wanted 3, but then this happened, and I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. And now, yeah, here we are. Breaks over 4, kind of falls. This is your window of edge. The window of edge on the short here is what? 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. So, 4 minutes here, it's like it does nothing all day, and then, in like 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes, this thing goes 390 to 320. That's wild, man. That is crazy there. I should probably get no. I mean, there's a reserving 20. No, I'm not gonna. I mean, this is already too big of them. I'm like, let me chase here, but yeah, no, maybe that's a terrible idea. Let's see if this wants to bounce back to 350 and then respect the 360 level from last time, because 360 was sort of that. It's sort of like 360 to 380 is like that overhead resistance, I feel like. So if we pop back to 350, I'm gonna try a short. So I'm gonna try a short there. If we pop back to 350, see if I can get that filled for then the next leg down. I mean, look, if this is not the death candle or candles, then I don't know what is. Like, I thought this was it. I covered, I made the money, and then I got stopped out on the last portion. No problem. A little bit of a long, super small, like, added to it. That was a paper cut. And yeah, you know, if this thing is now not going to go to 280, I mean, I give up. I'll take my shot here. I haven't been in a trade in a while, so let me see if I can get this short. You know what? Actually, I'm going to take it even sooner because I'll just scale into it. So I'm gonna take yeah. Let me just get into this one. See, yeah, because SSR, so it's going to be a little bit of challenging. I don't want to kind of miss the fill there. So yeah, I'm going to see if I can scale into this one. If it goes higher, I'll continue to add into it. If it goes down from here, I just don't want to miss it. I don't know if this is the right idea. We're going to see. Yeah, we're going to, I mean, this is crazy. You got to imagine, move down, little bit of bounce, move down again.
Oh, yeah.
So I tried that with Ford, but maybe Ford is not the right idea, right? Ford is just down, up, and then nothing. But no, man, ICCM, I mean, if something's going to do it, it's probably going to be this one, right? Down, up, back down to 3. Okay, show me the money. So, yeah, let's see where this one goes. I'm risking off like 360 discretionary, not a hard stop at 361. But, yeah, no, it shouldn't go all the way back to 360. That'd be kind of terrible. So don't do it, Luca. It's going to bounce. Well, man, I don't know. You know, I'm already short. I'm already committed. Let's see where this goes. Haven't been in a trade for a while, so putting this one on. Yeah, it's been kind of a slower afternoon. I was waiting for the Tesla. It still didn't come. I thought I would have gotten the fill by now for sure. But yeah, no, we're chilling now. We're watching. We're short this. Let's see where this one wants to go. Someone's saying, "Whoa, bad move, bad move." Yeah, no, I'm not changing my decision for anyone. I stick to my playbook and my playbook only. I live and die by it. If I lose, so be it. That's trading.
That's the way it is, baby.
Yeah, man. We'll see what happens next. Somebody's saying, "What happened to ATNF?"
Yeah, I was like, that's a loser for me. Flushed below 6 there aggressively and breaking. Yeah, breaking below VWAP. I know they're all flushing at the same time. Surprise, surprise. I wonder if anything nefarious there. I think this one's setting up for a possibly good short here, below VWAP at the moment. But I got suckered into this setup on ICCM earlier where it broke below VWAP and I got short and it reclaimed it. So I'm a little hesitant to try that setup again, at least for the moment. We'll see what this one does. It's kind of floating a little bit above 5. How does it act around 5? Well, we'll see. We do have some movement, some price action in and around 5 from earlier, but nothing really to write home about. In fact, I think we kind of just blew through 5 off rejecting it off one 1-minute candle. So there wasn't like a prolonged period of consolidation. So my abilities on these small cappers today is being questioned. I'm not trading them as well as I usually do, so I'll have to take it easy today so that I don't rack up with the losses. Let's see what Zach's saying. Make sure you get lamb switch from the Saudi Street vendor. Okay, that's cool. Sandwich Street from Saudi Street vendor. Good stuff. Okay, thanks for that, Zach. Abhishek Desai saying, Luca, Neo is approaching a major level at 11. If it breaks there, is a big downside. Thoughts? Well, before I have Luca look at that, I'll look at it for you as well. Neo, New York stock. Let's have a look at Neo. What'd you say it was? Break below 11. Okay, so let's zoom out a bit. Yeah, nice little stair step down on Neo today. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. Let me bring in this chart, actually. This chart's a bit easier to look at if you're looking on a longer time frame. Let's go to the 15 and see what that 11 level has been up to. Looks like we broke that 11 level this morning, but that was just right after the bell. We got down to 1058. 11 is interesting because that is a Friday's close, so that does come. I don't think you guys can see it here. 11:07-ish is Friday's close, so some nice price action around there. Moving back a ways, we got to go all the way back to the end of November for the last time we were back at 11. So it's been a minute since that level's been in play, but you know it broke yesterday and it broke today. So I think that this is a decided trend down. Look at the last I want to say the last week and a half or so. We got consistently lower highs on this one. So if you're looking to swing this, it's definitely looks like to the south side. Luca, what do you see on Neo?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I see nothing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I see absolutely nothing. I see a big move in the morning back to VWAP, and now it's just kind of, I mean, long or short, pick your poison if you want that one. Yeah, maybe 11 wants to hold there. I don't even know. I mean, Neil's kind of sold off, right? And then now this is like a little bit of a green day, but not really too sure. I guess like that 11.7 opening price from where the rally started, maybe showing that wants to hold. So that's just kind of like, I guess, gut feeling. I don't even know. But Yeah, no, that's kind of like a whatever. I wouldn't, I'm not really gonna put a trade onto this one. It's, yeah, man. Initially, I'm like, yeah, maybe short, but then I'm like, I don't know, where's this even really gonna go? It's really got to sell off there. Just kind of waiting for Tesla, averaged into the ICCM. So like short, we'll see where this one goes. Doesn't want to go back down. I'm gonna try to cover 21s if we get that flush. For some of that, and then like hold for 3 if possible. I mean, this is the one that probably flushes and I don't even notice. So let me just make sure I got the bids out to potentially get the fill if that actually comes to fruition. Can you give a read on Tesla? Yeah, let's have a look at Tesla. So I've been waiting all afternoon for 140.23 long bounce play. And yeah, maybe it's gonna actually happen soon. I mean, this thing is like, it's kind of down, up, down, now channel, right? So it's showing you like this is kind of, the channel-ish area that it's been in. So I guess if we dip to here, I potentially get that fill for the bounce, and then I'm gonna just hold to the top of the channel, which will be, 142-ish area. It's just kind of very robotic right now, right? So there's not really a lot of buyers. There's, maybe not a lot of sellers. It's just kind of inching its way lower. I almost feel that, 140 maybe does break. We're actually heading towards it now, so I'm sticking to my guns. Bounce play in full effect. If we break 140, I don't know how I feel about flipping short. It's already down 6%. It's already come down quite a bit. This is the daily. It was just at 160. Now here we are at 140. How good is the 140 breakdown going to be when it's at low a day and we're at 120 in the afternoon? I'm going to say not good, man. Probably not that good. So yeah, maybe there's scalps to be had there. Maybe it goes to 137.50 as per Chris. Take your bet. Take your bet. Chris is saying, what is 140.23? So pre-split, that's 420.69. So I was like, I don't know, man. 420.69. I'll take my shot on the bounce play. So
I love how people like put that kind of thing together. It's like solving puzzles. That wouldn't even come into my mind. Luca, that
was like the top of my head. I was like, 420.69. Let's
Can you have a look at CEI real quick? We're getting a request. I know you looked at that one earlier, but you've been trading it. So what's this?
I mean, it's they're splitting tomorrow, so no trade on it today for myself. I don't see a trade on it today, but I would watch this thing tomorrow, right? The thing is like, look at the daily. This doesn't look good for anything. It's just like it moved up all the way to 15, all the way back down, close. What is that? A hammer candle, lots of volume, doji candle, whatever you want to call it. Now back down. Like it's going to open. It's going to be a 50 for 1. So do the math. 50 times 8 cents. That's
50 times 8.
8 cents. That's $40.
Yeah.
So this thing, $4. So this will be at $4. So it's going to open tomorrow at $4. And my play is going to be, it's going to open at $4. It's probably going to fade right away. It's probably going to fade. It could easily fade back down. I don't even know. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's definitely going to be exciting. But for today, it's a no trade for myself. Not really too worried. Yeah, so ICCM, going back to the upside. Oh, man, here we go.
It's a disaster today. No, I can't trade these small caps.
Absolute disaster. 20 cents out of the money. Not too worried. Hopefully you guys did a little bit of an inverse on me there. Yeah, this one now, like all straight green moves. How do I feel about this? I said this general area. Yeah, I'm going to add to this short, actually. This maybe is not the right idea, but I'm just going to add to this short one more time here, see if we actually do want to fade back down. I mean, inverse in full effect. You guys are printing right now. You guys are, now I'm like 11 cents out of the money, or I fixed the average, so maybe it's 20. But yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. And yeah, it's okay, man. Still, stop holding the bag, Luca. It's okay, man. I'm just kind of I'm like paying attention, and then I reference back, and I'm like, what's going on over here? I'm pretty light on the position, so it's not something that worries me, to be honest. Yeah, guys, if I'm worried, then you'll hear me like maybe I'll swear, and I'll just be like, damn, what's going on? Brandon saying, I went inverse Luca. Congratulations, man. At least somebody's winning, right? Somebody's winning. It's a zero-sum game, winners and losers. some people win, some people lose. I mean, hopefully you have more size than I do to the long side and you're printing. Yeah, man, I just want everybody to be happy, learn, get a couple laughs, and, move on, yeah. And we got 1.8 thousand likes here. We could probably get that to 2K.
I forgot to do that. That's important.
If you guys are enjoying the show, I say it every time, hit that like button. Let's get those likes up.
How many do we have?
1.8K there.
Oh, guys, we got to get to 2,000. Oh, it's an abomination if we don't get to 2,000, guys. Let's go. Yeah, I haven't traded that well today. I'll be the first to admit that, but I know the guys in the morning show, they gave you some banger trades. So let's get that like count up for them. 1.8, I'm sure we can get it up to 2. How many people we got watching? We got 4,100 people watching. So we got to get that like. There we go. 1.9 it is. I'm sure we'll get 2 real soon. Let's see what ATNF is up to here. I think this one is more poised to go to the downside than it is the upside there. Could we get a $5 test soon? I think that may be in the cards as we continue to head to the sell side. I'll be patient on this one. Let that one develop. Taking small size. Maybe we'll add into that one. You guys heard Luca talk about Tesla. Sorry for these big wick candles. I'll fix that in a minute. And we'll come back to it. Meta giving up the majority of that move, though. Looks like, yeah, I want to say that move was kind of breaking through that 116.20-ish, 116.25 level, making its way almost up to 117. Now we're back below 116.25, about to test that 116 area. And, you know, the futures don't really look that weak, so Meta looks a little bit relatively weak. Maybe some profit taking coming in there, Luca, for Meta off that TikTok news. But to be honest with you, like, I know that TikTok is a security threat, but I gotta shout out TikTok. Like, their algorithm always shows me what I want, and I've tried the same thing on Reels on Instagram, and it's not the same. And to be honest with you, a lot of the Reels content is kind of copied from TikTok and reposted on Reels on Instagram, and it's never the same. And you see like the watermarks from TikTok, so that's just kind of you know, it gives it away. So Meta, I don't know how long this political fight lasts between them before it's settled. You got to assume ByteDance is going to do something to kind of appease the government. I know that they're trying already with keeping their U.S. data stuff on Oracle, but it hasn't seemed to appease the regulator enough. Maybe there's just too much politics involved in that anyway. Yeah, ANTF continuing to head to the sell side. I think we'll take some out in front of 5. Let's cover some here at 502, and we'll cover that many shares. So it makes its way down there. Great. Let's see the scanner. Nothing really changing in scanner world. All of the same familiar players, nothing really showing up. I know I'm not bringing it down because there's really nothing to show you guys. Looking through my watch list as well, nothing really happening at the moment. It's sort of an inside day, guys. We're up 0.32% on the ES, and you know, it's 12 points above where we're at. So really an inside day, if I could call one, if I could say that.
Yeah, it's
COSM is printing, people are saying. The chat's lighting up with COSM.
That was bad. I just punched the highs. I'm like, I don't know.
So you're in it.
Get out. No, I got out, and then here we are higher. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I don't even. I'm kind of like burnt out. I think I'm done trading.
Yeah, this one is just moving to the. Was it halted? No, because there seems to be a bit of a gap here on my chart. That's why I'm asking. Okay, so this one looking towards $8. $8 coming in
it's pretty
quick.
Somebody said 9. That's a good guess.
Yeah, well, we're met with a lot of sellers at 8, at least momentarily. Some prints to the downside. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have any levels on this. I'm just coming in fresh, so I don't really know what to look at the moment. But nice move up on COSM. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of volume coming in here. Look at the volume chart. I think we got 300,000 as much here. This is a 1-minute chart, so 300,000 shares in that 1-minute candle that shot up off that 670 base all the way up to 760. So a nice dollar move on about, say, 450,000 shares or so.
Yeah, guys, this that kind of crazy move. It's crazy how when you look at it relatively, you're like, oh, 6 to 7 looks crazy. And then it's like, oh, I'm like, okay, let me punch in. It's just unfortunate I punch in.
There goes 8.
Yeah, small size. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't even like this. Let me just get out. So I just get out. And then here we are now over 8.
There you go.
When I say I'm done trading, I'm just more so I'm like, I know myself. I'm kind of a little bit tired. I'm like, I'm going to scale back and chill. But yeah, thanks for the kind comments in the chat. Someone's like, Luca looks quite concerned. No, eventually I'm just oh, I'm just exhausted. I'm like, okay, I'll just kind of nurse this ICCM short and see where it goes. But yeah, no, this is hopefully somebody's long this from maybe a dip you get 666 maybe. I don't know. That that could be the long there. But yeah, no, don't. You're playing with fire if you're like punching in the highs, because yeah, you could go like $1 of the money and then it goes back up. Just chop yourself up. Yeah, man, no, never quit, never quit. That's the answer to day trading. You get better. Someone's saying, eat some peanut butter, bro. Yeah, man, I can't. We got like half an hour left here, and I am going to get a nice espresso and some peanut butter. I'm starving. Baby. Yeah, I was going to get some food, and there's just nothing. I was like, oh, French fries? Like, I don't know. This is not fuel. This is like, I mean, it's good for some, but not for me. But yeah, no, it's, you know, I'm just kind of, I'm extra tired. Not concerned. Yeah, guys, you'll have a really tough time actually pegging how I really feel, because I really feel nothing. And then a lot of my faces, I'm just like this. I'm like always cheery and happy, in a good mood. And then I'm like, oh, all right, I'm kind of tired. And everyone's like, oh, he looks concerned. I was like, no, not really, man, not really. Just sized accordingly. Yeah, chilling.
Flat and chilling, baby.
Yeah, well, I got the ICCM short, which is, that was actually a good ad over there. The thing is like, that's the move. And now I'm like, yeah, it is going to be slow. So it's like, it's one of those where you just got to kind of, you know, you got to deal with it, right? It's the afternoon. Somebody said it best. They're like, I'm not trading until 2:30. I'm just being patient. Yeah, man, you know, the afternoons, you should like chill. You should like take a chill pill. If you're trying strategies, you know, size down, like do it in simulation. It's a great, I'll vouch for that. You know, like it's, the afternoon there's a lot of kind of algorithmic action back and forth. You know, sometimes really good opportunities, sometimes not, right? So yeah, for myself, I take, you know, it's like I take the L. I'm like, whatever, no big deal, doesn't really matter. But yeah, when good opportunities roll around, got to be all over them, man. Got to be all over them. Tesla volatility is pretty tame. Yeah, man, it's
for now, yeah.
For now, it's kind of like, I mean, it's in the channel still, right? I mean, maybe you could justify like, you know, playing that channel. Like, remember we were drawing this before, and it's kind of now at the top of the channel. But it's too bait. Like, I'm not gonna, I don't know if I want to try it necessarily right here. You know, maybe we break out. But yeah, man, it's just been ever since this flush. Like, this was the meat of the move, and now it's just like kind of like very, very slow. Make a low, balance off, make a high. Make a low, balance off, make a high. Now it's kind of holding. I think it did make a low there. Not by much, but yeah, maybe by like 5 cents or 10 cents. And yeah, now going back to the upside, this will get a little more interesting if we get like above, you know, like 142.50, 43. Like if we actually make a run to VWAP and the overall market, you know, runs to the highs and kind of breaks out, then, you know, maybe you get that kind of 144.50 short. So, I mean, we got half an hour left. I don't know if that's going to come to fruition, but I'm actually going to try a short there at 143.50, which, again, is far away, but yesterday was far away, too. And I got the fill, and I was like, oh, okay. There's actually sellers coming in right now, so, yeah, maybe we don't actually even get there.
Killing it on this COSM long, baby. Long 33s, just took out some in the 70s. Let's take, there we go, just another piece out in the 70s. Are we going to get 80s here? Finally making up for some of my bone-headed earlier trades, especially on ICCM. I'll take another piece there. How much am I holding left of this trade? I still got like a sizable amount, so I'm going to have to de-risk a little bit as the volatility on this really heats up. Long 33s, most of my outs are in the 60s and 70s. Here we go. We'll get some more out in the 60s there to scalp. Are we going to get some 70 prints? I'm seeing some orange come in on my tape. That usually means above the bid. So that's a good sign there. We're getting high 60 prints on this one. I'm also back in the money on ATNF. I can just see that by looking on my side screen. Let's take out half the position here. So then I've got very little left on this one. Nice trade to the high side. Scalper's paradise, baby. Flat on the rest. So that was actually a really, really, really good trade for me. Pumped about that. That brings me back into a reasonable P&L here. ATNF, though, back out of the money on that. I'm looking for a possible reload, though, on COSM, possibly at that 8. I feel like 8 might be an interesting level. I didn't like my entry. That's why I got out kind of quickly, 8.33. I saw it too late. The better level there would have been obviously the whole dollar, and then it looks like it made its way up to 8.79. I want to say COSM, 8.79 or 8.80, in and around that region. But nice move there, and we get ample amounts of outs. So pumped about that. I needed that little boost, to be honest with you, because it had been a losing day for me so far, Luca.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Somebody's saying TNXP. Yeah, sure, let's have a look here. TNXP. 30 cents, 3 million shares traded, nothing too crazy. Yeah, up 6% though. I don't know, man. Is anything else really, really moving and exciting right now? I'm just kind of chilling. Here, let me look back at the chat. Luca counting minutes. Yeah, sometimes. No, just kidding. Need mental endurance. Yeah, the thing is I like, no comment there. Not everything is algos. Yeah, you're right. Not everything is algos. Sometimes it's just me like, enter. Jim is worth about 200 mil. Is that Jim Cramer, really? Jim Cramer. Jim net worth Cramer. That's actually pretty, wow. 150 mil. That's not too bad. Yeah, if I was worth 150 mil, man, think I would have like an espresso machine in every room in my house for sure. And sauna, steam room, all that. How's the Christmas tree looking on the floor? It's actually looking a lot better. And I don't know if everybody brought in ornaments. I was the first to bring in ornaments. We were talking about it. And I think Shawn walked in a couple times and said, oh, damn, the ornaments. Oh, damn, the ornaments. And, we are approaching Christmas now. I told Greg, too. I was like, Greg, you say ornaments every day. Like, bro, bring some ornaments. And, he brought it eventually and, kind of stacked it up there. And, they were mentioning I was actually Santa Claus yesterday and today. And, maybe I'll, come on at some point this week with a little surprise for you guys. But it was funny. I brought panettones to all the guys here, and I had it just in a big garbage bag over my shoulder on the subway. And I'm just walking. I'm like Santa Claus right now. 7 in the morning on the subway. The sack is like huge, and it was kind of ripping too. And I'm like, oh man, if this breaks open, then I'm gonna have to start fighting some people because you're not taking my free panettones over here. That was kind of funny, but it's always nice, man. Christmas time, share the wealth, share the love, spread the love, whatever. That's all I have to say there. And Luca has a cold black void inside him. No, man, I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, I probably need another coffee. I'm just like exhausted. How's the Christmas, or no, Luca has a cold black void, long time. Wasn't there another one here? No. Yeah, man, I don't know. It's, no, everything's good. ICCM is dropping. Yeah, it's actually, ICCM is now finally, I didn't even have any bids out.
Killing it.
Let's go.
ATNF short.
Thanks
There
for
we
reminding me there.
baby.
Wow, thank God I forgot to put my bids in.
Yeah, are you killing it on the short too?
Oh, yeah, man, I'm
Yes,
sure.
man.
Let's go.
Likewise.
Okay, finally a winner. Finally, okay. And I didn't even notice. I just I'm like, if it happens, it happens. I'm bidding 21s, and then I didn't even have the order out there, which is actually hilarious. So sometimes it pays. Sometimes it pays to forget. Let's go. Okay, guys, how many losers here? 1 loss. And then a win. There we go. That was a banger. That's the trade I was looking for. Finally. Okay. Finally. Yeah, man. Look at that flush. Okay, I'm taking the rest off over here. That is, I was going to go for 81s, but I mean, 10 cents away. All right, absolute banger. Hopefully you guys weren't inverse that one because that's, that's why you use stops, right? So yeah, I'm pretty hyped now. I mean, man, hit the money for that one, man.
For sure.
Hit the money for that one because, yes, why drink espresso when you can be a trader and lose all the time and then get that win going and life is good again? Yeah, hopefully you guys were in that short because that's a death candle if I've ever seen one.
Anybody said you were lacking energy needs to retake that whole
that's just like
thesis right
this
now,
is
bro.
okay. This is like, this is trading. Like this is yeah, no, it's not a P&L. I'm just kind of like, I'm more happy that something actually finally like looked good. That's the move I was looking for. Is pretty good, pretty textbook. Good thing I didn't put the stop. I was actually saying, I should maybe get out of this over here. And then I'm like, no, I'm adding to it. That was basically discretionary. Yeah, guys, you can inverse me, and then I punch out of. If I'm in a loser, I just punch out. I just punch out, and then I'm like, oh no, this one feels good. Boom, there we go. Profit all the way to the bank, baby. Luca has a piece of tape over his P&L.
I just want to get to my trade on ATNF quick. If we can come to my screen. I got short there at 5. Where did I get short at 5? No, right here. 512 short. And took some out through the break of 5, another piece through 490, and then these 3 pieces here in the 70s, and then in the low 60s. So this was an awesome winner. I still have about 25% of the position holding it through. I want to see if we can test some lower levels, but where? Where? We broke through that halt level. Remember that halt level earlier at 489? Well, we're way below that now. So it looks as if like the bottom of this peak here has to be that 430-ish, 440 area. Can we make our way back down there? We've been in the 60s for a little while now. I took out some in the high 60s and some in the low 60s. But yeah, you know, buyers stepping in a little bit here, but yeah, I still want to give up some of these unrealized profits here to the high side, even though, you know, it's unlikely to stop me out. I'm short 513, so lots of protection there. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a bounce there. But what a joke. Why do ICCM and ATNF flush right when the market breaks high of day? Now, we are printing high of day on the market, 38.86. We took out that 65 level. So that's interesting. We're getting a move now on the market, and these small cappers are flushing. I don't know if there's any connection between those two, maybe liquidating positions to get into some of these big caps. Who knows? Let's have a look at some of these big caps. What's Meta up to? Okay, so Meta coming, touching or coming close to high of day, but that's not the relatively strong one, I don't think. Let's have a look at the big tech charts here to see what's the strongest of the bunch. Yeah, Meta's up there. So is Microsoft. Apple's still, you know, All right, let's bring down the big tech chart so you can follow along. Here we go. Meta top left-hand corner. Let me bring this down a bit more. There we go. Meta top left, and then Microsoft in the middle here. Microsoft's at high of days, 242.82. Likewise with Meta. Meta's real close. I think Google's also at high of days, 89. Tesla still heading down. I mean, we're breaking high of days on the market, and Tesla's still like, nah, yeah, I'm not interested in any of that upside move. I'll just hang out down here. So be careful if you're going long Tesla, obviously. Let's flip back to ATNF. Yeah, it looks like we just popped up there to 490. Now retracing back into the low 70s. I'm going to take some out at some resting orders here so I don't have to use my flatten key. So my next profit taker, I'd like for it to be in the mid 50s. So let's go ahead and take that many shares out, and we'll have that profit taker waiting there for us. Luca, should it make its way down?
Yeah, nice move there. Somebody's saying, Luca, do you perform ice baths? I think you say, do I do ice baths? Yeah, man, sometimes, man. Ice baths are solid, sauna solid, you know, like really good to reset the central nervous system, really good. Somebody's saying, is it Luca with a K or C? It's with a C. I'm Italian, if you haven't noticed by the Ferrari jacket that I rock, you know, at least once a week. And yeah, man, espressos are clutch. And yeah, Pablo, thank you. Cut Luca some slack, man. Yeah, man, cut me some slack, man. Come on. No, having a great time over here for sure. And yo, Luca, kind of be all over the place with his trades. Yeah, sometimes that's the thing. Like, so that's why I'm telling you guys, like, you know, if it's like a setup trade, smash it. If it's like I'm gonna see where this one goes, you know, take less size. And that's why, yeah. And to whoever said I have tape over my P&L, I think it was Zach, if I'm not mistaken. I'm dying because I don't have P&L on my screen. I don't keep it on my screen. I'm at the point now where I'm like, I don't want to see it. I don't care about P&L. Let me watch the things that matter. So,
absolutely,
you know, let me watch the tape. Let me watch the level 2. Let me watch the size of my positions. Those are the things that matter. You know, P&L is a product of good trading. Sometimes it'll be down, sometimes it'll be up. But, you know, I wouldn't recommend that. It's almost like I wouldn't recommend that for beginner traders because you want to know where you stand in a sense, and you might just always be checking it after. But, you know, if you're kind of getting into, you know, like I want to say like, you know, your past like 16 months of trading, yeah, man, just, you know, remove that P&L and focus on the things that matter most, right? Focus on the things that matter most. That's what I'll say there. And no, I'm not answering that one. Do I have a Ferrari? No, I don't have a Ferrari. Ferraris are clutch, man. Ferraris are clutch. Yeah, hopefully I get one day. I would love to have a nice Sunday driving car, nice red Ferrari. You know, take it to the bakery, get an espresso, the whole deal, man, the whole deal. And yeah, man, SBF allegedly being rushed to hospital.
Get a nice
get out of here
on a Sunday morning.
No way.
What's happening?
Somebody's saying SBF being rushed to hospital.
No way.
I don't know.
Are we getting that?
Maybe there's like more update on that. But yeah, man, that's.
Okay. Well, I know that he was basically waiving his extradition rights in Bahamas because I don't think he wanted to spend any more time in a Bahamian jail. You know, he is, it's reported he's a vegan, and they're obviously not giving him vegan meals there. So I think he wants to be somewhere where, you know, he's got a bit more rights. Okay, guys, I just got to cut myself off there. We get that 50 print on ATNF. This one, we're going to spend the money for this one, man. I was red up the yin-yang on this one, and I've made a lot of it back. Still red technically on it, not going to lie. But hopefully we can see some lower levels here, and I'll actually get back to break even. But on the day, I was really down, and now I am really have cut that a lot. So Happy about that. I never say die mentality. Now with respect to the price action on ATNF, looks like that $0.50 is really holding at the moment. So let's see if the sellers can outpower or outpower. That's how you know I'm tired. The buyers on this one. In fact, we'll put a resting profit taker here. Let's put it at, let's see here. We're going to put it in the low 40s, and we're going to put it for that many shares. So we'll wait for that one to materialize if it does, but I think that the $0.50 here might be in jeopardy, and we could see some lower levels. Let me bring in a side chart here to have a look at ATNF's levels and see if there's anything on the daily or the 4-hour chart or anything more a little deeper than the 1-minute chart that we have to be aware of. Okay, let's refresh that real quick. So it looks like, yeah, this is the split. Okay, so my chart is really distorted on IBKR on ATNF. Let's move back here. So that's a 1 to 20 split that happened yesterday. Yeah, okay. So it looks like yesterday's close was at that 706 level, but we're not really worried about anything to the high side since we are short. So yeah, okay. So nothing really to discern here. Looks like we did break below that $0.50 level. Now we're printing 48s and 49s. Still not far enough for me. I'm waiting to get printed here at 41s or 42s. I think that we may be able to see some more downside on this one, Luca. Let's just be patient.
Yeah, man. Oh, I said it again. Somebody in the chat,
Hey,
I was going to cut. They're like, Luca always says, yeah, man. And yeah, man, Ferraris are clutch. Oh, my goodness. That's actually so funny. That's so funny.
Yeah, Jamie Swain said that. Yeah, I see that there. That's awesome. It's funny.
Yeah. You guys talk from the other side of the screen. Yeah. Say what you want. Guys, ICCM, what a good cover. And this is the thing. Sometimes you have targets, 281. Use areas, right? The reason why I was eyeing that 281 level in general is because that's where the bottom was in the pre-market. So I was like, yeah, if we get there, that's probably where it bounces off. But look, if we get there and it's not giving you 281 exactly, use the area, right? It's below 3. I'm taking it off above 3. I'm taking it off. You know, I had 3 entries, 3 outs. Very simple. I probably got, I mean, if I had to guess, this is basically a 303 out, maybe a 301 out, like my average out. So my average out, what was my average? It's like 45. So that was, yeah, that was like a 45-cent winner. That was solid, man. That was a solid trade, waiting for that flush. I mean, this is the death candle, right? You got to imagine there's got to be another leg down there. Yeah, like how can anyone not like this show? Like this show is, you know, it's.
We lost money, we made money, we lost money, we made money. I'm like, it's an emotional roller coaster.
Crack
I mean,
a couple jokes, show a couple memes.
Yeah, the memes were awesome. That's the best part of the day, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Those memes. And that Dow 40,000 plate that got sent to me yesterday. Wishful thinking, buddy. Not this year, not next year, that's for sure.
I'm waiting. Someone's saying Tesla, Luca, Tesla long now. Nah, not now. Not for myself. I'm waiting for 140.23. Like, I am so adamant on 140.23, and I'm sticking to my guns. So, yeah, it's maybe I would have had more trades on Tesla, but because that's the level, I'm like, no, this is the level. I'm waiting for this one. And, yeah, life of a trader. It is what it is. YouTube, clip an SPF hospital?
No, there isn't anything. I'm asking Brendo here. Brendo doesn't see anything yet on SPF on the hospital, but we'll keep you guys posted should anything new come in, obviously, and we'll always fact check that. I'm not sure why this guy's writing mean things in the chat. That's not very nice, Shmula. You should do better. Do better, Shmula.
Why? What did he say?
Nothing, it got removed. Anyway, let's have a look at where we are with ATNF. Looks like we retraced back above that $0.50, consolidating sideways, but if the truth can be told, I mean, I still think we are more downside related here. I think a good idea would be to put my stop through the break of this peak. So here's the consolidation sideways, and then you have the big drop. So maybe anything above mid-80s or so. What's going on, Luca? Anything above mid-80s? I'll get out. So right now we're printing low 50, so I have a 30-penny buffer. Recall, just for your own information, I'm short 512 on this one. And I think the low of this peak was in the low 40s.
Sorry, at this point I'm just reading the chat and some funny things. It's a grilled cheese with bacon type of day. Every day. When is it not?
I'll eat that sandwich 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I also like fried egg sandwich with bacon on challah bread, double toasted. Oh, amazing, 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 amazing. It's kind of expensive down here, but definitely amazing. And yeah, no, Tesla's probably going. There's like 10,000 shares at 141 on the offer, and I'm getting the feeling that this is going to run for that 140 price. But there is quite a bit of size that's stacked on the bid. Not size that can't be taken, not big size, but it's a battle over here, man. It's low a day, 140 level coming. You know, scalpers probably trying to short this into 140. People trying to cover longs. If you know, it'd be interesting if 141 doesn't break back to the upside. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, I'm kind of sticking to that order that I have out there. So we're gonna see what happens with that one. Luca, can you cook? Yeah, I can cook. I can
bet
cook.
you can cook up a storm,
I
bro.
can,
I'm
yeah.
willing to bet, man.
Yeah, Luca can cook, as someone asked. Yeah, I can. Of course, I can.
There
cook.
you go,
What's the matter
bro.
with you? Come on.
Of course you can.
Yeah, I can cook. You know, it's. I cook. You know, breakfast. I could cook. I got a nice range of things in my toolkit. But yeah, you know, I'm more of the. If I'm alone, I'm healthy. I'm definitely healthy.
Yeah, it's other people's influences.
Well, not even other
typically?
people's, but I love, you know, big meals, you know, with family and friends, come together. Like, I'll eat, you know, pasta, pizza, everything.
Yeah.
But if it's just me alone, I'm not, you know, making gourmet meals for myself. It's more so, you know, make sure you eat plain Greek yogurt, probiotics. I mean, you
got to have the balance. Yeah, no. I mean,
Yeah.
I learn from everybody daily. I didn't study this stuff in school, so it's just kind of like acquired knowledge over the years. I got these great little protein treats that I make. I'm going to share them with you. Such a simple recipe, okay? 2 cups of oats. Grind them, powder them, okay? So make them into like almost like baking soda, like powder them out. So 2 cups of oats, all right? Then 1 cup or 2 cups of protein, all right? Put 2 scoops of protein, not 2 cups, 2 scoops of protein, okay? So 2 cups of oats, 2 scoops of protein, half a cup of peanut butter, half a cup of, you want to choose agave syrup, you want to choose whatever type of healthy syrup. I use an organic agave syrup, and then some cinnamon and some salt. Mix that up with your hands, put it in the fridge for 2 hours, and thank me later. I have these protein bites, protein snacks. They take me literally 20 minutes to make, and a lifetime to enjoy, baby.
Oh yeah, I've had. It's kind of funny because if you went down the path of, you know, building muscle and gains and everything.
There you go.
You end up eating the same thing.
Yeah.
Everybody ends up just
you gotta
eating,
diversify a
yeah,
little
like
bit.
the you know, the I'm sure you I don't know if you like overnight oats. For me, it was
love them. I don't have them, but I love them. Yeah.
For me, it was like morning oats. You know, same thing. Oats, dark chocolate, protein. Mix it around, hot water in, banana. Ooh, amazing. That was kind of my go-to when I was like really in shape. On the grind. Now, of course, you know, it's just, I mean, who doesn't love bacon and eggs, right? So, yeah, man, it's good. It's good balance. You got to make sure balance, because a lot of the times, unless you're in training, it's tough to, you know, do the same thing over and over again. You just get bored eventually. That's kind of how it goes. Somebody's saying TraderTV Live cookbook. Yeah, we can all. I mean, we got a pretty diverse culture over here.
Yeah,
so
and we can expand our store too. You know, we got merch in the store. Yeah.
That could be like pretty interesting. Yeah, nice diverse culture. You know, get the best dishes from all different cultures. And yeah, somebody's like, nah, man, come on, it's all fun and games. Luca prefers clam burgers? No, that doesn't sound appealing at all.
By the way, chat, I'm putting the recipe in the chat. It's super easy, so I'm just writing it for you guys now in case anybody's asking for it. You guys can have it in the chat here. And sorry, go ahead, Luca. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of going over the chat here. Oh man, cannolis, yeah, cannolis and spros, like obviously. Peanut butter is definitely, you know, a day doesn't pass that I don't have some peanut butter, that's for sure. Lasagna, pizza, somebody asking what my favorite food is. It's tough to say. It's honestly tough to say because there's so many good options out there. You know, I love pizza, I love pasta, I love a good steak sandwich. I'm getting really hungry right now.
Yeah, so am I, man.
Yeah, man. I didn't even eat. I love. You know, it's tough. I couldn't pick. I honestly, I couldn't say my favorite because, yeah, there's just so many things out there. You know, and I mean, if it's good, it's good. And you know, when you're good, you're good. I'll say that much. When it's good, it's good. Yeah, Sugo Sundays for sure. That's huge in my household. You know, nice Sugo.
Nona's food. Someone wrote Nona's food.
Nona's food. Yes, that's what I should have said.
Exactly.
Nona's food is the best food, hands down. No questions asked. I'll eat that 11 out of 10.
100%. My grandma's
Fahad
food
was
was
asking
nuts.
me, he's like,
What?
So, no, not to cut you off, but
No,
Fahad
it's
was
great.
like, he's like, yo, Luca, can you bring in your Nana's pasta for me one day? I started laughing. I'm like, oh my, yeah, okay, I guess. I go, yeah, Nana, can you make pasta? Because I have a friend and he wants to.
And it's from scratch, obviously, because
Oh yeah, everything from scratch.
of course.
The
yeah,
pasta
yeah,
from
yeah.
scratch, the
Yeah.
sauce, we make our own sugo. Yeah.
All right, guys. I've been in this short for a while now. This 512 short on ATNF. You know, it's kind of consolidating sideways a bit, but I am seeing higher highs a little bit on it. It's concerning me. Previously, I told you I would get out if it broke that 582 level. I'm going to be a man of my word, and I'm going to do that. We're going to go ahead and put a resting stop order. So we'll put 583, and then we'll cover the remaining portion. We'll give it to 588 in case it blows through there. So yeah, ideally I would like for it to break down below that $0.5 level. It did a lot of printing around that 53, 54 area, but we've gotten a balance now. We're in the high 60s, low 70s. I've got the resting order here at 41. Should it make its way down, but only 6 minutes or 5 minutes left on the show. I may have to flatten out for the remaining amount, but in the money anyway, so no biggie on that. This trade honestly saved me. Likewise with this trade on COSM, super oversized and scalping. Nice move to the high side, and then obviously the flush down, and I got out. But these are the two trades that saved my day. These were the bad trades up here. Yes, ATNF was a good and bad trade. Couple of winners here, and then this was the big loser on it. Look at that. We get long here, we cover, and then the flush short blows through my stop, by the way. Stop didn't get triggered, had to use the flatten key. That happens when there is no liquidity and it's such an aggressive move downward. So, excuse me, those are my trades for the day. Hope you enjoyed today. Sorry the market is kind of range bound. We're up 0.35% on the ES. We were down at times in the beginning of the show, and yeah, that's I guess trading. Luca, do you have anything that you want to cover?
I just want to say shout out to DL in the chat. He's saying, Luca, my bro, give me a shout out. What's up? What's going on?
Hey.
Hopefully you're enjoying the day. And I think somebody else here, crypto something, was like, oh, crypto technology, no trades today. Just watch the market. Yeah, man. Sometimes, if it's not in your playbook, you just sit there, you chill, right? You kind of go into chill mode and wait. It's been, sort of like a range-bound afternoon, kind of slow. Somebody's saying, Luca, maybe you're finally going to get that fill, 140.23. It's the unfortunate thing would be is that if I get off the show, go walk, grab an espresso, come back, and the low is 140.23, I'm just going to be like, wow, they just waited. They knew. No, I'm just kidding. Who is they? Nobody.
I know. I was like, who's they? I always say that to myself, too. It's like, who are these people that you're talking about in your head? Like, I guess what we mean, guys, is the algos, the big-time algos. Sorry, I got to sneeze.
Yeah, no, somebody's asking, how does your flatten key work? I have no idea. I think it's just I don't even know. I honestly have no, that's actually a really good question. I never use the flatten key. I mean, I have all these keys set up where it's like, I have like a panic key to cross and get me out. I have like obviously limit keys. I have stop orders. I have like, you just got to have all these different types of execution methods as a day trader. That's what you got to do, right? That's day trading. That's the right thing to do there. Someone bring Luca coffee. Yeah, please. Anybody watching this right now? Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Don't bring me a coffee. I'm going to go grab one later.
ATNF flying back, guys. Got out there in the mid-80s. Woo, classic, of course, right? Coming close to my entry. Look at that curl right back up. So thankful we were cognizant of the levels, noticing that there were higher highs and higher lows. Be cognizant of that. Obviously, if you've got resting orders and you're not looking at it, you won't be. It didn't quite come back to my entry area at 513, but I wasn't going to wait for it to do that. Got out the rest in the mid-80s. I'm still negative on the stock, if I'm being honest, but made up a lot of it back. Just got to be honest with you guys. It's still going to be a negatore for me. Quickly, negatore.
Wow.
Looking here at the futures, a bit of a dip here, Luca, after creating a new high at 38.66, now 10 points, all at 10 points lower. Remember when 10 points was like a drop in the bucket? Now we're talking about as if it's like a move. But anyway, ATNF, Oh, looks like we got a super chat here that we got to get to real quick. SWTV says, you guys make the losses better. Keep it up. Thanks. Always yeah, if we can do that for you guys, you know, if we can make things a little bit easier, because trading is quite hard. You guys don't need to watch us to know that. That's obviously common knowledge. And yeah, take it slow, guys. If you guys can last in this game, I think you'll end up with a profitability. I think it's just, you know, some people can get it done in 6 months. Some people get it done in 3 years. And, you know.
Exactly, you got that right. And you know, full transparency, guys. I'm down on the day, but I'm not beating myself up. I'm not really in a bad mood. I was kind of tired there for a little bit in the afternoon. Things were, oh, you're still battling mRNA? Oh, get out of here. Let me see this very quickly. mRNA 202. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm like, I can't hold this, because then I'm just gonna be bag holding this for real for myself. I'm gonna have to get out of this anyways. So yeah, no, but you know, I'm down on the day. I'm down on the day. I'm not, you know, it was up, chopping around, then down a little bit, and then kind of back to flat, and then, you know, kind of fixed that a little bit with that that short on ICCM. That was not too bad. But yeah, man, full transparency. Some days are tough. You know, some days are good. Some days are bad. The main thing is, if you can survive in this game, then imagine what year 7 looks like.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's the thing.
Imagine what
That's
year
the
15
thing.
looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah, that's the thing.
Imagine what year 21 looks like, man.
You want to come on the camera? We'll show you what year 21 looks like.
That's what
right
Shawn
over
was saying.
here,
In case you guys can't hear, and that's the thing, man. With trading, it's, you know, it's a game of survival. You know, would you rather have a big day in year 1, or would you rather have a big day in year 5? Because year 5 big day, you know, that could be. I mean, you guys all know, right? That's why you're watching the show. Like, you know, retirement money, right? So. Yeah, just stay alive, you know, stay alive for when things go crazy. That's the main thing. If you trade with shutdowns, you know, like, try to stay alive. Don't just blow it all on something that there's really no upside on. Try to stay alive, because at any point things can go nuts. This year's shown us that. You know, next year's going to be a banger too. We still got 2 more weeks, I think, to go in the year.
Yes.
Yeah, probably going to be, you know, an extra exciting 2 weeks there. So, yeah, guys, stay tuned. If you enjoyed the show, hit that like button one more time. We're at like 2K. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, guys, if you like the show, hit the like button. If you don't like the show, but if you like pasta, hit the like button. You know, all types of.
I think we're done here, yeah? Luca. I think it's done time for us. We're gonna send you up to Brendo at the big desk and the big kahunas to my right. Take care, guys.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome back. We have a couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon. I'm trying to make it exciting anyways, but welcome back in. We'll take you right through to 4 o'clock. I'm just keeping my eye on a few things here that are moving around, including crude oil back to the upside here, trying to at least. Walmart, meanwhile, had a spike there on an opioid headline. We'll get into that in a sec. This is how things are shaping up so far this afternoon. 0.38 for the S&P right now.